Good morning, everyone. They haven't shown any clips of the courtroom just yet, but oops, let me see. I gotta make sure that I've got everything muted here. Let's see. It is a chilly morning, but it should warm up today here in Salt Lake City. And I hope everybody else is not in the middle of a massive snowstorm. Oops, let's see. Okay, so I watched some coverage over the weekend, and it seems to me that people either thought that the cross-examination was great or it was terrible, depending on whether or not they thought that Alex is likely to get off or not. If some people think that, oh, he did brilliantly, and some other people are thinking, oh, it was terrible, and it's kind of like not much in the middle ground. It's really funny. Oh, so let's see if we got everything up. Let's see. I'm just yes, thank you everyone who played videos weekend. As of yesterday, I was 256 hours away from being monetized, and I think it showed that I had let's see, how many was it yesterday? Something, let me check. Let's see, pull up that tab. Let's see, it said 102 hours for Sunday. And so, and I had things playing during the nighttime. Let's see. So we should be getting pretty close, maybe tomorrow. So thank you very much. Let's see. Says it's been. Oh, I'm sure watching the trial live doesn't help to find a new rental. Let's see. Okay, oops, I forgot to share the screen, didn't I? Okay, here we go. Let's get set up so as soon as we get the court.
Welcome back, everybody. So we are waiting to jump live in Walterboro, South Carolina for a continuation of the Alec Murdaugh murder trial. Again, keeping a very careful eye on the courtroom feed. I think I just see the seal right now, no activity. We're still reflecting on what happened last week with the defendant taking the stand. We expect the defense to wrap up with their last several witnesses today.
I selected
this
a
is
few
again the man accused of
breaks.
killing his wife and son on their family property on June 7th, 2021. We're reviewing all of the defendant's testimony from last week, which if you haven't seen,
which
definitely something
Nancy Grace brought up, I think it was on a video I saw yesterday, was that if Alex didn't do it, how would he know he needed to lie about the timing, and not being at the kennel because, maybe he just returned and the shooting happened 10 minutes before. And I thought that really makes a lot of sense. and I just don't find it credible that somebody else is lurking there in the bushes for him to leave so that he can kill Maggie and Paul. That just doesn't fly in my book. So, let's see. Let's turn up the sound and listen to the experts talking for a minute.
All right. But they live in Greenville.
On the morning of June, was Wednesday. I think that's where'd you wake up?
Somerville.
You ever go to Alameda on that day?
On Wednesday?
Yes, sir.
PT.
Good morning. I want to remind everyone in the courtroom that the courtroom decorum must be maintained at all times. You're not allowed to react to any testimony, cheer, jeer, nor speak in the courtroom unless it's during the time I said, let's take a stretch break. You can speak at that time, but otherwise we need to maintain order. Anything before the jury comes?
The from state, Your Honor.
Your Honor, a couple of sort of housekeeping matters. One is we expect to rest today. We've got 3 witnesses. I don't know how they could go all day, but direct ought to be relatively quick. We're going to rest today, I believe, and then the state is going to call several somewhere. We've been told up to 4. Maybe it's 5, maybe it's 6, but whatever. I think there's a high likelihood that they will rest on their reply case by tomorrow afternoon, Wednesday morning.
Tomorrow afternoon, I believe we can get done and be on track to close and charge on Wednesday, Your Honor.
With this caveat, we believe it would be useful for the jury to see this Moselle, both the area of the kennels and the house, just to get some understanding of spatial relationships. And what we would ask is that you ask the jury if they want to do that. I know I wouldn't. If they want to do it, I don't want them to do it. If they want to do it, that'd be fine with me, and it needs to be done in an expeditious way. And I dealt with who does go with them. No one's obviously going to answer questions. They can see it. And that's, I don't know whether that should take any more than, Roselle's about 30 minutes from here. 45. 40 minutes. So that's an hour on the scene, maybe 3 hours. And I just throw that into the mix, not wanting to get this case closed. But we believe they ought to be given the opportunity to ask to see it if they want to see it. And I don't know whether that's done by majority vote. I don't know how it's done, but we're asking they be allowed to do that if they want to do it.
Your Honor, I don't know that I've heard of just asking the jury and having them take a vote on that. I am not, the state is not asking for there to be a jury view of the scene. And if anything, I think that that would require additional testimony because the scene is different than it existed on the night of June 7th, 2021. And a big factor, which I think is very relevant to some of the issues here, is that the trees that were planted that separate the kennels and the house are markedly taller and thicker than they are on June 7th. The state is not asking that there be a jury view, and I don't think the defense is either. And I'm not aware of any procedure where we just kind of throw it into the jury's hands to take a vote. So we would object to that proposal.
Your Honor, if Your Honor wanted to instruct them, they're only there to see the kennels. There's no issues. They should be viewing the house, or because the scene is we concede that's changed. but the kennels, the spatial, how small the feed room is, the spatial between where, and they've seen the pictures, where the feed room is compared to where Maggie's body was, compared to where the quail pens are, where the doghouse is. I mean, you just can't really appreciate the spatial issues without actually seeing them. And if you want to limit it to just the kennels and them not being allowed to in any way deal with the relationship between the house and the, and we actually do have some photos from that night and the next day. I mean, I think you can put restrictions on it that would assist the jury if they want it. I don't know whether they vote or whether you ask the forelady. I mean, I've seen it done where the judge asks the jury, "Do you want to go to the scene?" Now, I can't. It's been a while. I can't remember whether there was a vote, but he did ask the jury sometime in the dark ages of the early 80s.
Any such a thing. Generally, reviews are at the Bay Park, and
I'm requesting.
Well, again, I don't know that it's necessary in this particular instance, or that it would be a particular help. Right. Anything additional.
All right, anything else?
No, sir.
Okay. Review. I will not ask the jury side whether or not they want to view. I think that could invite premature deliberations in the case, or just the mere fact that they would have to discuss that issue, I think would invite premature discussions of relevant facts, what might be relevant facts. If either side wants a jury view, the court will arrange a jury view, and the court will, the lawyers may go if you want to go. Of course, there are so many lawyers. That's a mammoth team in of itself. And I can advise the jury as part of the going to the scene that the certain things may not be the same as they were 2 years ago, whenever the time was. So if the defense wants a jury view, then the court will arrange a jury view.
I just bring this to the court's attention. There were literally dozens of people at Moselle last weekend trespassing to get selfies in front of the feed room. I mean, most distasteful kinds of things I've ever seen. So perhaps before they head out there, some of the security could be in place, and so they
have
don't.
law enforcement security scene, ensure no one is there.
Well,
Unless, yeah.
John Marvin, his brother, is maintaining that property. He had to call the sheriff's department to come remove him, and it seems they have they're sort of a carnival attitude about this case than what we have to deal with. So I don't want Chris Razzi. I don't think there's really any.
No one can be there. The security, no one will be there during a jury view. Now, do you want a jury view? Does the defense want a jury view?
I do. I just want to ensure that the security is not caught unawares about what a circus is going to be at property. They've got the authority to close, but I am suggesting these are things that we became aware of over the weekend.
Arrange for enforcement. All right. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Hey, you may bring the jury. All right, thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, welcome back once again, day number 25. The defense's case, you may proceed.
Court, Your Honor. The defense called Dr. Jonathan Eisenstadt to the stand, please. And Your Honor, while he's coming around, Dr. Eisenstadt, the pathologist, we're going to be, first of all, showing some pretty graphic photos on the computer and the Elmo. And secondly, we're going to be talking about some pretty graphic details. So we will be offering exhibits. We should, we don't have to do it out of the gate, but certainly 10 minutes into his testimony, we're going to be showing some pictures and discussing matters that are going to be pretty graphic. So a number of these exhibits, not all of them, but 90% of them, we're going to move to introduce under seal. Some of them are already introduced under seal. And we've warned the family that if it gets too graphic, they can leave. So if Your Honor sees some of the Murdaughs get up walking out, that would be because it's, again, extremely graphic. So,
Good morning. Good morning. Raise your right hand. Stand by the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Take a seat in the witness center. You can adjust the mic.
and where do you practice medicine?
In the state of Georgia.
Could you tell the jury, please, what forensic pathology is?
Sure. Forensic pathology is a subset of pathology which really deals with investigating the cause and the manner of someone's death.
Okay, and let's get a little bit of your history. So if, and I'm looking at this, you went to the same medical school as Dr. Reamer?
I did.
And then after, I think you went to University of California at Davis undergraduate?
That's correct. I grew up in California.
Graduated from there in '93. You went to the Sackler School of Medicine, as did Dr. Reamer, and you graduated in '98.
Yes, sir.
And then you did a residency where?
Well, when I came out of medical school, I initially wanted to be a surgeon. So I started out in general surgery in Staten Island, New York, and quickly realized it was not the profession I wanted. Beautiful profession, but not for me. So I transferred into a pathology program. This is all up in New York, out in Long Island. And to become a forensic pathologist, you first have to do what's called anatomic pathology, which is hospital-based pathology. If you've ever had anything taken out of your body, surgery or blood or anything, that goes to the pathology department. We look at it, we diagnose it, we tell your doctor, and your doctor will tell you what the diagnosis is. After doing all of that training, I did a year of pediatric pathology at New York University to study diseases of childhood. After that, I did a year of forensic pathology fellowship in the Office of Chief Medical Examiner in New York City, and then stayed on one more year in New York City as a medical examiner or forensic pathologist while doing more training in forensic neuro and cardiac pathology.
And that would have been in 2000, well, that would have been through 2004.
Correct. My forensic pathology training started in 2004 to 2005. And then from 2005 to 2006, I did my forensic neuro and forensic cardiac training.
So would that have been with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner of the city? Who would that have been with?
With the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in New York City.
Okay, and how long did you do that?
Well, the forensic pathology was 1 year. The forensic neuro and cardiac was another year. So that's 2 total.
Okay. At some point, did you leave New York?
Yes. After I completed those forensic subspecialties, I was offered a job at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in Atlanta. I accepted the job and moved to Atlanta in July of 2006.
Did the Georgia, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation have their own medical examiner?
Yes, so the state of Georgia, there are, Metro Atlanta has its own medical examiner offices. So there's Fulton County, Cobb, DeKalb, and Gwinnett. So 4 of the 159 counties in the state of Georgia has their own medical examiner.
Per county or total?
Per county.
Okay.
So 1 for each of those counties.
Okay.
And then the GBI, for short, covers the other 155 counties in the state. And when I first started there were, I believe, 5 or 6 offices. And then over time, it sort of shrunk down to 3 offices. And I was at the headquarters office in Atlanta.
So when you initially started with a medical examiner's office in Georgia, who did you start with?
So I was with the GBI as my full-time job.
Right.
But I did do some moonlighting pretty much at the Fulton County office, the Cobb County office, and the DeKalb County office.
So those 3 counties they comprise the metropolitan area of what city?
Of Atlanta.
Okay. So, and is that a rather large metropolitan area?
Yes, that's why each one of those counties have their own freestanding medical examiner office.
But you did part-time work for all 3?
Yes, and I actually still do now for Fulton County and then hopefully soon one of the other counties.
Okay. So, tell me about your work with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and how did that differ from what you were doing for these other counties?
So at the GBI, that was my full-time job.
What did you do? What was your job?
Oh, my job was as one of the workhorse pathologists doing, when I first started, I believe it was about 250 autopsies each year. And then as time went on, the caseloads increased. And so I would say I was doing anywhere between 250 to maybe 350 autopsies per year. I would be testifying in court. We had residents that would rotate. So the hospital pathology residents would rotate in our office. We would lecture. And then that went until 2014 when I was promoted to deputy chief medical examiner.
Okay. Now, the autopsies you were doing, and would you generate reports for each one of those? Absolutely. And were these, you indicated early in your career, you were doing general pathology. That is, if you had a polyp taken out during your colonoscopy, you would be doing those.
Yes, that's a requirement to be able to take the forensic pathology fellowship and boards.
So at this stage in your career, when you're doing autopsies, typically, how did those folks expire?
So those are sudden, unexpected deaths, whether they are we don't know what happened. You know, a 45-year-old individual found dead in their residence. No one knows why they died. We would get those cases. But then obviously all of the traumatic and non-natural deaths would be investigated by the medical examiner. So anything from car accidents to gunshot wounds, stab wounds, fights and somebody died, things of that sort.
Okay. So you did autopsies on people who died of under traumatic circumstances?
Absolutely.
Including gunshots?
Yes.
And now you just indicated promoted to deputy chief medical examiner for the GBI. How did that change your duties?
So that added a little bit of administrative duties. Thus, I sort of dropped back a little bit in the number of cases. So I probably at that time, I would be doing about 200 autopsies. That was just for 1 year until 2015. So maybe about 100 autopsies, but now I was overseeing other doctors, investigators, and then we have a unit at the GBI, which is called the Child Abuse Investigative Support Center. And so we would actually do, I oversaw it, but I wasn't the doctor in it. So I know that sounds a little weird, but the person who did most of the work in that was a doctor and an investigator. But as I moved up, you know, that sort of became under the umbrella of what I would oversee.
Were those child deaths or?
They were living consults and deaths. So district attorneys or CFR, the Child Protective Services from around the state may come and ask, hey, is this an accidental injury? Could the child have fallen off a bike, or is this abuse?
And did you review those cases?
A few of them, but really the vast majority was done by one of the other doctors.
Were you still reviewing death cases?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so if somebody did an autopsy on somebody who died of trauma, would you review their findings and the evidence?
Well, I was doing plenty of autopsies still myself. And what we had started doing was we would do rounds on all of the bodies that were in the morgue in the morning. And so we would discuss them all. It really wasn't, and then in the afternoon, we would revisit all of those in a meeting and discuss, hey, does this look, if we're focusing on gunshots, do you think this is a contact, a close range, a distant range? If we're not sure about the directionality, we would discuss that. That wasn't specifically me, that was all the doctors. But then when I became chief, all of that became, the scheduling and the meetings would become my responsibility.
So, and after you were the deputy, what happened?
So then in November of 2015, I became the chief medical examiner for the state.
For the state of Georgia?
Yes, sir.
And were you continuing to do autopsies?
I did because I wanted to, I didn't want to lose my skills. So I did continue doing autopsies. At that time, I dropped down to about 100 autopsies that I personally performed per year. Right. But I was now involved in more policy writing, administrative duties, going down to the legislature and lecturing. It was during the opioid epidemic. So there were a lot of things going on. But if there was a case that was very difficult, it's written in the policy of the GBI medical examiner's office that the chief medical examiner was the final arbiter of those cases.
Okay. Now, you did that, you said, until January 22.
That's correct.
Which would have been last year.
Yes, sir.
Now, have you been doing other things during that period of time in addition to being chief medical examiner?
Well, yes, I was doing some consulting work. I would do that at night and on the weekends, unless I, was in deposition, then I'd take personal leave to go do that. But those were the two main things I was doing.
Did you form a private consulting firm in 2008?
I did. Not in 2008. I started my first consulting case was in 2008. It was a cardiac death in New York, and the ME's office in New York referred the attorney to me. But I don't believe I started my actual, business probably until about 2013 or 14.
Okay, I misread this. So tell us what that is called and what you do.
So that's called Eisenstadt Forensic Pathology. It's nothing fancy. And really what I do is an attorney or a family may call me, ask me to review a case or to perform a private autopsy. And if I have the time, I'll accept that. I'll look over the documents. I may do an autopsy if that's what the family's requested. And then if it's an autopsy, I'll tell the family what my findings were. And, I recently had one where I referred the family to I told them to go to their cardiologist and get tested because I believe the person had a genetic disease that could be transmitted to their offspring. If it's just a record review, I'll review the records and I will tell the attorney what my opinions are. If my opinions support what they are hoping, then I may hear back from them. If my opinions don't, I probably don't ever hear back from them.
So did you have permission from the GBI to do that?
I did. While I was at the GBI, every single consult case that I did, I got written approval by my superior, who was the deputy director of the agency.
Now, have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in the area of forensic pathology, especially in gunshot wounds, in any state or federal court?
Yes. So throughout the state of Georgia, obviously. As far as gunshot wounds in other states, I've been qualified as an expert in forensic pathology in a number of states.
How many states have you been qualified to testify in as forensic pathologist?
Oh,
Just
Probably in the area of 20, 25.
Okay. And you've been qualified in the state of Georgia by both state and federal courts to testify about gunshot wounds specifically.
Yes, sir.
And have you done autopsies on people who are the victims of a shotgun wound?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have any idea on how many occasions you've done that?
Oh, I'm sure myself, I've probably done 75 to 100 or something to that effect, and then been involved in many more.
Okay. Tell me what the National Association of Medical Examiners is.
So that's actually the primary national organization that, every profession has their own national organization. And for us, for short, we call it NAME. NAME is really the main national organization for forensic pathologists. And they write position papers. We have annual meetings. There's a journal that comes through that organization. So it's the prime organization for forensic pathologists.
And do you enjoy any position with NAME?
I do.
What position or positions?
So I'm currently on the board of directors, and I sit on a few committees for NAME.
Okay. Now, you're licensed in the state of Georgia and New York?
Not New York anymore. When I left New York, I let my license lapse because I had a feeling I wasn't going back for quite a while. So currently I'm licensed in Georgia.
Are you board certified
Yes, sir.
in forensic pathology?
Yes, sir.
And you've got a number of different articles and books, and you teach at what schools?
So I was teaching at Augusta University, and that's the medical school that the Forensic Pathology Fellowship Training Program that I started at GBI, they were the sponsoring agency. But I've lectured at St. Louis University at their master's course in death investigation. I've lectured all over the state of Georgia to law enforcement, to coroners.
How about Emory School of Medicine?
Yes, well, at Emory, we had residents and fellows that would rotate through the medical examiner's office in Fulton County, as well as actually GBI. So we would teach them as well.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd move to have Dr. Eisenstadt qualified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology.
Says the state.
No objection, Your Honor.
He's so qualified.
Okay, let me talk to you. Well, let's get to this before they get to it. Are you being paid for your when I say paid for your testimony, are you being compensated to evaluate and testify?
Yes, I'm being compensated for my work.
And how much are you being paid?
So up until this point, I've been paid $3,000. And then I have another invoice that will come out after trial, which will probably be thousands of dollars. I don't recall exactly.
Okay, you compensated by the hour, or by the task, or what?
No, by the hour. So when I review documents, I charge $600 an hour. And then for testimony, I charge per day, so 24 hours, and that's $5,500 per the day.
Okay. So, and is that unusual for doctors who testify, consultant testify, or is that the normal practice?
In my field of forensic pathology, I've been told I actually undercharge, but if there's some that charge less than me, there's some that charge more than me.
Okay, I've got a number of topics I want to talk to you about today, but some testimony we had last week. I was going to say earlier this week. The weeks are beginning to mush together.
Objection, comments?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm an old guy. I forget things. I'm not sure what week it was. I apologize to the court and the state for my faulty memory.
Yes, you may proceed.
So sometime, I believe last week, we heard from the coroner of Colleton County. Did you watch that testimony or hear that testimony?
Not the coroner. I saw Dr. Reimers, the medical examiners, but I did not see the coroners.
Okay, tell the jury, please, if a medical examiner or coroner comes on the scene of a suspected homicide, how would one, as a physician or medical examiner, how would one determine time of death? What procedure would you follow?
Oh, well, whether it be a homicide or not, any death scene, you want to try to get an idea. It's not an exact science, but you want to try to get an idea of what the body temperature is as compared to the ambient temperature.
Why?
Why? Because it can give you an idea of how long the body has been there. But there's a lot of factors. So the way that I always taught the investigators and coroners is if you walk into a room or you walk into an environment where there's a dead body, the first thing you do is put a thermometer down. Don't look at the thermostat on the wall. Don't look at the computer to see what it says. Put the thermostat down, look in the area, start your investigation. Come back and look at the thermometer. That will be your ambient temperature.
Ambient temperature means what?
The temperature of the air in that area.
Okay.
And obviously you want to put it near where the body is. And then you take the thermometer and you do a rectal temperature. You put it in the rectum, but you leave it there and you start doing more of your scene investigation. Then you come back, you take it out, and then you have the closest to what we can get for a core body temperature. And you document those two. And then there's other things you look at. You look at blood settling, and you look at what's called rigidity, so stiffening of the muscles.
So why would you want a core temperature and an ambient temperature? What do you do with that?
Well, then you can, the body will equilibrate.
Well, what?
Will sort of even out with the ambient, so the outside temperature, between 1 to 1.5 degrees per hour. I will say it's not an exact science, because obviously if, right now I'm sure my body temperature is a little higher because I'm on the stand. So I may not be 98.6 degrees right now, which is normal.
And if you were to die right now, it would not be appropriate. I'm not saying you should die right now, but so your temperature's up a little bit. Does that mean that you would start at in your calculations at a higher temperature? What would you do?
Right. So that's the problem is that, let's say I'm 99.5 right now. So that's 1 degree higher. That already moved. We're starting to move that time frame out to it could have an hour faultiness to what you're going to do. So it's 100 degrees outside. My core body temperature is 99 degrees. So we have 1 degree difference. So you may say it's been about an hour, but unfortunately television shows have made it seem like you can say it happened at this time. But in all honesty, you can't. But by far the best methodology is to do a core body temperature.
And an ambient temperature.
And an ambient temperature, yes.
So tell me what you would learn by sticking your hand under the armpit of a deceased.
You wouldn't learn anything.
Really?
Well, you may learn that the arm can't come down because of rigidity, but as far as temperature, you have your own body temperature. You have, you're sticking it in an armpit, which is exposed to the ambient temperature. So that it's just not a valid method to try to make a determination of time of death.
Just a guess.
It's a guess, yes.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about, we're going to be dealing with some sealed material. Is that TV off over there? What now? This? I want to make sure this jury you see. Okay. So at our request, we're Mr. Murdaugh's lawyers, did you examine materials in this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
And let me first of all ask you if you examined these two documents. Oh, I'm sorry. Your Honor, I'm showing the witness defendants exhibit 177 and 178.
So 178, yes.
And Tell us what that is.
That is the Medical University of South Carolina's autopsy file. So it's more than just the report. It's essentially the file for the medical examiner.
Okay. You examined that.
Yes, sir, I did.
Go ahead. What's the next one?
So 177 I did examine, and this is the MUSC file for Maggie.
This being 177.
Yes, sir.
So Maggie's 177 and Paul is 178.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we would offer these into evidence.
Your Honor, the state would object to these documents coming into evidence.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Your Honor, Dr. Reamer testified to her reports. These are reports by Dr. Reamer. These are not reports generated by Dr. Eisenstadt. He has reviewed those reports. He can testify to the substance of those reports, but we would object to the reports themselves coming in as evidence.
Says the defense.
Your Honor, these are business records that are kept in the ordinary course of business according to Dr. Reamer. There's certainly nothing in here other than her findings, basically. So we'd object. I mean, these are what Dr. Reamer relied on. These documents, certainly under the business records exception, they would be admissible. I don't quite understand why the state would not want this jury to be able to see. I'm sorry.
The state has objected, so the argument is not why they would not want them.
Business records exception, I'm sorry.
I haven't seen the exhibit. I can't rule without seeing what they are.
What Dr. Reamer relied on, these documents, certainly under the business records exception. I don't quite understand why they would not want this jury. The argument is not why they
Admitted over objection.
Now, we'll come back to these. I'm primarily interested in her determinations and some sketches she did that are in there, okay? So you examined her, her report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And could I have the Elmo, please? Can I have those reports? Let's talk about Maggie to begin with, okay?
Okay.
And I'm going to put this on the Elmo. Can you tell me what this is, please?
That's a standard body diagram for a female.
And you reviewed this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's put this on the Elmo. And could I have the easel, what? Oh, you can? Okay, so this would be the body sketches. Maggie. Could I have the female? What page is that? That's no idea.
Let's talk about Maggie.
What do you see on your screen?
I see the female body diagram from the autopsy of Maggie Murdaugh.
Okay, so you know, if you could put it in that doorway up there. Sure. Allow the jury to see a little bit better. Push it back. There you go. So and let's put this on it. Okay, so by way of, let's walk through the wounds on Maggie, okay?
Okay.
So look at the sketch in front of you and walk the jury through. If you need to come down here with a pointer, or can you do it from up there, whatever is more convenient for you.
There's a lot of writing, so it may be easier for me to point it out. I don't know if this is a touch screen or not.
We still have, she has a pointer, but that's okay. So use that. Okay, so what I want you to do is step down here, please. And I'd like you to stand so that those jurors over there can see. So you probably need to stand over there.
Sure.
Okay, so how about walk them? Yeah, okay. Walk them through the wounds on Maggie, please.
So I think the easiest would be to go from bottom up.
Okay.
So we have, these are all rifle wounds. They're all caused by a rifle. We have an entrance wound on the left thigh, and the entrance wound on the left thigh has on the diagram little dots, which is stippling, which makes it an intermediate range rifle wound.
What does that mean, intermediate range?
We're talking up to 1 to 3 feet. The end of the barrel to the actual skin where the bullet goes through.
Okay.
And I agree with what's Dr. Reamer put here. That's the medial left thigh. Now we flip the body over and we have the, on the diagram, so this is now the left side, and we have the corresponding exit wound on the back of the left thigh. So I agree with the range of fire, the directionality, that it's an intermediate range rifle.
So you and Dr. Reamer agree?
Yes, we agree on this one.
Okay, next.
Moving up, we can go here to the torso, So we have another entrance rifle wound on the upper right torso. It, as per, I obviously can't see the inside in this, but as per the autopsy, it goes through a number of organs, goes across, and comes out the bottom left back of the torso. And I agree with that, with her finding on that as well.
Let me interrupt you one second.
Yes, sir.
Prior to your agreement or disagreement, did you look at the autopsy photos?
Oh, absolutely.
Did you look at her report and her notes?
Absolutely.
Anything else you looked at?
I looked at some scene photos, and I believe that was it.
Okay, but you're relying on her photos.
Yes, the most important for me is the autopsy report, the autopsy diagram, and the autopsy photos.
Okay, I'm sorry, go to the next one.
Okay, so we've talked about one gunshot wound, a rifle wound, 2 rifle wounds. Now we have a rifle wound on the left wrist and forearm. We have an entrance on the back of the left wrist, which is the dorsal surface, and this is the ventral or volar surface. And the exit is on the volar left forearm. I agree with that as well. I'm sorry, I also looked at x-rays. That was
Okay.
part of the photos. On the x-ray, there are some little fragments of, you can tell it's a rifle round in the left wrist.
And it went through?
It went through, yes,
And entrance on which side?
on the back of the left wrist.
Okay, next.
So we've now talked about 3 of them. Now we have 2. I'll start with the first one, which I agree with her findings, and then the second one is where I have, there's a discrepancy. So if we now look at rifle wound E, which is the one that's here on the back of the head,
Yes.
the directionality is correct, and I can explain why I believe the one on the left breast, the directionality was wrong. But we have a almost tangential, meaning that it doesn't go super deep into the brain. It comes here, but a rifle has a lot of kinetic energy and so it has a lot of force to it, and it can cause severe disruption. And it's coming along here, goes through the brain, and when this one goes through the brain, it causes an injury to the brainstem. That would make her die immediately. So this one came here, and then, which is the entrance on the back right of the head.
And that's labeled what?
That's labeled E.
Okay.
And then you can see on the x-ray, there's a little fragment or a few little fragments in the head. And so a rifle round will fragment. We call it a lead snowstorm. It sort of on x-ray looks like a snowstorm, a bunch of little white pieces. It breaks up. Pieces of projectile come through down into the back and continue down into the right chest. So this is, now remember, we're talking about directionality. This is top, this is bottom. And so on the body, it's going downwards, but obviously we have a moving situation. So if she's like this, it may have been coming straight, but on the body, the directionality is downwards. And there are some up arrows here on the injuries to the upper back. I don't know why, because in her report, they go down. So that's all part of gunshot or rifle wound E. That's actually the lethal rifle wound, immediately lethal. And now I'll focus on A, C, and then the abrasion or the graze wound of the abdomen. And this is where I differ in opinion of directionality.
So you agree with her on everything except this one?
On Maggie, that's correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So if we look at the autopsy photos, that's going to be extremely important.
We will in a minute.
Okay. So we do have a wound on the left breast. We do have a wound on the left chin, and we do have this abrasion under the left breast. And sometimes there are characteristics that we look for to try to give us directionality of these superficial gunshot or rifle wounds. And what you're looking for when it's a tangential wound is you're looking for skin tags. So
Tell me what a skin tag is.
sure. So if you think about it, if a bullet is coming and it's the skin, and you can see how it's pushing the skin like this, so you're going to get these tears in the skin. And the tears in the skin are going to be in the direction that the bullet's coming. But if you let that go, between those two tears is a triangular piece of tissue left, right? So we have a tear over here, we have a tear over here, and then you let it go and you have a skin tag. You have a piece of tissue pointing in the direction that the bullet came from. And so when I look at the picture of the rifle wound to the back of the head, you can see all of those skin tags are pointing up this way, so the bullet came here. When I look at the left breast and I look at the wound to the left side of the head, or excuse me, the left chin or jaw, I see skin tags pointing this way. So that would make this rifle wound come from here. It would be superficial, but remember we have all of that kinetic energy. So that's why we get the splitting of the skin, the fracture of the chin, then it comes down through the breast, and then it grazes the upper left chest. And it sort of makes sense when you think about it. If a person is leaning forward and you've got one going down this way, you've got another one going essentially in the same exact direction. So there's the scientific aspect by looking at the actual outline or the actual look of the wound. And then you also have two wounds from a rifle that are right next to each other going in the same direction.
And you indicate that both of the directions of both of those, one that goes down this way to and severs the brainstem, and then the other one that goes down and through her breast. I mean, unless somebody were very, very tall, is there an explanation on how those wounds would have come about?
Yes. So, I mean, really, we know it's coming from the top of the head downwards, right? So unless someone is standing in an elevated position, or someone is lying down on their stomach, and then you have a sniper who's on the ground going this way, really, and we see this in people who are going to open the door because someone's knocking on the door and a gunshot comes through. If you're leaning, as I was saying earlier, if you're leaning forward, let's say the first shot here gives her significant pain. I agree with Dr. Reamer on that. And she's leaning over like this, then if I don't want to hit you, I'm sorry. I have a gunshot coming like this. Now I look at it, the body lying flat on the table, you can see how it goes straight down. So the explanation that I think is probably most feasible here is that she's leaning forward, most likely probably in pain from the abdominal wound.
And the second shot?
Same thing.
So she's leaning forward, one back here, and where does the second shot come?
The second shot goes right next to the left ear, and on the autopsy photos, you can see a ring of a contusion or a bruise, and it looks very, very similar to her earring that was found there. And again, that's from the energy would push the earring up. The bullet comes down, goes through the breast and out.
So that shot blew her earlobe off, or blew?
Pretty much, yes.
And the ring goes, they find at the scene, right?
Correct.
Okay, so let's walk through the photos, and if you'll stay right where you are, and then I'm going to maybe have you draw something up there. I haven't quite decided yet. Could I have Defendant's Exhibit 169, please? And I remind everyone we should be covered for this. Nope. I'm sorry, 159. Not your fault. Right, and again, I apologize for the graphic nature, but this is what you do every day, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so tell us what this depicts.
So this depicts Maggie's body on the autopsy table. And when we're doing our measurements on a body, that's how we're looking at the body, lying on her back or on the person's back on the autopsy table. And we're looking at the left side. Here is that wound with the left ear and the left chin. And here's her left breast. And then right above this wound here, we have that semicircle, which is consistent with the earring.
So this is the shot you would disagree with Dr. Reamer about.
Yes, this is the only shot I disagree with.
And her explanation of this was what? I mean, what was it was going up?
Yeah, she stated that it was going upwards.
It would have entered the breast and then gone up?
Right.
And the reason you disagree with that is?
Well, number one, there's skin tags. When we look closer at the breast and we look closer at the left side of the chin, skin tags are pointing upwards, showing that that's where the bullet came from. The other is, there's also a part of our job where just sort of common sense, and it just seems very odd that when you have one going this way, you have to be in a very bizarre position to be able to get it to go up. But from the scientific standpoint, it's how the wound looks.
And you believe those wounds are caused by bullets fired in succession?
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay. Could we go to, Defendant's Exhibit 160. What does this depict?
So this is the left side of her jaw, and it's pulled forward, but you can see up here, I don't want to, you see the skin tag is pointing this way, right? The laceration is coming down here, and if I were to flip this back up, these skin tags point up as well.
Point out a skin tag again.
This is a great example of a skin tag that is like this.
Could you blow that up a little bit for me, please? Right around right below the ear. Yeah, right in there, that's perfect. Okay, show me the skin tag.
Okay, well, there's, if we were to, you see here that this is sort of in a triangular shape, and if I flipped it back up, it would fit right into here.
Right.
And so the skin tag is pointing upwards in the directionality of where the bullet comes. It'll be easier to see on the breast, actually.
Okay, so could we go to this one?
Yes.
Okay, that would be Defendant's Exhibit 161. Okay, tell me, is that the area you want? Does that help?
Yes, but I think before we blow it up, I think what's important is for orientation purposes, you can see that her head is up here. So this would be up, this would be down.
Okay.
And now if we need to blow that up, you can see the skin tags are pointing up. The lacerations, the splitting in the skin is pointing down. So that indicates an up to down directionality.
Okay. And could we see State's Exhibit 498? Tell me what this depicts.
This is a beautiful depiction. I don't mean to use that word. I'm sorry.
Beautiful is not.
I didn't mean that. That's from a forensic pathologist. It's a classic book example of the lacerations coming and pointing downwards. The skin tags are pointing upwards. So skin tag, skin tag, skin tag, all pointing up where the bullet's coming from. The lacerations are pointing down, which is the direction the bullet's going in.
Now, did you and Dr. Reamer agree or disagree on this?
We agreed on this.
Okay. Now, the other thing is, it appears her head was shaved. Why is that?
Right. So any gunshot wound to the head, if you're trying to make a determination of entrance or exit, or trying to get a better idea of what it looks like. You also want to look for if there's any gunshot residue. You shade that area. So most of the time is to look at the actual outline of it. Sometimes it's to preserve evidence for further testing.
Okay, could I have 168, please? And what is this an X-ray of?
So this is an X-ray of her head and neck, and it might be hard to see, but we have right here in the center, we have a fragment of possibly jacketing or a fragment of a projectile right here in the midline with a few smaller pieces. We have nothing over on the left side where this injury is. So nothing went in here and stayed. All of the projectiles, and then we'll continue down to the chest. It's one rifle that went down, and then you'll see that lead snowstorm, which is consistent with it going back in to the back and down to the chest.
Okay, and could you go to 169, please?
So you can see here how it continues down into the right chest, and it sort of looks like a snowstorm. That's a rifle round.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead and take the stand, please. So your job is to look at the photos and determine whether or not the original pathologist was correct or incorrect. That's what we hired you to do, right?
Well, really, what you asked me to do was look at the autopsy report, look at the photos, and give my opinion on the gunshot wounds. That was it. I wasn't even asked to say, I wasn't even asked, is she right or wrong? You just asked me to look at them and give you my opinion.
And how many bullets holes do we have here? How many shots?
Well, we have 5 shots.
And of the 5, you agree with her on 4?
Yes, sir.
And disagree with her on 1?
Correct.
Okay. So let's move on for just a moment, and let's look at, we'll go to Paul's autopsy report, and we'll go to his sketch. Let me get this material away. Okay, let me put this, jumble things up. So let's have you step down again with your pointer, please. It's right here. Your Honor, maybe approach. Thank you. So how about detail what she indicates are the wounds to Paul? And we'll start at, I guess, at the bottom and go up.
Sure.
Okay.
So there's 2 shotgun wounds to Paul. One is on the chest and one is on the head.
Okay, let's talk about the chest wound first.
Sure. So the chest wound is also an intermediate range, so 1 to 3 feet. Shotgun wound that goes across the chest, does not enter into the chest cavity. It leaves near the armpit, and then the pellets themselves disperse, and some of them go through the arm. I agree with her on that, both on the range of fire and the directionality.
Okay. So the other shot resulted in his head exploding?
Correct.
Okay. Explain to the jury what she said and then what you believe, and we'll talk about why the difference is in just a minute.
Sure.
Okay?
So in her autopsy report, she stated that she believed the entrance was coming from the left side, went up, and then it exited the top of the head. To me, this is a contact range shotgun wound to the top of the head that caused extreme pressure buildup in the head from it being contact, leading to these types of fractures, and that the pellets, so the shotgun wound comes in, the wadding will start to open up. All of that pressure, basically, for lack of a better term, will explode what's there because the pressure needs to get out somehow. And then the head would have been down like this, and the pellets lodged here and went into the left shoulder. And then you can see that the pellets are going down into the tissues of the shoulder.
So you believe the wound that resulted in his head exploding was where? Where would the shotgun have been?
Well, it would have been to the top back of his head.
And how far away from the head?
Oh, no, it would have been pressed against the head.
So it'd be a contact wound to the back of the head.
Correct.
And that would result in, and we're going to talk about this in a little more detail in a minute. But if it was in the back of the head, tell me how we have a hole here and then a wound here. How does that work?
Well, you're shooting, it's different than shooting into a space where it can expand. It's not up against a firm surface. So shooting into the abdomen is different. The pressure will still go in if it's a contact to the abdomen, but the abdomen can stretch, the pressure and the gas can disperse because it's sort of an open space with skin that can stretch out and back. The skull really only has one hole at the very bottom. So if I were to take a shotgun and press it against this pile of paper here, and I were to shoot it, this paper would blow up because the pressure has nowhere to go, so it's got to blow everything up that's right there. If I were to take that shotgun and shoot it from here, the pressure is open. It's open to the free atmosphere, right? So it's going to come out of the barrel and it's going to spread out. It'll go a little distance, and that's why we get soot in close range shotgun wounds. It'll go a little distance, but then it'll disperse. So if I were here and I were to shoot down at this paper, the paper is going to get a whole bunch of holes in it, but it's not going to completely explode.
And this is birdshot, correct?
In the head, it's birdshot.
In the chest, it was?
It appears that it was buckshot.
Okay. Now, so her opinion was, and tell me the path.
So unfortunately, the top of the head wasn't shaved, so I can't tell you the exact entrance, but it absolutely is a contact range shotgun wound to the head. And from the way it was described by Dr. Reamer, what she described as the exit wound was that it was near the top of the head and a little bit back on the right. So probably right about here.
Okay. Now, let me talk to you a bit. If you take the witness stand again, please. Okay, so, yeah, if you can blow that up a little bit. This is in evidence. Where did this exhibit come from? Is there a book?
Yes, this is from the main textbook on gunshot wounds by Vincent DeMeo.
And it has been described as the Bible shot wounds, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, here we go. And that's, I think we asked Dr. Reamer about this book and she agreed, right?
Yes, sir.
And this sketch or these pictures are from that book?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So this depicts a shotgun shell being fired, correct?
Yes, sir.
And tell the jury, please, this is the initial firing, correct?
The very top image, correct.
And what is that coming out?
What's coming out are actually flames and gas. So sometimes you'll see a little bit of burning because the gunpowder is ignited, so you have a little bit of flame and then gas.
Now, if they had shaved Paul's head, which they did not, correct?
Correct.
Would they have seen some evidence of that gas and flame coming out?
I would say most likely yes. You don't always see it, but yeah, most likely there would be some soot or what we call searing, burning.
Okay, the next one down, B, what is that showing us?
So now what we're seeing is at the front, you can see all the pellets that are still sort of in a cylindrical form because the wadding itself has not completely opened up yet. So, you know, the pellets are all, you have a plastic tube in essence, and then the pellets are all at the top, and then there's a piece of wadding, so like a plastic disc or something, and then underneath it, you have the gunpowder. The gunpowder gets ignited, the heat builds up the pressure, it pushes out the plastic tube through the barrel of the weapon, and that's when, that first image, you see that. The second image, you see that we still have all of the shot, or the pellets are still within the plastic tube. And so that's going to go for a little distance. Behind it, we see the cloud of gas. We see the pressure from the cloud of gas. And this is still very early on in the shot.
Okay, and what's the next, C? What does that depict?
Right, so now we're a little bit further out, a little bit later after the weapon's been fired. We still see that the pellets are in sort of a cylindrical form, and you can see that the cloud of gas is getting bigger, right? The reason the cloud of gas is getting bigger here is because it's going to go where? Via the path of least resistance. So it's going out into the atmosphere. This is not pressed against anything. This is just if I were shooting in the air and the gas is coming out.
And the last one, D?
A little further on, you can now see the pellets are just starting to separate. And we see this big cloud of gas. So the pressure is dispersing outwards into the atmosphere.
And if we had another shot 3 feet down or 4 feet down, what would be happening with those pellets?
So now you're starting to get individual pellets that are, the pellets would be opening up. So they wouldn't still be in that cylinder. If we're talking 3-4 feet or further. So on the skin, we would start seeing a little outline of individual holes from individual pellets. It's not like they all have separated yet, but we would see some.
10 feet, would they be separated?
Oh, yes.
Okay, and so you see a pattern of shot.
Correct.
Individual pellets.
Correct.
Okay. So let's follow this back. If, let's go with her scenario first.
Okay.
And the testimony, I think, has been 3 feet. The muzzle of the shotgun was 3 feet from, and let me maybe put one of these in. Let's see which one of these is what we want. Okay, let me have State's Exhibit 478, please. Now, the wound in the center of his chest, you and she agree on directionality. It came out under his arm. Pellets penetrated his arm and then went on, I think we've heard, out the back window.
Right. So directionality and range of fire, I agree with her on that one.
Okay, so when you look at the wound in his shoulder and his neck, and of course, his head, tell us where Dr. Reamer got it wrong.
Well, I think she has it reversed. And the reason being is, now that you've seen where all the pressure would go, if the entrance wound is here on the left shoulder, and we're saying that we're at least 3 to 4 feet away from there because we have no soot, we have no stippling on the skin, then by the time it gets to the left side of the chin or over here at the angle of the mandible, the jaw, we've lost a lot of energy. And so, yes, you can get some pellets still going up into the head, but you're not going to have the top of the head completely blown off. And if you look at the photograph here, you can see, for all of us, it curves over and goes around because the top of our skull's there. If you look here, it goes flat. He's missing the top of his skull. That would not have happened from a 3 to 4 foot, 3 feet or further shotgun wound coming in on the left side.
And the wound on his shoulder, let's look at that real quick. Shoulder, please. That's a pretty big wound, is it not?
It is, and there's pellets that are going down into the tissue.
And what is the evidence of that?
Well, there's photographs that are taken looking down into the wound, and you can see pellets there, and there are x-rays that are taken that you can see there's pellets down into the left shoulder.
If you go to Defendant's Exhibit 162. Okay, step down here, please.
Yes, sir. May I?
Your Honor, may you step down? Thank you. You stand over there with the pointer. Show the jury, please, the individual pellets.
Oh, well, this is probably the easiest one to see. Round and silver. I'm going to have to come around for a moment. I'm sorry. There's one here. There's one here. It's not projecting well, but I know that I saw a few down here, but then on x-ray, it'll become more apparent.
Okay. We'll be right up while we're talking about which would be. Which of these you want to start on?
We can do this
Okay.
since we're talking about.
Hold on one second. Any objections? Your Honor, I would offer into evidence exhibit 112 and ask it be put under seal.
Submitted.
All right. Tell us what exhibit you got. Do you have that? 112? I know this is shocking, Your Honor. We have some technical issues here. This is, I don't know what happened to the poster boards. I just. Got it? No? Yes. No, this is 112. I mean, it's going to take some time. Let's just put it on the Elmo and go from there. We're interested in this area. And I'm going to have one more. Okay, tell the jury, please, what we're looking at here.
Sure. So any case that comes to a medical examiner's office that has any type of penetrating injury, the medical examiner will do x-rays to see if there's anything left in the body, and then also for safety reasons. But what we're looking at here is, this is the spine. These are the ribs. So we're looking at the chest, the left shoulder, because we're coming out here to the left arm, and all of these dots are the pellets from the shotgun wound. And what we can see here is that these pellets are coming down all the way. So this is the first rib right here. First rib is about right here. So we have pellets all the way down to this level.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with the shot being fired from his left, apparently going upward to
Right.
the brain?
That wouldn't be consistent, and the reason being is then it would have to, the pellets would have to go up, curve, and come down, while the rest of them are continuing this way.
Okay. So could I have this one? That's
Sure.
okay. Defense Exhibit 111. I can do Elmo.
I can. You got it. Okay, good.
Okay, this should be up on the screen now. Can you, we're talking about the lower right hand, I mean, our
The left side of the body.
left side of the
The
body.
R stands for right, so the X-ray is being taken like this, right side, and this is the left side.
Okay, so could you blow up the lower R right corner, please? There you go. Now, what does this depict?
So this is showing here on the left side of the jaw, and we see all of these pellets that are here. So the jaw is right here, and you can see these pellets are in the left side of the jaw, in the neck, and they're going down into the upper left chest.
So, and you believe the directionality on these is down?
Well, from the totality of the evidence, I believe, yes, they're downwards.
Okay. And,
But this X-ray has other findings, I think, that are important for that opinion.
okay,
And, I mean, you can see the severity of the fractures of the skull. The skull should, actually, I think it was better if we were back. The severity, the skull should obviously come all the way around, right? There's no skull here. That's probably the area where the shotgun was pressed against the head. And we've got all of these fractures. In medical terms, we call it multiple comminuted fractures. This is, I mean, textbook for a contact range shotgun wound to the head, to the top of the head, not down here.
and, okay, so in your opinion, if it had happened the way Dr. Reamer said, you would not have the directionality of those pellets in the shoulder down, correct? And you would not have that kind of devastation to the skull. Wouldn't be enough energy.
That's correct. You may have some what we call linear fractures, so little lines of fractures, but you wouldn't have the top of the skull completely gone.
So explain to me, not being a hunter, how does the gas, you got gas coming first, pellets coming second, right?
Yes, sir.
So how do you get the gas going in and the pellets continuing on?
Well, the pellets are projected by the gas causing pressure to push out the shot and then the pellets within it. So, think about a rocket that's going up into space, right? So you see all of the cloud underneath the rocket, and the rocket will continue going up, but the cloud goes out because that's the area of least resistance. But the rocket will still continue. So that's pretty much the same mechanism. The shot cup is going to be pushed out. The energy from all of that gas needs to go somewhere. And when it's being pressed up against a firm surface like a skull, that pressure is going to build up. It's going to go through the hole that's caused by the entrance wound, and it's got nowhere else to go. So it is, and of course this is all happening in milliseconds, but all of that gas is expanding the inside of the skull, and the least resistance is right here at that opening now. So it's going to cause that area to basically pop out.
And some of the pellets would go through, most of the pellets would go through.
Oh, the pellets will continue through. There may be, the brain is not here, right? And so there's probably pellets within the brain, but we don't have an X-ray of them.
They didn't X-ray the brain.
Correct.
So, and the skull, I mean, the brain would leave the cavity, or in this case, did it leave the cavity?
Yes, it did.
And under what kind of force?
I can't give you an exact, number. The forces are usually in what are called newtons, but it's the buildup of that pressure in the skull. It's even in that textbook. Brains being eviscerated in shotgun cases are from contact wounds.
So if you're the person holding the gun to the skull, does any of that energy go up the barrel of the gun?
Well, yes, once that, like I said, it builds up in the head and then it comes back up. So that's what causes the brain to be pushed out. There's going to be pellets that will come out. There'll be other bodily fluids that will come out and will go up along. It'll basically be what we call back spatter or back motion.
But in a violent way.
Yes.
And the person holding that gun, would they be subject to being covered in that material?
Yes, they would.
In a very forceful way?
Yes.
Okay, so let me show you a couple other pictures. That's this photo, right?
That's that one.
Yeah, okay. Would you put Defense Exhibit 113, please? It's just accurate. I believe this is an evidence. Okay. Tell us what that depicts.
So now we've moved over to the side, to the left, more of the left shoulder and showing some of the left arm. And again, you see how the pellets are sort of dispersed and they're coming down. This is your shoulder blade, your scapula. And so it's even down to the level of the collarbone here and the shoulder blade.
Is that consistent with a shot coming up and across the shoulder and into the neck, or is it consistent with something coming down?
Well, again, with the totality of everything, this is absolutely going down.
Okay. Now, let me see. State's Exhibit 487. I'm sorry. Tell us what we learned from this.
Well, for lack of a better term, we have no brain or top of skull. It's completely gone with multiple fractures.
And was his hair shaved?
No, sir, it was not.
Would that have been in the normal practice, the prudent practice, the required practice?
Yes, I would have liked to have seen it shaved to help determine an entrance versus an exit.
Okay. But with this autopsy photo, you can't really tell. What would you expect if it was an entrance wound? A contact entrance wound?
Right. Well, I can tell with this photograph that it is a contact entrance wound due to the severity of the injury. But what would have been nice is if the hair was shaved, I'd be looking for gunpowder residue. I'd be looking for burning on the skin itself, on the brain itself, and on the skull itself.
So when this goes, back up for just a second. The first shot, I believe you agree to the chest that your Dr. Reamer is correct. This shot, which would be on the top right back, can you tell, or would you have an opinion as to his posture at the time of that shot?
Well, it's sort of similar to what we were talking about with Maggie, unless somebody is in an elevated position where they're high enough where it can come down like this, he's most likely bent over.
Further than that, about that, I mean,
That's hard for me to say. I mean, his head's over like this because we have the smaller wound, the bigger wound as it's expanding out here. And the directionality goes like that. I can't tell you how far down he was actually bent over.
and why would he be bent over?
Well, the second you get this shot, you're immediately deceased.
No, I'm talking about before the shot.
Right, and so and we know that he fell forward, he has abrasions to his face. So that indicates to me that the belly shot was first.
When you say the belly shot.
I'm
Chest.
sorry, the shot that comes across the chest, not the belly. And that would be extremely painful. So that would cause, he may be bent over from the pain and then came this shot.
Would that first shot affect his ability to breathe at all?
It would.
In what way?
Well, Dr. Reamer documented what's called pulmonary contusion, so bruising of the lung. And it's hard on a postmortem x-ray to see if you have what's called a pneumothorax, so air that's around the lung. So it'll be difficult for him to breathe.
Could you take that down, Doug, please? Okay, so you believe that he was in pain as he bent over and then somebody shot him in the top of the head?
Well, yes, this is a painful injury.
Okay. Now, let me ask you about just a couple more things.
Should I go back up?
Yes, please. Well, yeah, go back up. Can I have Defendant's Exhibit 189, please? Okay, tell us what this is, please.
So this is, I'm sorry.
Heading,
Yes, sir, I have.
and is it from the same book as the gunshot, the shotgun?
Yes, it's from the DeMayo gunshot wound book.
And what does it depict? I mean, I'm not telling you specifically what it depicts, but what does it depict?
What the appearance on the body would be at different ranges for shotgun wounds.
Okay. Offer this in evidence, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the state objects, this is hearsay, this is a book page from a book by somebody else, not the witness who's testifying.
Your Honor, she has not objected to two other, her witness and this witness, relating to the same book, different page. It's a learned treatise, and it's the Bible of gunshot wounds for, both Dr. Reamer and this witness have testified. It's something they all rely on. I can have them sketch it out, or we can just put this in.
Says the state.
It's hearsay, Your Honor.
That's it. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
I just spotted that my mic has been on all this time. Has anybody been able to hear the kitty purring? Okay, so is this an actual break for the jury, or did they want to discuss something out of earshot? It says in the body cam footage, one officer plainly stated there's blood brain spatter on the ceiling. For the shot to be the way this witness described it.
So, doctor, this is page 189. What is it?
So this is a photocopy from a page of the gunshot wound book that gives a pictorial diagram of what different range of fires would look like on the skin of a shotgun wound victim.
Anything else from the state or the defense?
Your Honor, under 803 hearsay, the number 18, learned treatises, to the extent called to the attention of an expert witness upon cross-examination or relied by and directed statements contained in published treatises, periodicals, or pamphlets on the subject of history, medicine, or other science or art, established as a reliable authority by the testimony admission of the witness or by other expert testimony or by judicial notice, if admitted, may be read into evidence, but may not be received as exhibits. I'm sorry. So I'll withdraw it as an exhibit, and I'll have him do a drawing.
All right. Okay, we'll take 15 minutes.
Okay, a 15-minute break. Yes, S. Couch, you're very right about the blood-brain matter. I remember them talking about it being on door
Stories, a
frame.
shot cup comes out. You see this? You keep hearing them use the term wadding. As wadding travels down range, these little leaflets on the side, they deploy, okay? And if you look at any of these, you can see it in slow motion on YouTube. These deployed, it looks like a flower petal, and it falls away. Didn't have time to fall away. That gives you a sense of how quick this happened. That means that the wadding traveled forward like this. The pellets, which are contained in here, were delivered through the wound, and they stayed intact, not completely intact, but you could still make out the fact that they were a collective. Shotguns are meant to spread. This round didn't have time to spread. That means it was in close proximity. This goes back to the idea of shaving the hair. What Eisenstadt had said, and what's a good practice, is as this weapon initiates, little flame comes out of the end. Remember, we're talking about gunpowder igniting, and it would have seared that outer skin. You'd even see it on the internal table of the skull. This was not done. Remember, Reamer said the brain had been ejected out of the body. They didn't do an x-ray on the brain, Jesse.
Right.
So that's very important as well. You have to shave this area, see the soot deposition. You also collect the hair and look for any gunpowder on the hair. I don't know that that was done as well.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what, more questions. We're going to get into it. We're going to take a break. When we come back, let's see where this goes next. Stay with us.
I wish I had stayed with that expert there for a bit longer, because he brought up some excellent points there. Yes, I agree with that it was something that should have been done at autopsy. They should have shaved the skull and checked for that, just so that they would be able to refute that for reasonable doubt. And that's what they're going for, is reasonable doubt. And even if it is a contact wound, what's to say that Alec didn't do it? I mean, good grief. I mean, sorry, but people do terrible things to the ones they are supposed to love. And, Alex is as capable of doing that as any of those people are. I mean, look at in 1970, you had the McDonald murders at Fort Bragg, and he stabbed and did terrible things to his wife and his two young daughters, who were, I mean, one of them is, got her bottle with her in bed. And so, and you look at Josh Powell in Washington, in Puyallup, he took an axe to Charlie and Braden before blowing up the house. So, don't go just, there. Oh, it had to be a hit by some stranger because of the nature of the wounds. No, people do terrible things to the ones they're supposed to love. And I think that Alex had a lot of rage towards Paul for upsetting the apple cart, bringing the Murdaugh family into their name into, bad light, and him, searching out drugs and so forth, to with show Maggie, oh, he's doing the pills again. So there, I can't remember which channel I was on last night, but they were hypothesizing that perhaps what led to this was that Paul found some more drugs that night, and that they were trying to kind of do an intervention with Alex and saying, look, you need to go into rehab. And Alex decided, to take them out at that point. And you have the other points, like Maggie wasn't going to sell like he wanted to. So like the guy you were talking about didn't want his boys to love anyone. Oh yes, he definitely he didn't want the grandparents from Susan's family to get custody.
Welcome back, everybody. So again, we can't jump live back into the Alec Murdaugh trial. They're currently taking a short break. Gives us an opportunity to review some of the testimony that we heard earlier on today from Dr. Eisenstadt, this expert that was called by the defense, putting into question exactly what the jury heard about the injury sustained by Maggie and Paul. I'll give you a little sample of what he said earlier today.
Tell us what we learned from this.
Well, for lack of a better term, we have no brain or top of skull. It's completely gone with multiple fractures.
And was his hair shaved?
No, sir, it was not.
Would that have been in the normal practice, the prudent practice, the required practice?
Yes, I would have liked to have seen it shaved to help determine an entrance versus an exit.
Okay. But with this autopsy photo, you can't really tell. What would you expect if it was an entrance wound? A contact entrance wound?
Right. Well, I can tell with this photograph that it is a contact entrance wound due to the severity of the injury. But what would have been nice is if the hair was shaved, I'd be looking for gunpowder residue. I'd be looking for burning on the skin itself, on the brain itself, and on the skull itself.
All right, let's break it down. Right now, we are joined by our other boots on the ground, Gigi McKelvey, who is inside that South Carolina courtroom today. Gigi, it's good to see you. Good morning. So this is interesting testimony, right? And from an outside perspective, who's somebody who's just following the trial, just picked it up today, they might not understand the significance of what forensic pathologist Dr. Jonathan Eisenstadt is testifying to. What is the significance?
The significance is he is disputing the findings of the pathologist who did the actual autopsies of the trajectory of that second fatal head wound that Paul sustained. So with the original pathologist, she believed that the bullet entered in the top of the shoulder, exited, went through the jaw, kind of through the neck area, and then out the back of the head. He thinks that this is a downward trajectory for that second headshot due to the fact that the pellets are in a downward trajectory going towards the chest. So that's very different than coming in from the side as opposed to kind of straight down is what I'm getting.
Yeah, and I think that's significant. We know that the defense is kind of go towards the end of their case, right? They have a few more witnesses that they want to call. But we learned a little bit more details about the jury going on a field trip as well, right?
Yeah, the jury's going to go to Moselle. They're going to get to see it firsthand. I think the distance between the kennels and the house and where Maggie was found in relation to Paul, probably a really good visual for them to see it themselves, to gauge that time frame as well, which is also a big part of the state's case in kind of disputing that he didn't make the 911 call immediately. Things like that have been brought in. He moved Paul before or after. Would he have had time in 20 seconds, essentially? I think that's important.
And the
for them
distance
to go
between
see.
the kennels,
distances too.
right? And the distance
Right.
between the kennels and the house, because that became a big point, Gigi, with him
Right.
testifying. Can you walk us through why that's important, that distance?
Right, yeah, because it's a lot of steps. And right after the murders, I think around 9:05 or so, he takes over 200 steps, according to the data on his phone. So we know he went down to the kennels on the golf cart initially, but did he potentially just go down to do the shootings and then walk back to the house? I don't know. It's going to be interesting. I wish they would take that walk and count it off, put that baby to bed.
Well, yeah, and we know that there was like the 300 steps, or the almost 300 steps that were recorded when his phone picked back up when he was in the house. All right, walk me through what we can expect. Well, before we even do that, walk me through what the jury is doing today. So this is a jury, right, Gigi, that has seen a lot already. I know it is very tough to gauge what jurors are thinking or how they're feeling, but any indication you can tell us about what's going on with them? I mean, do they look fatigued? Do they look interested? I mean, this has been a long trial.
They look rested from the weekend. Everybody's very attentive. I haven't seen anybody disinterested, just very stoic. It's all hard to sit there and look at these graphic crime scene photos of two people. So just it's mood appropriate as far as their reactions, just very intently listening and looking at the pictures. And so, yeah, I do think everybody seems a bit more rested today, though. It seems really obvious.
Yeah, well, I mean, hey, that's always a good thing. And now let's talk about what's going to be happening for the rest of the week. Walk me through a timeline, because, again, do we have an understanding of how many more witnesses the defense is going to call, who they might be, who the prosecution might call on redirect, and then when we might see closings and deliberations?
Well, I think the defense definitely has 2 to 3 more, maybe 4 to call. I've heard some family is going to testify. Not sure if that will be the sister or John Marvin. They're both on the defense witness list. And then for the state, they have a couple of rebuttal witnesses. I kind of think Dr. Kinsey may come back up to give his opinion on this witness's testimony. His was very different as far as the trajectory and how the brain hit the door. And 3 times actually, and landed at the feet, which would be a little, I don't know if a downward trajectory could cause that, but his was based on the upward. So I think Dr. Kinsey for rebuttal, they said it shouldn't be lengthy. So we could be finished maybe by tomorrow afternoon, and then closings Wednesday is what they talked about on Friday. So we're getting down to it. I wouldn't be surprised, maybe this goes quicker than we think, and this is all over with on Friday.
I don't know. I think this is a really tough
I don't think
case.
so. It's wishful thinking on my part, Jesse.
Hey, listen, I mean, you could be 100% right. I just feel that given the gravity of this case and given how much details and how much conflicting evidence, I've been wrestling with it for the past several weeks. We've all been wrestling with it. You have 12 people sitting in that room trying to agree about this. I think it's going to be very tough, but we'll wait and see. Gigi McKelvey, thank you.
With no notes.
Oh, that's right.
With no notes.
By the way, before I let you go, Gigi, they're going to get a copy of that timeline, right? The one that was put over that was presented by the prosecution.
Yeah, they'll get all the exhibits that were entered in. So they do have a lot to pour through. Maybe 2 days a little short on my part, but that's kind of what we all were debating this morning.
I'm going to say it's going to go into the following week, but hey, I've been wrong before. Gigi McKelvey, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, let me bring back in Joe Richardson. Let me bring back in Joseph Scott Morgan. Joseph, I'll start with you. What are your main takeaways from Dr. Eisenstadt, who, as we mentioned before, you know him, you know his work. He is an important witness for the prosecution because trying to establish holes in the, he's an important witness for the defense because he's striking holes in the prosecution's case. What are you taking away from his testimony?
First off, this guy's a great teacher. You got to keep that in mind, because
one great teacher, mentioning it about another great teacher. So there you go.
No, I'm just saying, thank you. I'm just saying, Dr. Eisenstadt, he's doing a fantastic job connecting with the jury. He's staying away from a lot of technical terms and kind of bringing it home to them, so that folks on the jury who are not scientists, at least that I know of, certainly not forensic scientists, can begin to understand some of these more complex constructs, as they're applied in real time. This is a very dynamic event, Jesse, that night out there in that shed, adjacent to the shed, and certainly out in the yard with Maggie. And it takes someone like this to kind of lead the jury through it. And defense has done a good job of, I know leading is a bad word to use in court, but you know what I'm saying, kind of directing their witness as the direction. And he understands his limitations here relative to this. And this is not a contentious kind of event. Now we'll see what happens when prosecution crosses, but he agrees with the state's forensic pathologist on most points. However, the key point is we begin to look at these injuries that Paul sustained.
Right.
And does it raise enough there for reasonable doubt?
Well, now, Joe, I'm going to turn it over to you. With the end of Alec Murdaugh's testimony last week, he faced cross-examination. He was faced admissions that he made on the stand. Do you think his testimony ended up helping him more than it hurt him?
If you could ask me as soon as the jury came back, I would be in better shape. But to be perfectly honest with you, I really expected it to be a train wreck, and I don't think that it was a train wreck. I think that if a jury is inclined, somebody on the jury is inclined to believe that he loves his family enough where he wouldn't do this to them, and that there are possibilities that other things could have happened. There's a lot going on with his family. The son had some threats, those types of things. They were in a lot of trouble in a lot of ways. I don't think that it's less likely that somebody hangs the jury because of his testimony versus how I felt before he got on. So in that case, maybe it's a roundabout way of saying that I don't think that they're worse off. I'm surprised that I'm saying that because I'm certain that they advised him not to get on the stand. I am certain. Yeah. But he might be still hanging in there.
Yeah, I don't think they advised him to take the stand and admit to all of his financial crimes. Or maybe that's an accurate way of saying it, but admitting to lying and stealing to his clients in the law firm. We know he faces separate charges on those misdeeds. So let's take a break. When we come back, we'll see if we can jump live. Either way, got a lot to talk about in this case.
Be seated.
May bring the jury.
Jury is present, sir.
All right, thank you. You may proceed. The last exhibit has been withdrawn.
So let me have you do something. We attempted a moment ago to use a page out of a book, and I think we're going to have you sketch this out. So here's the, oh, here we go. How about step down, please, with permission of the court?
Yeah.
How about stand on that side there? And do you remember what that page looked in the book?
Yes.
Okay, so what I want you to do is, if you can't put that in, to replicate that to the jury and tell them what it means.
Sure.
Okay, do you want to take them one at a time?
Yes, I will.
Okay, thank you.
So talking about shotgun wounds to the body and trying to figure out what the range of fire is. A perfect circle, which I'm not a great artist, but let's just say that's a perfect circle. That means at the end of the barrel, right, nice circle, is pressed up against the skin. Now this would be down here on the abdomen where you have leeway, it would end up being a perfect circle. If you have it up where it's going up against something firm, then you would have the circle, but you'd have the splitting from that buildup of pressure. So this is a contact range. If we have some burning around it, contact range or close range. If we have soot around it, we're close range. Now, from the first picture that we looked at, all those pellets coming, and then they start to slowly open up. So now what we've got is sort of looks like a cloud, right? We call it scalloped margins. So now we're moving out a little bit further. We are, in that area of maybe 2 to 3 feet or so. And then as we continue moving further and further, we get the scallop margins, but then we get holes, and it doesn't have to be perfectly around it, but we get holes from the individual pellets that have now moved out. And so if we start seeing individual pellets, we're saying usually the end of the weapon is 4 feet or further. And then to be more specific, is it 4 feet or 5 feet or 6 feet? Then you have to test fire.
Okay, so so as the muzzle gets closer to the wound, there either is no spreading of the pellets, as in a contact wound, but the further away, the pellets begin to expand, and the further away, you get more of an individualized pellet pattern.
That's correct. It's like when it comes out, it comes out and it goes triangular. So it gets bigger, and as it goes triangular, it's almost like playing pool. And you take the cue ball and you hit the pool balls, the billiards, and they start to open up.
Okay, if you put up, is Defense Exhibit 162 in evidence? Okay, let me show it. You need to write on this book. While she's doing that, let me push this out of the way. Sure, it's gonna be blocked. Is everything off over there? Please. What? Offer this into evidence, Your Honor. and ask if he's sealed.
It says state. Submitted without objection.
Put it up on the screen, please. Okay, now, here we see, and there's measurements here, a rather large wound on his shoulder, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then a smaller wound in his chin.
Yes, sir.
What does that tell you about the directionality?
Well, it's not just that, it's also that we have no surrounding individual pellet holes. To me, looking at this is not going left to right. I can understand the thought that maybe it was like a tangential graze, but then the pellets wouldn't have gone down and they would have opened up onto the left chin. So again, using the totality of the evidence, these are pellets that are coming down from the top. They're starting to open up. They go through here and they have to go through another bone. So they're going to open up further and disperse through the left shoulder.
So, and maybe this is too simplistic, do shotgun wounds, do they, and of course, if you just testified, they expand, right? The pattern.
You'll get a different pattern, and for a certain distance, the actual hole will expand, but then you lose that hole and it becomes just individual small holes.
So you've got a smaller hole in his chin and a larger hole in his shoulder. Does that indicate anything? I mean, am I being too simplistic? Smaller means it's expanding at that point?
Right. Not to be offensive, I think it is a little too simplistic because we also have to look at what's around the wound. But yes, again, the totality of everything, this is definitely coming downwards from right to left. The only way I could see larger wound on the left shoulder, smaller wound on the left chin is if you consider this a graze wound. But again, using the totality of everything, the size of this wound, the location of the pellets going down into the shoulder, this is not going left to right.
Okay. Now, let me also ask you this. If the wound is in the head, and why isn't the brain macerated? Why isn't the brain shredded by those pellets? Why does the brain exit the skull, as we saw a minute ago, without being shot to pieces?
Because again, you're having the shot shell, that's okay. Everything is still within that shot shell as it goes in. The pressure is just going to form around it and push it out. Sometimes you'll see, in my experience, a complete intact brain that may have some holes here and there. Sometimes you'll see a brain that is split in half, and sometimes you will see completely macerated. But from what I saw in the photograph and reading Dr. Reamer's autopsy report, she does state that the brain was received in another bag and that it was, I don't remember the exact words, but that it was severely traumatized.
But no, there's no x-rays of that brain.
There's no x-rays of the brain. I'm sure there are pellets within the brain.
And were there any shots? Do you see any actual autopsy photos of the brain? I mean, just the brain.
No, I saw scene photos, but I did not see autopsy photos of just the brain.
Okay. So you would not necessarily, well, let me back off for just a second. You have actually done autopsies on contact wounds by a shotgun to the head?
Oh, yes.
And what you're telling us is based on that experience?
Well, experience, training, the textbooks. I mean, articles aren't written about it because it's fairly common knowledge.
Okay. And let me do a little housekeeping. I got a number of photos I want to show you that may be used, or were they used by you in you reaching your opinion, okay?
Okay.
Can you come over here so I can? Your Honor, I intend on showing this Defendant's Exhibit 169, 168, 161, 160, and 159 to determine whether or not he relied on these to come to the conclusions he's come to. I don't think there's any need to publish them to the jury at this point. And I believe the state consents to their admission.
No, objection.
If I might proceed. Would you look at these photos, please?
Yes, sir. Okay.
Are those photographs, autopsy photographs or x-rays that you relied on in reaching the opinions you've expressed to this jury today?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we'd offer these into evidence.
No objection.
They're admitted.
For the record, we're offering Defendant's Exhibit 160, 161, 168, 169, and 159 and 160. I think I already said 160. Give those to you. And again, all under seal, please. So just a couple more questions. 162 is already in evidence, right? Okay. So let me hand that back to you. So the opinions you've given here today, you've given to a degree of medical certainty more probably than not.
Yes.
And you would agree with me that you're not an expert on the vectors of this shot, either one of any of these shots, except you talked about a probability on Maggie on the two shots that go down, right?
Right. I want to make sure I'm answering correctly. So I'm an expert on the directionality within the body that projectiles go, entrance, exit, the direction within the body. As far as, and I think this is what you're asking, as far as crime scene and reconstructing things of that sort, that's not my area of expertise.
Okay, but you have given an opinion. I want to make sure that we all understand what you've said. You've given an opinion that Dr. Reamer was wrong on the shot that blew Paul's brain out of his skull and it landed on the ground, correct?
That's correct.
And you believe it was a shot in the back right of the skull.
Yes, sir.
And you believe that it was going through his skull, out his neck, and into his arm.
Into the left side, yes, sir.
Left side. And we found a number of x-rays showing the pellets. We've seen forensic evidence that you, in the normal course of your work, rely on to draw opinions, right?
That's correct.
And you've done that thousands of times.
Yes, sir.
Now, let me make sure that the jury understands this. When you're submitted materials like we submitted to you in cases, you report, are you paid to give an opinion, a specific opinion?
No, I wouldn't accept a case if someone said this is what we want.
Okay. And you come to conclusions based on the materials given to you?
Absolutely.
And that's your conclusion here today?
The conclusions that I've stated, yes.
Beg the court's indulgence. So you've indicated and testified that would be the blood, brains, pieces of skull, other material would blow out the direction of the hole, and the muzzle of the gun would have been pressed against the skull, correct?
The muzzle of the end of the barrel of the shotgun would
Right.
be pressed against the skin firm enough that there'd be pressure onto the skull. And then you would have blowback as the skull opened up.
And that blowback would follow the barrel of the gun?
Well, it would come back up the barrel of the gun, but it would also distribute.
Right. And what about the barrel of the gun? Would there be biological material jammed into that?
Absolutely.
I'm sorry?
Absolutely.
Okay. So there would be brains, blood, skull, whatever, jammed back up the barrel of the shotgun.
Right. What we say is biologic material.
Okay. Thank you. Please answer any questions Ms. Good has.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi, Dr. Eisenstadt.
Good morning.
Now, when you first started your testimony, you talked a little bit about time of death.
Yes.
Is it the pathologist's job to determine the time of death?
Depends on the jurisdiction, but pathologists are trained in talking about what's consistent or what's not consistent. But I believe, like in Georgia, I believe here in South Carolina, the coroner, in the majority of counties, the coroner goes to the scene and does the investigation. So I don't know how it works here, but there's no doubt that part of a forensic pathologist's training and knowledge is determining cause of death from information given to, time of death from information given to them.
And it's not customary for a pathologist to actually go out to the crime scene, is it?
Oh, I'd say more often than not, the pathologist does not go out.
All right, and now in this case, because this appeared to be homicides, the county coroner would be the one to have requested an autopsy. Is that right?
That's my understanding. I definitely in Georgia, it's my understanding here, yes.
And Dr. Reamer performed the autopsy here,
Yes, ma'am.
and she performed an independent autopsy.
She did.
Did you perform an autopsy of either of the victims in this case?
I did not.
And you relied on, I think you testified that Dr. Reamer's report, x-rays, crime scene photos, and autopsy photos in determining your opinion.
That's correct.
And you were hired, right?
Yes, I was.
And you were here on Friday, weren't you?
I was.
So that would mean you've made over $10,000 in evaluating or taking part in this case.
At the end of the day, that's correct.
Did you do a report?
I was not asked to do a report, no.
Wouldn't you agree that a report would have been helpful to explain the scientific methods or investigation that you used to come to your conclusions?
Oh, different jurisdictions do it differently. So I have no idea how it's done here. But I mean, my report would have been exactly the same as my testimony. So I guess it would be on paper instead of, verbally.
Well, you saw Dr. Reamer's report, and that was actually entered into evidence, right?
Yes, I did.
All right. You spoke a little bit about Maggie and
Yes, that's
her
correct.
autopsy. And I believe you said in your testimony that Maggie's shooter could be taller than Maggie. Is that right?
Oh, no, that's not what I said.
What did you say?
No, what we were talking about was if Maggie's gunshot or rifle wounds to the top of her head and to the side of her head were with her standing up, that would have to be somebody at an elevated position. So I didn't give an opinion that the shooter had to be taller because we talked about how she could be bent over.
But an elevated position could mean the shooter was taller, right?
Oh, but it could be that the shooter was taller, but that would still have to be somebody at an extremely elevated position shooting down. I'll leave it at that.
And you said that determining trajectory is not something that you do.
At the scene, that's correct. On the body, that's what I do all the time.
All right, let's move on to Paul. Would you agree that when a gun is shot, a lot of energy and momentum is generated, and that momentum and energy tears through a person's body?
Depending on the range of fire, the type of ammunition, yes, I agree with that.
And when pellets are shot, they spread out.
Eventually, yes.
Right. So if Paul was shot in the back of the head and those pellets start spreading out, did they come back together when they exited this way?
No. But that's where we're talking about the same thing as range of fire. So those pellets, I mean, if you go from the top of the head down to here, this is about 6 inches. So we have about 6 inches. We have maybe a foot, right, from here to here. Those pellets can still be together and starting to spread out. So no, they're not going to go out and come back together. Some, that's why I was talking about that billiard ball effect. Some, if you hit that cue ball, the side ones are going to pop out and the middle ones will still be together. So no, they won't go out and come back, but I have no issue with 1 foot from here to here and having still a whole cluster of pellets going through.
But the pellets would be closer together when they first enter the body.
For a certain distance, yes.
And we also talked about soot or stippling. Now, in Dr. Reamer's report, she does note that there was soot and stippling for certain injuries, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And she did not note that for the injury to the shoulder and head.
Agreed.
Okay. And wasn't the top of Paul's skull missing?
Yes, it was.
And Paul's face, it wasn't blown off, was it?
It was not.
His brains weren't splattered all over the floor?
Well, I mean, it depends on what you mean by that, but his brain left his head and ended up being on the floor. There were some smaller pieces in other areas and then a large piece in one area.
I'm going to show you what's been entered as tapes 24 under seal. Okay, I don't know if you can tell from this picture.
I can.
Can you?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that brain look macerated or splattered everywhere?
No, but that brain has been extruded from the head. And there are, when you do a zoom in on it, unfortunately no x-ray, but when you zoom in on it, you can tell that there's injury to the brain. But the brain, yes, I agree, it's not macerated.
And there were pellets on the floor of that feed room.
That's my understanding.
Let me show you tapes 26 and 43. You see that as the door to the feed room?
I do.
And tapes 43. Is that blood spatter on top of the door?
That looks like blood spatter at the top of the door, yes.
And no blood spatter out there on the sidewalk from his brain being blown out from his head and his face being left intact, right?
Right, the brain would come out the top of the head.
And it's on the top of that door.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
And the blood spatter is on the top of the door.
Right, that's blowback. That's from here, the pressure pushing it backwards.
Did you see any crime scene photos of the feed room where there were some containers on a shelf?
I did.
So the containers on the shelf, I believe, would be to the right side on this picture.
Looking at the picture, I believe, yes, inside on the right, there's some shelves with a number of items on it.
And was there kind of a demarcation line showing blood going to the top of the feed room?
Oh, I don't recall. And in all honesty, you're starting to get into an area that's not my area of expertise.
Into trajectory, is that right?
Outside of the body, yes.
And did you determine the manner of death for these victims?
I did.
What was that?
For both of them, it was homicide.
Thank you, nothing further.
Anything further? Thank you. You may step down.
Excused, thank you.
Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Defense calls Tim Palmbach to the stand, please.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. You can adjust the mic if you have to. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Timothy Palmbach, Palmbach.
Mr. Palmbach, will you tell the jury where you're from and what do you do?
I'm from Connecticut. I've been up in that state for the majority of my life. Most of my career has been in the Connecticut State Police, and I actually started out in a row position. Then I was transferred into a major crime unit, and from there I spent a good deal of my time in the lab. I retired as a major from the lab in 2004, and at that time I was head of the whole division of scientific services for the state of Connecticut. I then went back to the school, which was my alma mater, which was University of New Haven, to teach. I took the chair of forensic science position, which is a large forensic science program with both graduate and undergraduate students, and I managed that program as well as teaching. In addition to that, I was doing some degree of consultation, expert consultation, but not much just because of the volume of work that I had. In August of last year, the university offered me an early retirement incentive package, which I gladly accepted. And so now I just teach part-time, assist with a couple of grants that I had, and have a little bit more time to do consulting.
When you were with the Connecticut Forensic Science Division, who did you work under? Who did you train under?
Dr. Henry Seeley.
And who's Dr. Lee?
Within the field, he is one of the original founding fathers and very, very well regarded as holistically as a forensic scientist, but very much so as a crime scene reconstruction expert.
And you mentioned, in addition to teaching and your prior work in the field, you currently do consulting as well?
Yes, I do.
Before we get to that, do you hold any certifications in your field of specialty?
So certifications, I have memberships. It's more of a membership organization than a certification.
Sure. So what's the American Academy of Forensic Science?
Sure. American Academy of Forensic Science is like the American Medical Academy or American Bar Association. It's kind of the large entity that all the professionals belong to. You have to be a practicing practitioner in good faith in order to do that. And then you go, it ranks from an associate member to a member, and eventually, if you meet the criteria, you can be a fellow. So I'm a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences.
And what is the International Association for Identification?
So the IAI, or International Association of Identification, they tend to have membership and certification in areas like fingerprint examination, as well as crime scene analysis.
And you're a member of that
I am.
association? And are you a member of the International Association of Blood Spatter Analysis?
I am, and the name is exactly that. So the membership there are individuals who've had the requisite level of training, experience. I believe they even make you or demonstrate you qualified in court before, and then they'll grant you membership in that organization.
What seems self-explanatory to you, but maybe not everyone in the courtroom. What is blood spatter analysis? And it's spatter, not splatter, correct?
It is spatter, correct.
All right.
Well, the basic course would be 40 hours, and I don't think they want to hear the basic course. And I don't mean that flippantly. There's a fair amount to it. The simple way to explain it is we're looking at energy and force applied to sources of blood or other mechanisms and activities applied to blood, and then determining the patterns that result from that. And once we understand that, that's much what the training is in a lab, an environment. You create these patterns, you study the patterns so you understand them. Then it's going to a scene, seeing these patterns, properly interpreting them, and drawing conclusions from them. So that's the short version of what it is.
And I believe you're also a member of the Massachusetts Forensic Science Oversight Board. Is that correct?
Yes, I am.
What is that?
That's a governor's board that they bring in experts from around the country of different specialties. And we look at practices and protocols within the forensic science community within the state of forensic science. So it's essentially an advisory board.
I believe you also have a law degree.
I do, sir.
Why would you do that?
That's a good question. I haven't practiced law. It was back in at the time, right, early 90s. There was a lot of stuff going on related to new technologies, DNA being the biggest of all of them. And what was happening for lab directors, and I was an assistant lab director at that time, is we spent more time in the court or writing papers in support of new testing and not knowing anything about it. So many of us, myself included, said, if this is going to be a big part of our job, we have to go back and learn it. So that's what motivated me to go back and do it.
And then currently, professionally, are you the executive director of the Henry C. Lee Institute of Forensic Science at UNH?
I was, but I gladly, when I went to emeritus status, gave that position up and got a little bit of time back. But I had been for 19 years prior to that.
And have you, as part of your consulting work, have you been qualified as an expert in state and federal courts in various states?
I have.
Do you know what states?
All right. Connecticut, New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, California, Illinois, Alabama. Yeah, I think so. North Carolina for sure. I think I got it.
And what are your areas of expertise that for which you've been qualified and that you wish to be qualified in this court?
In the big genre, it's crime scene reconstruction and analysis, and sub-disciplines underneath that independently are blood stain pattern interpretation and shooting incident reconstruction.
One of the cases, I believe, would State v. Michael Peterson. Were you an expert in that case?
I was, sir.
And was that the stair-step case?
I think it's known as the staircase case, yeah.
All right. Have you ever not been qualified as an expert in crime scene reconstruction, blood stain analysis, and shooting incident reconstruction in any court, state or federal?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer Mr. Palmbach as an expert witness in the area of crime scene reconstruction, blood stain analysis, and shooting incident reconstruction.
Says the state.
Is it blood stain analysis or blood spatter analysis or splatter analysis?
The field is referred to as blood stain analysis. Blood spatter would be a subcomponent of the greater field, yeah.
No objection.
He's admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Palmbach, were you hired by Mr. Harpootlian and I on behalf of the defendant, Alec Murdaugh, in this case?
I was.
And what were you hired to do?
To review the case, look at the forensics evidence, the pattern evidence, crime scene documentation, lab analysis, autopsies, and related investigative reports that dealt with the scene activity and the physical evidence.
And what are you charging for your time?
I am.
How much do you charge?
I do it as a block rating just simply because I don't want to keep track of hours. So my initial retainer fee was $5,000. I will have another finalizing fee as I complete here. Last night I scratched it out. I believe it's going to be $8,000 more plus travel expenses.
And did you come down here Friday and did not get to testify and spent the weekend in the Low Country?
Yeah, I showed up Thursday actually, but yeah, I've been here for a bit.
All right. What have you reviewed in this case? What materials have you been provided?
Again, lots of photographs, crime scene photographs, evidence photographs, autopsy photographs, autopsy records, data, x-rays, various lab reports, investigative reports, diagrams created by investigating personnel, and reports that were related to those diagrams.
Now, when upon your initial review of the autopsy reports, did you make any suggestions to us?
Yeah, once I agreed to take the case, that material was submitted and I began to just review it. And that's what I usually do is read through it and see, get a sense of what makes sense. One of the areas that I was very concerned with right away was looking at the shotgun wound to Paul. And based on all my training and experience, what we visualize in the head is absolutely consistent with a contact wound. Reading through the report, it didn't say that. It was written obviously as an exit wound with the contact being down in the left shoulder and the left face. I think within a day, I called back to Attorney Harpool and yourself and said, this doesn't look right to me. It's inconsistent with my interpretation of the results. And my best advice for you would hire a forensic pathologist to review the case.
And were you sitting here in the courtroom when Dr. Eisenstadt testified?
I was.
And before coming to town to Walterboro Thursday, Friday, had you ever met Dr. Eisenstadt before?
No.
Had you ever worked with Dr. Eisenstadt before?
No.
Did you talk to Dr. Eisenstadt at any point in time before you arrived here in South Carolina for this case?
No.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to go to Moselle?
I did.
And when was that?
Friday morning.
Okay. Was that your first physical trip to Moselle?
Correct.
Okay. And we'll get to some of the things that you located. Generally, overall, I want to first address the shooting of Paul. As you reviewed everything and tried to reconstruct the crime scene, can you give the jury an overall picture of Paul's murder? How did it occur?
Sure. I believe it began with Paul, his right shoulder to the open feed door. This is inside the feed room, and he's facing straight ahead, and he's upright, and his arms are more or less at his side. And the first shot comes in a very oblique angled shot into his chest, travels through his chest, exits the side of his chest into his left arm, exits his left arm, and then continues on and exits through a window pane in the feed shed, which is the opposite side from the doorway.
Roughly, where would the shooter have been on the first shot into Paul?
Where would the shooter have been?
Yes, sir.
Okay, they're definitely going to be outside the door, and how close they are to the door is subject to a lot of different factors. So first of all, what's reported is a small amount of gunshot residue in that area, not a lot of it. And in fact, as I looked at it, yeah, I could see some of the particulate matter adjacent to the medial side of the injury, but I couldn't see much more gunshot residue beyond that. Now, in fairness, when you have an article of clothing and you're shooting through the article of clothing, the majority of the gunshot, if not all of it, depending upon the distance, will stay on the outside of the clothing. In this case, it was black clothing, blood-filled clothing, and you wouldn't be able to see that unless you did some enhancements or use something we call like a modified Grice reagent test.
Well, let me stop you there. Did you see any indication that SLED did any GSR testing of the clothing?
I did not.
Okay. All right. Please continue.
A GSR pattern testing of the clothing.
Correct. I'm sorry.
Okay. However, I'm not going to dispute what I read, that there was a minor bit of stippling there. But a minor bit of stippling there with a shotgun is going to give you a necessary minimum distance of 2 to 3 feet from the wound to the end of the barrel. The other factor you have to take into consideration is both of the shot shells that have been associated with the shooting of Paul were found within the feed room. Now, while the shotgun's never been recovered and we really don't know the action and how it worked, it is a reasonable assumption that it's a semi-automatic variety, and that therefore, as an individual pulls a trigger, it'll eject to the right out of the port. So in order for the 2 casings to be within the feed room, the probability is that at least the receiver part, the ejection area, has got to just be inside the doorway minimally in order for the casings to stay inside of there.
All right. I'm going to stop you right there. You said it was a semi-automatic firearm. Why do you say that?
Well, we don't know. I mean, we clearly don't know because we don't have the weapon. Options could be a single shot. That doesn't make much sense. You'd have to shoot and stop and reload and shoot again. It could alternatively be a double barrel, but in my review of the firearms report from the state lab, they indicated that their examination of those 2 shot cartridge cases were that they came from the same weapon, that they were co-aligning them to one weapon. In the case of a double barrel, you have separate breech face areas, you have separate firing pins, and you're not going to get the 2 casings to look exactly alike. So that more or less took the probability of a double barrel shotgun away. And I think the logical inference is it's a semi-automatic. It could also be a pump-based action, but again, that's an additional stipulation.
Sure. Is there any indication that Paul had an opportunity to defend himself with any defensive indications?
So I frankly think he was startled by that shot. His right shoulder was at the door. I mean, if he knew somebody was coming and or saw somebody coming, he would be facing the door or turning to run, but he wouldn't know where to go. But he was essentially facing this way, and the door is this way. I don't think he even perceived it until he shot the first time. Does he any defensive injuries or any indication of defensive actions on him or in the feed room? The answer is no.
What type of defensive indications have you seen in the past that would indicate that there was a struggle of some sort?
Well, I think obviously your hands always kind of come up, and his hands would be going up in the direction of the shooter and the weapon. So the orientation of his body would have changed. His hands coming up means that he likely, they could have been injured. Certainly there could be gunshot residue distribution on them. There could be.
Sure.
Yeah, that'd be the main difference.
Okay. And and what was the ammunition in the first shot into Paul?
That was buckshot. So it's 9 about 38 caliber pellets.
And I think you mentioned that the spent shell was found inside the feed room. Is that right?
Correct.
All right, let's move on to the second shot of Paul. Can you reconstruct that generally, and then we'll get to some photographs?
Sure. Based on the general morphology of what happened to the head, this explosive nature, it's taught that way. We've learned it that way, and through personal experience, you never see that except when you have a high energy source contact wound. The reason I say a high energy source contact wound, if you took a little 22 caliber revolver and held it to the head, you will not see what we saw here. Simple reason being is it's not creating anywhere near the volume of what we're talking about, these gases, this high voluminous gases that you get with a shotgun or a rifle. Effectively, why? Well, the barrel of the shotgun is going to be longer. It's wider, and so that you have this whole big area within the barrel that's being pressurized. And that just creates an exponentially a whole lot more gaseous material than you would have seen in a handgun. So seeing that head in the condition it was, that is a contact wound from a high energy source weapon, which would understandably be a shotgun or a high powered rifle.
Now, I don't want to repeat what the jury just heard, but were you sitting here in the courtroom when Dr. Eisenstadt, explained the mechanism of the head to the shot?
I heard that. Yep.
Shot to the head. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And is that? Do you agree or disagree?
Yeah,
with
no,
his
completely agree. Completely agree.
We'll get to this shortly, but there's on the door as it swung open at the top. There's hair. It looks like paws, and there's blood at the top. Is that inconsistent with your assessment of how the shot happened?
No, actually, it's completely consistent with that.
Well, explain that, please.
So what happens is the barrel is in alignment and tightly against the head. And again, the shot goes into the head. The gaseous material begins to build. And again, this is, milliseconds is right, very, very quickly. It's beginning to swell and build. At the same time, the wadding is starting to move down toward the exit area and come out. And then the head finally goes from the pressure. It can't go. And as it goes, the pressurized gases are going to find the quickest area to escape, and then they're going to redirect in that format. That ends up being the entrance hole. So you kind of get like a shift in action here, and all of the energy now is kind of recategorized, and it's now pushing up toward the corner of the ceiling and the door.
Now, have you seen Dr. Kinsey's photograph of the door, and it's a crime scene photo, and there's a little ding in the door.
I have seen that.
Did you go out and inspect that on Friday?
I did, because you could clearly see a little ding, and I totally agree that could have been a pellet impact, but it was taken at that time. It was taken at a little bit of an angle, and I felt it would be better if I get up and get 90-degree and closer view and examine it myself, and I did.
And while you were there, did you also see any other pellets in the feed room that you attribute to the shooting of Paul in the head?
So first of all, in close examination of the impact on the door, I do believe that's from a pellet, and actually the dimensional size of it is consistent with the diameter of a number 2 steel shot pellet. And it is also, it was elongated, so you could see that it was coming from the bottom up. Quite near there, probably only a foot away, on the header, the trim header of the door, there was another one of these steel pellets. Again, the right diameter actually embedded in the wood. It's still there today. Going back, and I'll be honest, I did not see that in the photograph. I'm going back and looking at the photographs. I confirmed, it actually was present the day of the shooting.
So, Mr. Palmbach, how is it that a shot going down into the head could lead to pellets causing indentations in the door and getting stuck in the header of the door?
An explosion really is the best way to do it, but it's not just this kind of an explosion. It is like the military would call it a chafe charge, where you focus the explosion in a narrow pathway, and that creates a much larger damage area. And that's what happened here. You expanded the skull plate, and it pushed back through, first of all, pushed back through the actual entrance hole in the skull. And as that happened, then the skull breaks and pulls out, but there's now a very large energy moving this way, and it's drawing with it things as heavy and large as the entire brain, but it's also grabbing blood, it's grabbing tissue, it's grabbing skin, it's grabbing hair, it's grabbing the bone fragments, and it's grabbing part of the steel shot that's still in the skull cavity, and it's pushing it at a pretty reasonable velocity up and toward that corner of the door and the ceiling.
And we'll get to photos, but there appears to be the wadding that in the middle of the feed room on the floor. In your opinion, where did that come from?
It came out from inside the brain. That obviously made it through the brain. It was in the brain. And again, remember, the wad, it has these little fingers that tend to open and flare out like that. As a matter of fact, you look at it in the photograph, you can see that it was flanged. The fingers were folded back. So it kind of breaking power, right? It's not going to go through the rest of the brain and out the side of the face and into the shoulder as easily as a pellet's will. So it stopped more or less in the brain, and then it got caught up in this explosive force. I'm assuming it just went up it could have gone up into the shooter, it could have gone up into the door, could have gone up the ceiling, and wherever any one of those areas could have happened and fallen down on the floor where we find it.
And I want to talk about the shooter. How close would the shooter have been in relation to the shot into Paul's head?
Well, so this is contact. So he's got to be close enough to get the barrel in contact, firm contact with his head. We don't know what that gun is. I don't know is it an 18-inch barrel length, a 26-inch barrel length? We don't know that. Obviously, that's going to change the difference. But and the shot is somewhat overhead downward. So all of that is bringing this shooter much closer to Paul than when he took the first shot with Paul standing upright.
So we see indentations from a pellet in the door. We see a pellet stuck in the threshold of the door. What's happening to the shooter in this, in your reconstruction of a contact shot to the back of the head? What's happening to the shooter at that?
He's getting ounce of brain material, blood, skin, hair, and I believe very likely some of the pellets.
And what would be the force of that hitting the shooter?
Substantial. And the reason we know that is one, we've seen what's happened to the skull, how badly damaged it was. And secondarily, we have two of the pellets. One is actually denting this metal door, and another one is embedding in the wood above it. That, I can't quantify that force, but that's substantial force. And that's the kind of energy that's taking all of the brain, all the fluid, all the tissue, and all the hair, and all the broken skull places, and sending it. Principally, it's going to follow right along the barrel pathway, around it for sure, but that it's going to go in the same direction, essentially, that the barrel had been placed.
Would you expect to see any type injuries to the shooter?
That's quite possible. I mean, for sure, they're literally covered in all of that material, for sure. But given the size of the bones, the amount of the bone, and now pellets coming back at them, if any of them hit him, it's going to be an injury, whether it's substantial or just a stinging injury. Yeah, I think that's possible, actually probable.
And how much biological material and blood is going to be on the shooter's clothing and on the shooter's person?
A lot on the upper body and head.
I mean, if the shooter has thick hair, something a lot different than what I have, would you expect it to be matted in the shooter's hair?
Certainly, you can cover it on any surface, but yeah, I guess the thicker the hair is, the probably more it will retain in there.
And we have pictures of the room showing blood in various places throughout the room, right? And is that consistent with?
Exactly. So you have this core high velocity, kind of high volume pattern going up to the corner. But you also, this hole in the side of the head it's like this. It's very large. And so once that's open, there's still a lot of energy right there. And there's blood and tissue right there. You're also then going to just literally blow volumes of that. And that's what we're seeing throughout the room. That's why you're seeing it, on shelves and on the door trims and on this wall and on this wall over here. With the exception, if you really look at it, there are some areas they have a void appearance, which to us would indicate there was something there that absorbed the blood that should have been there. And in this case, it would be the shooter's position.
Again, we're going to get to some photos and walk through that a little bit more. But I want you to now address just sort of an overview. Dr. Kinsey's, I guess, reconstruction based on Dr. Reamer's autopsy, where the shot is being made from a different angle. Do you think that's possible in this case?
Oh, I don't think at all it's possible that the shot came the way that Dr. Reamer articulated. I think probably Dr. Kinsey, and I don't blame him, relied on that information that was provided to him by Dr. Reamer, and he began to conduct his analysis based on that information, which was wrong.
But as to the angle of the gun, do the angles work out where you could take this shot from the outside?
So you have to look at the shot distribution evidence. We'll talk about gunpowder residence. We'll look at where blood spatter is located, and then we'll look at where we see, this pellet and other projected spatter coming back. None of that is consistent with the lower trajectory upward shot that Dr. Kinsey articulated, and all of it is consistent with an overhand contact shot to the back of Paul's head.
Okay, well, let's start walking through these photos. And we'll start with Defendant's Exhibit 162, which is an evidence. And please cover your screens. This is under seal, and it's can you pull it up, Doug? Okay. Do you recognize this photo?
I do.
And what is it?
This is showing the left side of Paul's face and the left shoulder and the injury in that area.
Now, can you explain the significance of the size of the two different wounds, one in the side of the jaw and one in the shoulder?
Yes, the shoulder is much larger and much more diffuse and spread out. The side of the neck is a bit more circular and certainly smaller. And then if you look at the shoulder injury, again, it's substantively larger, and you can see damage, a lot of tissue damage in that area. And you can even from this photograph visualize easily one of the pellets that's still present, more or less up on top of that area.
Sure. Now, as a shotgun, pellets even enter the body, do they continue to spread out or exit the body and spread out?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Again, it's all about distance. In order, your spread, the distribution of spread is a factor of distance travel.
And we're not going to pull up the other autopsy photo, but do we in fact see that under Paul's arm? This individual pellets as it exits under his armpit.
Sure, and then you actually can see the effect of spread over distance, because by the time those pellets hit the window behind there, which is 5, 6, 7 feet, now you start to see the spread of the shot.
Okay. Okay. Show you 191. Go ahead and get these in. What's that? I think they're in, but we just want. Okay. I'm going to show you, Mr. Palmbach, finish Exhibit 190, 191, and ask if you relied upon these in your analysis.
I did.
Your Honor, we move Exhibits 190, 191 in evidence under seal at this time. I believe without objection.
No objection.
Fair admitted.
Doug, if you could pull up 190, please. Now, will you tell us, Mr. Palmbach, what this photo depicts and how it relates to your analysis?
Well, this is showing the final resting position of Paul, and this is obviously after both of the shots and where he's located. Yeah, as you can see, the brain is located on to the left of him against his left leg, and there's a substantial amount of a spatter in this area around and transfer and pooling by his feet in the doorway. And you see that his feet are more or less on the, if you were standing on the outside, it would be more or less on the right side of the doorway, and then the rest of his body angles a little bit more toward the left from that once he's outside.
Does this photo inform your opinion as to where Paul was probably standing or kneeling at the time he received the fatal blow to his head?
Well, this photo in conjunction with several other photos in that area, but yes, it does inform me his motion between the two shots.
And let's go to 190. Excuse me, 191, also under seal. And again, is this same, just from a different angle?
It's from the other side, yeah. And so you're now looking more at the left side. And again, you can see the large brain mass, somewhat near his left knee area. But you can also see a fairly large piece by his of brain material by his left ankle. And then there's more, maybe 18 inches away from his body, kind of adjacent with his belt or hip area. There's also what appears to be a large fragment of skull on the ground, maybe a foot off the cement pad.
All right. I'm going to show you three more photos. I'm show you one finished exhibit 192, 192 and 165. I'd ask if you relied upon those in reaching your conclusions.
I did.
And what are they?
They're views principally of the floor area within the feed room.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, we move defendants 165 and 192 into evidence at this time without objection, I believe.
No objection.
They're admitted.
And Doug, if you'll pull up 165, please. And what do we see here, Mr. Palmbach?
Again, it's looking downward at the feed room, so you can see this from the area of the stoop, and then heading back into the kind of the feed bag, and you'll see that yellow placard number 1. And what I can deduce from that, let's focus with the placard area number 1 and the blood stain that's on the floor in that area. That is classified as we call a vertical drip pattern, and that occurs when blood from above comes down. I believe that what that blood is attributed to is the chest wound. And so, the shot came into the chest. Of course, the chest entrance is going to start bleeding, but as long as Paul is upright, gravity's going to kind of just flow that down, his shirt, and that'll kind of catch it. It's not, you won't see that on the floor for a period. But the shot then came out of his chest into his arm and out of his arm. So you've got, 17 or 18 different holes here. There's lots of opportunity for this to bleed. And in fact, it did, and you can see the blood running down his arm. And so I think what you're seeing in those accumulations of droplets on the ground is the positioning now post that first shot of his left arm bleeding. And then you can begin to see some movement away from that toward the door.
All right, Doug, go back to, thank you. So did we see the wadding there by the number 1?
Correct.
And is that the wadding from the headshot?
Yes, it is.
And, all right, back up, Doug, and go to the threshold, the entry of can you enlarge that? Yes, thank you. Can you tell us what this is?
So there's a couple things going here. One, it might be, can I come down a point?
Yes, please.
It might just be easier. Your Honor, is that okay?
Go regular size, and then don't make that so tight, but cut it in half. There you go. Thank you. You probably want to stand over here,
Other side,
Tim, so you don't block your stream.
Yep. Okay. First of all, again, these areas here are the vertical drip patterns that I was alluding to, and again, you can see them beginning to move in this direction. And you'll even see a couple of the larger droplets here, again, moving toward the door. Again, these are coming from Paul as he's moving away more or less kind of from the center part of the room toward the doorway. But an area I think that's really worth paying attention is this area of the floor here, and then this little bit of trim here. And this is a second impact area. This is not directly related to what we're seeing up on the ceiling, although it is related to the overall event of him receiving that headshot. And I believe what we're seeing here is after I think he's moved sufficiently that he's now moving toward that doorway and the door jamb right here. And in this area here is where he's going to receive this shot. And as he receives this shot here, it's going to exit from his lower face and it's going to hit the shoulder. As it's coming out of the lower face, it's coming with a volume of blood and tissue. And then that's going to get slammed basically right into the shoulder where the shots are. And that's going to create another projection, independent. And that's going to line up for us that his head is located right in, it's about a foot or so off the ground and pretty close proximity to the edge of this trim board. And you can see the resulting spatter in this area, which all supports that impact site and is consistent with that being the projection of the shot out of his head through his lower side of his face and into the shoulder.
So are you saying that the blood spatter on the floor there that you just pointed out is from the exit wound from the chin and back into the shoulder?
Right.
Now, Doug, if you don't mind pulling up Defense 192, please. Just another similar photo. Are you sure that's 192? Yeah, there we go. Does that depict the same?
It's the same basic area. I mean, we can highlight here, again, there are larger pieces of brain-like matter or tissue, bone fragments here, and here, and there's even more that are beyond placard number 1.
Now, Dr. Kinsey, and relying upon Dr. Reamer, where does he have Paul being shot? On this side or on the other side, or do you know?
Well, with his claim of it coming from the left shoulder and the left side of the face, he'll always have to be, the weapon will always have to be lower than that area and to the left side of the victim, of Paul.
Well, from the spatter on the floor here, in your opinion, where's Paul physically located at the time of the shot?
He's right here. He is right up against that doorway.
And where's the shooter?
The shooter cannot be there because Paul is there. The shooter's going to be in the same doorway area, probably even, maybe 1 foot there and 1 foot in, but adjacent to the open door, the opposite side of the door.
Do you see what's referred to as a voiding area on that door?
Yes.
All right, let's look at State's Exhibit 26, which is already in evidence.
Well, and
please pull it. Okay.
And if
hold up, don't move on yet, though. Well,
I say we can actually see on the floor there.
Okay, Doug, go back to 192, I believe is what we were looking at.
So if you look at the area immediately,
let's stop right there. What's a voiding area?
Oh, so a voiding area is an area where we would expect, looking at all the other areas around it, to see blood stain. So in other words, in this case, you really have blood projecting everywhere, just because of the voluminous explosion of the head. And so if we look at an area that seems like it has less blood than the immediate adjacent areas, then the best explanation for that is something was there to block it and capture. That is to say that blood didn't make it to the floor and didn't make it to the door because it's physically on the body of the shooter, and that's now gone. It's left to see.
So point out the voiding area that you see.
Again, with the shooter standing in this area here, which is the door side of the door jamb, right? there is much less blood. Now, again, there is some here, but I mean, if I'm standing here and blood is being projected all the way up in shower and all the way down, in addition to this big stream of it's coming this way, then of course droplets can still kind of make their way up and come down and come here and around, just not as many. My presence here is going to absorb a lot of those droplets, but not all of those droplets. And so we see much less of that blood here. And if you look at the face of the door, the lower half of the door, there's much less than there is above it. Again, will you see some droplets on it? Yes, but actually most of those droplets, when you really look at them, have a downward trajectory, which is, again, very consistent with them coming up and over and downward. So it's by volume, there's less blood there than we're seeing in the immediate adjacent areas. And the logic, not logical, the scientifically defensible explanation for that, the reasonable explanation for that is that we have a voiding effect taking place.
Let's go to State's Exhibit 26, Doug. If you could sort of blow up the door, please.
No, you don't. I mean, you almost don't have to. You can.
Okay. Well, it doesn't really help when you do that.
Yeah, if you go back to the original, I think it helps. So, literally across the whole top of the door, but most particularly in the upper left corner, right by the hinge side, the upper top, you see large amounts of blood transfer. What looks like a contact transfer of material, and blow up on that area, we'll see bits of what look like brain debris. We'll see lots and lots of hair in that area. This is also the area where we saw that pellet impact. So this is exactly, following the barrel back up for the shooter, this is the area right in alignment with this that you're seeing up here on the upper part of the door. And that's where there is a very substantial amount.
Does that indicate it went above the shooter?
Well, as I was going to say, if that volume is there and that much is coming back, then logically, why are we seeing such diminished below that? Why is that? Yes, there's blood there, but the volume difference between that is substantial. And that can be explained by, again, the fact that that is a shooter location, and much of the blood, not all of it, but much of it is being transferred under their clothing.
Okay.
Or face or hands or them or the gun.
How off the ground does Paul have to be for that much blood to go up that high?
Well, I think that the best, we have some pretty good data as to where Paul's head was because of that secondary impact location that I showed you. The exit portion of his head has got to be in that general vicinity. Obviously, the 8 or 10 inches up is where the entrance part of it is. But that does give us a pretty good approximation of where Paul's head was when that shot occurred.
So 2 feet off the ground? 3 feet?
Not even.
Not even. Okay. Is there enough force to send his hair to the top of the door?
Well, clearly there was, because we see it. I mean, yes.
Okay. I have a few more door photos. Finish 193 and you have any objection? I'm going to show you while you're down here to finish 193. And is that a photo that you rely upon?
It is,
in your
yes.
analysis?
It is.
And Your Honor, we moved finish 193 in evidence without objection and under seal at this time.
No objection.
Submitted.
Thank you. Doug, can you pull up 193? And you just hold it right there. Can you tell us what that is?
So now that we're looking at a little closer view of just the top of the door, again, you can see the extent of the blood spatter in this area of the door, and then also the adjacent area of the door trim. Of note isn't also that it's there and there's lots of it, but lots of it is quite small. And in the blood stain analysis field, what makes blood droplets smaller is by increased energy. So as we start seeing an accumulation of droplets, which we do on the trim up here and also on this door here, that means that they are subjected to much more energy and than virtually the other droplets we're seeing around the room. And that's because these are the ones that are coming directly back under the explosive power coming out of the entrance hole and moving up, much of it into the shooter, some of it up and over and into the ceiling and the top of the door.
Doug, can you blow up well, hang on. Do you see the pellet in the threshold of the door on this?
Yes, it's going to be in this area right here.
Can you find it and blow it up, Doug? I think you missed another.
Well, yeah, he got the other pellet. Yeah, he got the actual pellet, and that is the actual pellet. And then I was pointing, which is here, I believe, it's right here. Yep. And that's the actual physical pellet that was observed in the door.
So this photo is from the crime scene.
Correct.
Right, and when you went out Friday, did you see that exact pellet?
I did.
And tell the jury again, in your opinion, how that pellet got there?
It has been projected back along the axis again of the barrel of the gun because of this high voluminous material that's now escaped and it's pushing back out the entrance hole. And it's moving all this material with a lot of energy, a lot of velocity back up in this corner.
Now, Mr. Palmbach, if the shooter was on the outside and angling toward Paul's shoulder and up through his head and out the top of his ceiling, would you expect pellet and the markings on the door to be in that area?
Well, for starters, I wouldn't expect the patterns. In the scenario where the top of the head is going to be the terminal point of the gunshot, in other words, of the theory that it started in the left shoulder, went to the left cheek, went into the head, I do not believe that you'd even have a fracture of the skull. You wouldn't even have an exit wound. That those pellets, because of two reasons, mostly, it's not contact. All that gaseous material is not going up into the cranial ball. It's just going free form. So you don't get any of the explosive value. And secondarily, the number two pellets are much lighter. Their mass is less. And so they're not going to have the energy that's necessary, particularly after moving through a shoulder, through a face, and up through the brain to penetrate and break out of the skull. I think you wouldn't even see any of them outside of the skull. You certainly would not see that rearward projection or blast of blood and hair and bone and pellets that we did see.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 181, 183, 188, and 186. And can you identify these are those photos you took on Friday?
They are.
Yeah. We would move 181, 183, 186, and 188 into evidence at this time without objection.
No objection.
Just work quickly through these. Exhibit 181. Well, let's don't do this. Let's go to 188, Doug, and tell me what 188 is.
So this is an overall photo of that same area of the door that I took on Friday, and you can see the impact dent right here in that upper corner. Same relative position as you saw it in the crime scene photos.
Can you also see the pellet lodged in the?
Yes. Yep. And the actual pellet is up here on the door trim, and again, it's in the same relative position as observed in the crime scene photos.
Okay. And then. Guess let's look at 181 and just briefly point out 181, Doug. Thank you.
So this is a close-up view, 90-degree on, of that pellet up in the into the door trim, and what it's demonstrating is a couple things. One, that it is a steel pellet. You can see the coloration. You can also see that the diameter fits the general profile diameter of a number 2 pellet. A number 2 pellet is 0.15 inches or 3.8 millimeters. And so if you, unfortunately, this particular protractor ruler had it backwards, so you have to kind of protract down, but that is very consistent with that 3.8 millimeter. So this is just to demonstrate that it's actually embedded into the wood, and it's the right kind of structure and size of what the number 2 pellet would be.
And 186, please, Doug. 186. Just tell us what that is, Mr. Palmbach.
So that's a close-up. That's actually a close-up of that impression on the metal door that we saw, and you can see that it's kind of oblong in shape, and it's more round and fatter here toward the bottom. And again, and the resist ruler, by the way, is running parallel to the floor, and the floor is below it, and then it tapers off angularly this way, which shows the directionality. That pallet is actually coming in an upward direction. It's not coming straight on.
Lastly, I'm going to show you on this set 180, defendant's 182. Can you identify that?
Yes, I can.
What is it?
It's a picture of me on the external part of the doorway. Just showing what in roughly the positioning that Dr. Kinsey was.
All right, and Your Honor, move to introduce defendant 182 evidence. Please.
So, as you can see, I'm crouched very tightly against the right doorway. It's about as over as I could go, and still I was trying to how far can I go over and change this position here. Right, I realize is my body is physically in the position where Paul is passing through, and we previously identified this area right here, like right in my right shin area, about a foot off the floor, and here where I'm seeing the impact spatter associated with the exit out of the lower face and into his shoulder. So Paul is moving through here, and his head's at about this location, very close to this door, and then outside of the door where we finally found him. And it's the shock in his head. The thing I want to show the shelf here on the right, that in terms of they cut out on it and other objects. This between that shelf, it's 4 inches or so. It's not possible that the shooter got in and there's just not enough room for them to be on the left side of Paul. So they would have to outside reaching in with the shotgun in order for that to happen, but it might have to do that. I was in the wrong location. And I think a couple critical things about that, again, you do not the gun because we don't have it. So I don't know how long it is, but we can make a general assumption this would be pretty short. It would be probably longer than that, but because there was no observed, nobody talked about seeing any gunshot residue, even on the shoulder of Paul, then you've got to have, again, a minimum. And that area was fairly well exposed at 2 to 3 feet minimum. Shoulder of Paul. And you've got to have, again, a minimum, and that area would have to be. So if the barrel was placed inside on the floor, in and upward, again, crawled upward and out the back. It's this kind of a, you can't even have the shoulder until about 2 feet from there. And then the side of the head here and Paul's head here. None of that creates a pattern consistent with anything that we see. Now, that would account for lack of gunshot. That was true. But what is the pellets here now, definitely, you would have seen pellets all across the side of his left side of his face, which you didn't. So, and then finally, if you look at this angle here, again, imagine door here, gun in this thing, then even if, and I think there's no evidence of it, but even if the shot could go through Paul's head and create an exit pathway, then that would project whatever pellets and bone matter that way. Whereas if you move the shooter to the other side and we shoot into Paul downward this way, then all of this material comes back at the shooter, but also it's going this way into that upper corner, which is where we see the pellet defects and the heavy blood and the hair.
I was going to, okay, and you'll take a seat. That'd be
Thank
great.
you.
Thank you. You can take that down, Doug. Mr. Paul, come back. Let's talk a bit about Murdaugh.
The observation, one, all of the shooter. So at all times during this, her shooting, she's facing the shooter. Now, she is moving for sure. Yeah, there is some degree of movement, from where the initial shooting most likely occurred, which is, we can't give you an accurate estimation for that. We can give you a really good estimation where it ended, and that's where we find her. And I'll talk about which wounds were associated with that in a minute. But you have her facing the attacker the entire time. At no point did she turn or blade or anything other than face him, and moved a little bit in the area, although not much. And then the shooter, based on the overall distribution of the shell casings, also moved, again, somewhat, moving toward where the ultimate location where we find Maggie.
I'm going to show you two photos. Defense Exhibit 163 and 164, and asked if you relied upon those.
I did.
Defense Exhibit 163 and 64 in evidence at this time.
No objection.
Submitted.
So, if you don't mind pulling out 163, Doug. Thank you. And jury's seen this, but just give us an overview of what this is.
Well, so Maggie is underneath the blanket there, and she's in a face down position there.
Just leave it like that.
Her head is more toward us, and her feet are pointing more toward I think what's been identified as a doghouse.
Right.
You'll see placards in the foreground, 3 and 4, which are two of the blackout 300 casings. You'll see a placard 12, which is over on the grass, more in alignment. We're heading more toward Maggie's head area. And that was a large piece of what appears to be brain-like material. And while you can't see the numbering, there are additional placards to the left, immediately to the left side. Well, they're on Maggie's right side, but as we view the photograph, they're to the left of where she's currently located. So this just gives us some general orientation of approximate locations of the shooter, and certainly where at least the fatal shot to Maggie was taken.
All right. I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 149. And the other two, we'd move to those be under seal, and 149 under seal. Is this, you rely upon this in reaching your conclusions?
I did.
Your Honor, we moved, excuse me, exhibit 194, not 149, 194 in the evidence under seal at this time.
No objection.
Did it?
And if you don't mind pulling up, Doug, well, before I do that, let's go to 164, and which is a closer up area around the side by side, as they call it. What's the significance of this photo?
Again, I think this is an area in which Maggie passed by during this incident. It's also an area that's being highlighted now where what appears to be a damaged loop earring, which is consistent in shape and design and structure to the one that's still in her right ear. This one would have come out of her left ear at the time of that impact, shot to her left ear, and more or less just been blown over this direction.
And the jury that's seen the autopsy photo of the injury to her left ear, is this do you believe this earring is a byproduct of that injury?
I do.
Okay. And then just briefly, I'm going to pull up 194 and ask if you can just generally, I think you were hair on her body. What significance is that? And if you'll blow up her legs,
right?
Doug, please.
So when you find a body, you always have to wonder: is that really the position that the body remained in, or through medical, maybe the defendant did, or the accused or the shooter did something to the body. More likely, in a medical evaluation, they did something to it. We always just want to know: are we looking at it in the right orientation? Did somebody flip it over and whatnot? And so I think it was valuable in this case to have seen that injury in the back of her head, the massive amount of hair that came off of that. And then if you look close up on the back of her legs, you'll see just dozens and dozens of hairs laying on top of her legs, which would be a good indicator that she didn't get moved. We can count on this being the final position, unaltered position of Maggie.
Doug, can you go back to 163? Oh, you mentioned a marker 12 a moment ago in 163, and again, what do you understand 12 to be?
It's physiological material. I mean, it looks structurally like brain material, but it's tissue.
In your opinion, would the shooter of Maggie have any blood spatter, blood, biological material on him or her?
I think it's possible. I think it's possible because as we're seeing here, that you have a projection of brain material backwards toward the direction of where the shooter would have been located. We also have a couple of the shots, the left thigh shot and the abdomen shot, which have been identified as having stippling around them. By virtue of being stippling, that does make it an intermediate distance, and that's going to move the shooter in anywhere from, I would agree. I think Dr. Einstein said a foot to 3 feet is probably a good approximation.
Okay. Mr. Palmbach, do you have an opinion based upon more probably than not, whether there was one or two shooters who murdered Maggie and Paul on the night of June 7th?
I do have an opinion on that.
And what's your opinion?
My opinion is the totality of the evidence is more suggestive of a two-shooter scenario.
And please explain the basis of your opinion.
Okay. So we'll go back to Paul. In Paul's scenario, we know where the shooter of the shotgun had to be, and that would have been orientated really directly over Paul's head. And we also got a chance to see what was the effect of this dynamic explosion in the contact. And you can see outside and even in throughout the feet area in multiple and many large pieces of skull. We also saw large amounts of tissue that were projected all the way up onto the ceiling and the door. You see hair all the way up into the door. And of course, you see blood literally everywhere within there. And finally, you see the pellets. Some of the pellets are on that same pathway, and they had enough inertia to either or dent the door and put themselves up and stick into the casing. All of that activity was in direct alignment with the shooter. And so I think minimally, that shooter is getting covered with this material, getting more or less the shock wave of that effect, and more than likely getting hit with at least something that could have done injury, a bone fragment and or a pellet fragment. Therefore, I think that particular shooter, for a brief period of time, is kind of out of this. It's not as if they can instantaneously suffer that, drop the shotgun, run to wherever the blackout rifle is, pick that up, and then in any kind of a reasonable time period engage in a meaningful assault, an effective assault, able to shoot straight and make hits. So that, I think, is one of the major indicators of concern. I think the other things to consider is that all of this is very temporal. It's very close. I know when I looked at the photographs versus being there, I'm like, it is much closer together than it looks like in the photo. So it is happening very close. With Paul, as I articulated, I believe he was shot first. I believe he had no idea it was coming. And he took the shot to the chest and very soon thereafter, the one in the back of his head. Anybody in the near proximity to that, if Maggie had been anywhere in that area walking around down there, she would have heard that. And her response would have been in the direction of the shooter or the activity, or run, or do something different. So I think that the temporal location suggests that these things more probable than not happen fairly quickly, and that the individual who shot first with the shotgun minimally was stunned, probably blood and material in his eyes, and maybe have been injured, and would have taken some degree of time to recover. And lastly, I think there is just a more or less anybody who deals with firearms, a logical argument here. Why would one shooter bring two long rifles, two long weapons to the event? You can't handle and shoot two of them. So you either got to put one down, use one, and then swap out and grab the other one. Or I suppose you could have one on a sling, but that's quite awkward, and it's slipping around and it's banging around in an environment we know is very, very tight. Finally, if one of the weapons is the Blackout 300, well, that comes with a high magazine capacity. My research of that showed that the Palmetto State Armory upper, which we don't know, we have no idea what gun this is because it hasn't been identified. But if the state, I think, has alluded to that, if that's the case, then a weapon that had that Palmetto State Armory in a 300 Blackout, a person could purchase a 10-round capacity clip, a 20-round capacity clip, or a 30-round capacity clip. Where I live in Connecticut, we are really restrictive on what kind of weapons we can have and what kind of clips we could have. We'd have to, even if we could have an AR, which is very restrictive, we'd have to get a 10-round clip. Other than that, it wouldn't make sense for anybody to buy a 10-round clip when you could buy a 20 or 30. But having said that, if it was a 10-round clip, there were only 8 shots fired. You still had 2 more to go, and you could have more than not easily reloaded. So to me, there's structurally difficult for the same shooter to have 2 long arms and no practical reason for that to happen. Add that to what I believe happened to the shooter who fired first with the shotgun, and I think it tips in favor of the probability of 2 shooters.
Mr. Palmbach, the person who shot Paul, was he or she standing in the feed room at least 1 foot?
Yes.
Was there an opportunity to do a footprint analysis to illuminate more clearly the existence of footprints there?
For sure. I mean, all of us, several, I can speak for myself, and I believe others have opined about this, including some of the analysts in the case. There are what appear to be partial footprints in blood in the feed room and on the cement around it. And while I'm not a footwear pattern expert, I can generally recognize what appears to be footwear or partial footwear impressions. I would agree with that. But in order to go beyond it's a general pattern to something more specific, that generally what you do, and I've done this countless times, is you spray enhancement reagents on them. And you spray a reagent, we generally call them blood pattern enhancer reagent, or you could even use a straight protein spray. Iridium black would be an example of one of those. And by spraying those reagents in the area, it reacts with the presence of blood or proteins, and it brings up the transformation. It gives you a lot more clarity, a lot more detail, and you can tell an awful lot more about a particular footwear pattern. Absolutely should have been done in this case. And I also believe, second to that, you had a lot of dirt in the immediate area that should have had at least partial footwear impressions. And I saw no indication of any attempt to either look for it, photograph it, properly photograph it, or analyze it.
And thank you. One moment, Your Honor. And Mr. Palmbach, did you see any fingerprint analysis or attempts to obtain fingerprints from the feed room area?
I did not.
Could you have used reagents like you described to enhance fingerprints, or is that a whole different methodology?
Well, if you thought that the fingerprints could contain blood, which maybe they easily could have, then yes, you could also use those reagents to enhance partially or fully bloody fingerprints. But I think you could also use basic fingerprint processing techniques on the door and any surface in the area. Since we know this is a very confined area and the shooter has to be in that general area, and the possibility of touching something is there. But I think it would have been wise to look for that.
Thank you. That's all I have. Please answer any questions the state may have.
By the state.
Is it Dr. Palmbach?
No, ma'am. I'm not a doctor.
Okay, I want to get it right. Now, you said you were hired by the defense to investigate and come up with your own conclusions here. And you just got the chance to go out to Moselle, was it last Friday?
That's correct.
And so between last Friday and today, you've had the chance to determine all of these things you've testified about.
No, before I arrived here, everything else was predetermined, and I had done all the work in the analysis. What I didn't know or didn't perceive was these two pellets and the fact that the energy was able to project two pellets upward. That was the only new information.
And you form your opinion by reviewing reports and things that were provided to you by the defense.
Correct.
Do you know if you reviewed the entire case file?
No, I wouldn't know that.
You just reviewed materials that were provided to you?
Correct.
Did you prepare any kind of report?
I did not.
You did not?
Correct.
But you did review reports made by Dr. Kenny Kinsey and a pathologist and other witnesses for the state.
I did.
All right, let's talk about the feed room a little bit. You testified a lot about that. Now, you said the shooter stepped in the feed room, could have stepped in the feed room to shoot Paul in the back of the head.
Correct.
And when he would have shot Paul, he would have been covered in blood.
As a result of the backspatter from the headshot, yes.
Covered in blood.
Yes.
And in the picture of the feed room, were there any other bloody footprints clearly apparent?
Any other?
Yes.
Other than what?
Other than Paul's footprints.
Well, all I've seen is partial footprints that have been observed in the feed room. I've yet to read a report that said conclusively they were Paul's.
I'm going to show you states 27. And there has been testimony that those footprints we're looking at do belong to Paul Murdaugh. Were there any other clearly visible footprints that you can see in that picture from a bloody shooter?
So first of all, and again, I am not a footwear examiner, so I'm not going to make a determination about whether or not it definitively is Paul Murdaugh's shoe. All of the reports I've read generated by the state, the ones that I've seen, would say that they didn't exclude it, but that also does not mean that it's Paul's. Now, I'm disagreeing that it doesn't maybe have some characteristics in similar, but I don't know that they're even at a point where that has been fully identified as Paul's.
So you haven't seen the report that identified those as Paul's footprints?
Definitively identified as Paul's? No, I did not.
You only saw the reports the defense wanted you to see.
I got the reports that were supplied to me, yes.
Now about the damage to the door, we saw this picture where there's blood in the corner of the door frame. And that was the defense's exhibit. Defense exhibit 165. And I think we were emphasizing the blood in the right corner, the bottom of the door frame there.
Yes.
Were there any defects from pellets in the door frame down there?
Not that I saw.
Because defects were in the top of the door, right?
That is correct.
And you referred to Paul being shot in the back of the head, kind of like an explosion.
Correct.
And I'm not a physicist or anything here, but when you fire a shotgun, things are going in a direction that the gun is fired, right?
Correct.
So there wouldn't be just like a boom explosion like from a bomb when you fire a shotgun.
Actually, that's more exactly what it would be like, yes.
So you're saying a shotgun, when you fire it, the impact is all around like a bomb instead of in the direction the gun is fired?
Only when you confine it. And again, and that's why it makes the classical determination of a contact wound in something like the cranium. It's not, you shoot a person anywhere else, you will not trap the gaseous material and allow the pressure to build up within eventually. Yeah, it does look like a bomb going off. That only happens in the cranial vault.
So if there was an explosion of this type, wouldn't Paul's whole head be blown off?
I'd say the fact that his entire brain came out and a large portion of his skull is missing, that's pretty dynamic. I don't know how much more you want.
But his brain wasn't destroyed, was it?
There were pieces of his brain throughout the room, and including out on the ground.
Most of his brain was intact, right?
The majority of the structure was physically together, but whether it was injured is absolutely not for me to decide. It's a pathologist that needs to do that.
I believe you testified that his brain was a mass on the ground.
Yes.
And his face wasn't destroyed either from this explosion, was it?
No, because again, the energy source is going to find the easiest egress, and that is where the entrance hole came. So that's why none of that explosive value did not go down with the shot, which is the kind of the logical inference that all should come this way or his left. But in this capacity, because this is in this seal vault, this is this large hole there, then you get kind of a shift, and all of this now starts pushing back that way, following the exit point out the entrance hole.
And you're talking about pushing up, but the shooter was firing down?
The explosive release of the gas trapped in the cranial will push back upward in the direction of where the barrel was. Absolutely. Some of the projectile and energy has gone through the brain, exited the left side of the face and into the shoulder, and created exactly that pattern that you were pointing to a minute ago on the door jamb.
So all these pellets that were being pushed downward when they were shot. We don't have any defects downward, just upward.
Correct.
Okay.
Anything further? You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We will break for lunch now till 2:45, till 2:45. Jury is excused.
Okay, lunchtime. We've got an hour and 20 minutes, I guess. I'm hoping that we get that expert that was talking on the last break back, because I thought he was really good. Looks a little like the law and crime people are asleep at the switch. I would.
At 2:45, do you have another witness?
One more.
All right, we'll be in recess till 2:45.
Okay, that's why they weren't going to the break. Okay, enjoy your nap at Where the Wind Blows. I expect we're probably going to have some experts here momentarily from Law and Crime. So, when they do that, I think I'm going to run over and get my mug full.
Shooting of Paul with that biologic material, it would be impossible. I don't know that that's impossible. In fact, I would say that it's not impossible. We see that on a pretty regular basis in the courtroom. So he made some good points, as you would expect from a defense expert, but I don't know that it's going to be enough to do what the defense needs him to do.
And Rich, what are your thoughts about the defense witnesses kind of contradicting one another? I mean, one defense witness we heard earlier testified to finding the victim's death by looking under the armpit. But just this morning, Jonathan Eisenstadt said that is not an effective method. What do you make of what we've heard from these defense witnesses thus far?
Well, I don't have any problem with the defense walking back Dr. Armpit, as I call him. I thought that was absurd testimony at the time, ridiculous, because that was right after the prosecution had finished with this 4,820 data point driven timeline. And the defense brought in this guy, this former coroner, to talk about taking a temperature on somebody's armpit. And it was a very weak response. And I don't mind them walking that back at all. I don't mind witnesses who disagree about some things. I think that actually gives them more credibility, that they don't agree with everything. And overall, I think the witnesses today were pretty good for the defense. Now, they're limited, right? They're hired guns. They're not from the area. They didn't do the investigation. They didn't do the work. They weren't even shown all the evidence. So the degree to which the jury is going to rely on them remains to be seen, but they testified well, they sounded credible, and they made some interesting points.
Well, it's interesting you point out, because Mr. Palmback is from Connecticut and was just paid, I believe, $13,000 overall to come and work on this case. So it'll be interesting to see who is going to be up next on that witness stand. We do have to take another quick break here, but don't go anywhere, because it is lunch Q&A time soon, which means we take all of your questions here on Law and Crime on social media. So get them ready. Anjanette Levy is going to be on deck with that great lunch Q&A time. We'll have legal analysis. I believe Gigi McKelvey, our Law and Crime correspondent, will also be there to discuss all of what happened today in court. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
Okay, I was thinking maybe that was going to be the defense resting, but it sounds like they got more witnesses to come still. The people paid over 10 grand for less than an hour and a half of testimony and no reports. Yeah, well, they're getting paid. A lot of it is for going over the evidence to come up with their conclusion, but that's where the bulk of the time is spent. And you kind of get what you pay for. I know that in my own lawsuit, the medical expert that we hired, the paralegals at the Utah Legal Services were thinking what a shame it was they didn't have access to that kind of material on most of the cases that they'd handle around the office there. Craziness with unlimited funds. Yes, the Murdaughs, I'm sure, yeah, they came up with money even if Alex's assets are all frozen. I'm not quite sure how that works. With the inheritance and so forth, whether the lawsuit was able to freeze his assets or just how that all works. I'm afraid there's not going to be much for the to satisfy any judgments for the Satterfields and the boat crash and the law firm, and he owed money all over the place. Oh, and the bank mortgages too, and loans. And he had workers' comp, no expert, just document reports. Yes, that's fairly typical, and they can come up with a good opinion on that, but an expert really just kind of puts the exclamation point on things, and they, what can you say? And the lawyer or the medical expert wouldn't do it for the average client without having a judgment against or a lien against the settlement. So, it is privileged, but that's how it is. It's only the really rich and the really poor that get that kind of help on a criminal trial, because it has to be a big case to get kind of unlimited funding from the state to cover all the experts. So, and I expect that the brothers probably helped out towards the defense if Alec didn't have the assets at hand. And so, let's see, what do we have on my little playlist for today? It's refreshing. Oh, there we go.
Hi, everyone. I'm Michelle Yu. It is a court. Court is actually on a lunch break right now down in South Carolina at Colleton County Courthouse for the Alec Murdaugh trial. We're going to have Anjanette Levy with our lunch Q&A coming up momentarily. But before we get there, I do want to bring us back to some earlier testimony from today that we are going to talk about all day long, and that is from the blood spatter expert, Mr. Palmbach, who said now that he believes that there were two shooters at the crime scene. So let's take a listen to that testimony right now.
Mr. Palmbach, do you have an opinion based upon more probably than not, than whether there was one or two shooters who murdered Maggie and Paul on the night of June 7th?
I do have an opinion on that.
And what's your opinion?
My opinion is the totality of the evidence is more suggestive of a two-shooter scenario.
And please explain the basis of your opinion.
Okay. So we'll go back to Paul. In Paul's scenario, we know where the shooter of the shotgun had to be, and that would have been orientated really directly over Paul's head. And we also got a chance to see what was the effect of this dynamic explosion in the contact. And you can see outside and even in throughout the feet area in multiple and many large pieces of skull. We also saw large amounts of tissue that were projected all the way up onto the ceiling and the door. You see hair all the way up into the door. And of course, you see blood literally everywhere within there. And finally, you see the pellets. Some of the pellets are on that same pathway, and they had enough inertia to either or dent the door and put themselves up and stick into the casing. All of that activity was in direct alignment with the shooter. And so I think minimally, that shooter is getting covered with this material, getting more or less the shock wave of that effect, and more than likely getting hit with at least something that could have done injury, a bone fragment and or a pellet fragment. Therefore, I think that particular shooter, for a brief period of time, is kind of out of this. It's not as if they could instantaneously suffer that, drop the shotgun, run to wherever the blackout rifle is, pick that up, and then in any kind of a reasonable time period engage in a meaningful assault, an effective assault, able to shoot straight and make hits. So that, I think, is one of the major indicators of concern. I think the other things to consider is that all of this is very temporal. It's very close. I know when I looked at the photographs versus being there, I'm like, it is much closer together than it looks like in the photo. So it is happening very close. With Paul, as I articulated, I believe he was shot first. I believe he had no idea it was coming. And he took the shot to the chest and very soon thereafter, the one in the back of his head. Anybody in the near proximity to that, if Maggie had been anywhere in that area walking around down there, she would have heard that. And her response would have been in the direction of the shooter or the activity, or run or do something different. So I think that the temporal location suggests that these things more probable than not happen fairly quickly, and that the individual who shot first with the shotgun minimally was stunned, probably blood and material in his eyes, and maybe have been injured, and would have taken some degree of time to recover. And lastly, I think there is just a more or less anybody who deals with firearms, a logical argument here. Why would one shooter bring two long weapons to the event? You can't handle and shoot two of them.
All right, now that you're up to speed with that, they do believe now that there are two shooters. That is according to a blood spatter expert, Timothy Palmback, that you just heard from. And on that note, we're going to take a quick break. But when we come back, Anjanette Levy will be on deck with our lunch Q&A, and we'll have all your questions answered. So get them ready. You're watching Law and Crime.
I'm Anjanette Levy, and I am here live at the courthouse in Walterboro, South Carolina, where the case against Alec Murdaugh is wrapping up and winding down. Thanks for joining us as we take your questions this lunch hour. Submit them to us on Twitter, Facebook, and in our YouTube chat, and we will get to as many of them as we can. Joining me this hour is Gigi McKelvey of Law and Crime. Sarah Ford is an attorney here in South Carolina. She is with us as well. And Rich Schoenstein is a litigator with us up in New York. So everybody, thanks so much for being with us today. Gigi, I thought that the jurors, I don't know what they were like on Friday. You were here on Friday. I remember you saying one of the jurors had a blanket over her head and some tissues in her ears. I saw the blanket juror today. She seemed engaged. Didn't really look that pleased to be here, but she was listening. They all seem like they're still listening. They're going back and forth with the tennis kind of head, the bob. They are listening.
They are. It's just a different perspective of things that they've heard about over and over and over. You introduce the two-person shooter theory, which I think the defense had to do just to get some reasonable doubt in there. They've been very attentive all day. I've kept a good eye for the most part on them. And yeah, so I think maybe they know we're in the home stretch too. So let's do our best and get all this in our head and go back and get this over.
Well, and it's funny because I thought back to the cross-examination of Special Agent Worley and the fact that she said after some pushing and prodding from Dick Harpootlian that a two-shooter scenario was a possibility. So this is the second time now that jurors are hearing from an expert who says that two shooters is a possibility. There's going to be a field trip this week. We don't know which day, but the defense wants to take the jury to Moselle. So let's take a listen to that conversation, the discussion about that took place in court this morning.
Do you want a jury view? Does the defense want a jury view?
I do. I just want to ensure that the security is not caught unawares about what a circus is going to be outside the property. And they've got the authority to close off the road. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not telling them how to do their job, but I am suggesting these are things that we became aware of over the weekend.
All right. We'll arrange for a jury view with law enforcement.
So they're going to have a jury view at the request of the defense. The prosecution didn't want this to happen. They said, Creighton Waters said that, Moselle looks a little different now, but the defense said that they are requesting it. The judge said if the defense or the state requests it, they will grant it. So let's ask our panel what they think about this. Sarah, how important do you think this jury view visit is for the defense in this case?
I don't think that it's terribly vital for the defense or the state's case. Obviously Moselle looks a little bit different now than it did a year and a half ago. But I also learned as a young prosecutor that you never try a case where you haven't been to the scene of the crime. So I think it's not typical. I don't think it's something that is totally out of the realm of normalcy. But I also don't think that the jurors are going to see a whole lot from that they haven't already seen from the photos that they've seen in the courtroom.
Rich, one of the things Dick Harpootlian said that he wanted the jurors to see was the distance from the kennels to the house. They could obviously see that in a drone video, but you're going to take the jurors out there. This is a 1,700-acre property. It's a massive property. So what is the defense exactly trying to do here? Because you could see that from drone footage, the distance from the kennels to the home.
I think, Anjanette, the defense is trying to give the jury perspective. It's one thing to have drone footage or maps and diagrams and photographs, but to actually be there on the scene, you can get the true sense of just how far the kennel was away from the main house. And I gather the defense thinks that's in its favor, that the jurors will get the view that you could be at the main house and not have any idea what's happening at the kennels, even if it's two people being murdered.
Yeah, and it's possible. We just don't know, and sound travels in different ways. I'm obviously not a sound expert, but who knows? Sometimes you can hear things very clearly, other times not. Let's get to your questions now. Our first question is from Nebraska Prima Donna from YouTube. The question is it possible Alec was so high on pills he doesn't remember killing them or covering it up? Sarah, what are your thoughts on that?
I think lots of things are possible, but I don't think it's probable. The whole thing about what our standard is here in criminal court is beyond a reasonable doubt. Is it reasonable to think that he would have no recollection of murdering his son and his wife, cleaning it up? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. It doesn't seem reasonable. It also doesn't seem reasonable that he would then lie about it. You lie to cover up things. So I don't know that it's possible, but I don't think it's very reasonable.
Our next question is from Estimated Eyes from YouTube. Rich, I'll throw this one to you. So there were 2 unknown assassins, and that goes to the fact that the last expert who testified, Tim Palmbach, said that he believes a 2-shooter scenario is likely just because of what it would take to carry this out. So Estimated Eyes asks, so there were 2 unknown assassins there, and the dogs never sensed them or barked at anyone hiding in the bushes, and why then didn't they go kill Alec if the family was so hated? So a 2-part question there for you, Rich.
Well, those are some of the big flaws in this theory of the case and Alec Murdaugh's entire theory, that people came from somewhere on social media, as he described it, with a vendetta about the boat case and carried out an assassination. And I think those are great questions by this viewer. Why wouldn't the dog sense them? And how could they get on and off the property at the same time that Alec Murdaugh was traveling around and getting off the property without even encountering him? I mean, pass on the question of why didn't they want to kill him too, which seems sensible, but could they really get in and out while he's getting in and out and never the twain shall meet? It doesn't make a lot of sense.
Our next question comes from Melissa Taylor from YouTube. Gigi, anyone notice the look of relief on Alec's face while this witness is talking, no longer upset about hearing details of the crime? I've noticed, we've seen, and it's hard in the courtroom because obviously you're sitting behind him, but we've seen that he becomes quite emotional, and we can kind of tell when that's happening. His head kind of bobs and stuff like that. Did you notice any sense of relief from him in the courtroom today?
Yeah, I didn't see as much head bobbing towards the end of it, but I did see some towards the beginning and the middle. And I talked to a relative who said that he was crying on the stand today, but it seems like maybe towards the end he got his composure. One thing about the Moselle trip, I just wanted to add, it also gives the jury a sense of just how far apart those bodies were, because we have this 20-second window of when he pulled up and called 911. And from every witness that's been out there, they've said it's really not a big distance. I think that'll help on that jury view as well.
Interesting. Our next question comes from Hugo Stiglitz from YouTube. Rich, I'll throw this one to you. Well paid, this guy, Timothy Palmbach, reactive witness. Why not bring him out earlier in the trial? Rich, I don't know about you, but the whole thing about experts and what they're paid, I mean, we know experts are paid. Obviously, the state's trying to say, well, they paid you for this opinion. The earlier expert says, no, I don't do that. Dr. Eisenstadt. So what's your what is your opinion on this whole thing about experts and the large amounts of money they are paid to testify?
Well, I'm with you, Anjanette. I think juries are pretty sophisticated about this now. They understand expert witnesses are paid. That's the only reason they would do the work and testify in the case. And they're never going to make a determination on credibility based on that alone. And by the way, these experts weren't paid huge amounts of money. I mean, I think this guy got like $13,000, which is not the kind of life-changing payment that you would make up an expert opinion for.
Yeah, I mean, $13,000, don't get me wrong, it's a lot of money. But when you're talking about experts, you're talking about physicians, and they're in a field, they have a specialty, it may not be really that much money. And I know that sounds absurd, but it's the truth. Our next question comes from Randall Alderman from YouTube. Sarah, this one's for you. How would there be body matter on the upper part of the shed, which the defense is saying is caused by blowback, basically, when they're saying the shot came from above? How would someone be above Paul? Did you track that? Did you follow that, Sarah? What's your opinion?
I thought it was really interesting because not only are some of the defense witnesses, in my opinion, almost canceling each other out. I mean, what they're saying, the first expert was talking about that, the shooter was 5'2". Now it seems like the shooter is now extremely tall. I can't see how that matter was going to be in all of those places, and be so alarming to stun the shooter that they would be unable to continue, to shoot Maggie. It seemed a bit confusing, and it also, it was interesting how, obviously it makes sense why the defense they called the coroner, with Mr. Armpit test. It makes sense why they would push back on that. But another expert that they hired to testify just a few days ago, it seems to be discounting what that expert was saying, which doesn't really track for me.
So here's my thing about why they called the coroner, Mr. Harvey. I think they were trying to show that, look, this guy determined time of death by putting his fingers in their armpits. That's not how you do this. The doctor today, Dr. Eisenstadt, said you should do a rectal thermometer test, but first put a thermometer out, leave it out in the room to get the ambient temperature. So he said that's the proper way to do a cause of death. So I think the defense is saying, like, they don't know what time they died exactly. They estimated this based on armpits. That was my feeling. Also, remember Dr. Reimer said, yeah, they did. It's on the death certificate. He said he put on there an estimate. He said his estimate was 9 p.m. That's what Harvey said.
That's what the coroner said. But looking at the state's not relying on that. The state is relying on some of this technology.
They're relying on the cell phone data. But what I think that the defense called them to show, look, this time of death, this is what they put on an official document. They put 9 o'clock based on armpits. I think that's why the defense called him. I don't think the defense called him because they believe he's right. That's my opinion. And then they called somebody today to say they didn't do it right. That's my opinion on why they did that. Lynn E. from YouTube, question. Does it appear Alec had pulled the hose out and sprayed himself off? The hose was left out and ground was wet. Gigi, if I recall correctly, the hose was not left out. It was wound up, but Dale Davis said that it was all sloppy. It was like he would never put the hose up that way.
Yeah, and I mean, you have 3 people out there. You have Maggie, Paul, and Alec at some point. So they didn't get fingerprints, obviously. It's just one of those things you'll never know if any of those 3 touched that hose. And on second thought, based on the testimony today, the shooter would have a lot of biological material all over them, almost to the point of injury, to the point of injury. So it seems to me if they would have went and looked right down there by the hose pipe, if somebody's rinsing off biological material, it seems like you'd find it on the ground right there below the hose pipe, unless it stretched out and they went behind there. But still, I think this last witness had some good points, actually. And about the back spatter, if you think about doing a cannonball into a pool, a lot of times that splash goes behind you. I don't know, I just sat here and thought of that. Thought I'd throw that in.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's an interesting way to think about it. Let's get to some other questions. Sagaro Corner from Twitter asks, was M tested for GSR the night of the murders? I'll handle that one. Yes, they took GSR samples from his hands. Norma Womack from Twitter, does the state have the resources to hire experts as we have seen today from the defense? Yes, they do, because they hired Dr. Kinsey, and we've seen Will work for the state. All right, we are taking your questions. Keep them coming to us on Twitter, Facebook. I'm in Walterboro, South Carolina, and you're Law and Crime.
Sure. It's windy here too. We're probably getting your weather from 12 hours ago or more. I There's supposed to be another storm system blowing in, and it's supposed to hit here, yeah, about 11 p.m. So yeah, you probably have a preview of our coming weather. Okay, so let's see what I got on my little playlist today. Let's see. It's refreshing, so it's taking its sweet time to load. Yeah, some of the defense witnesses were contradictory, like they said, and this trial is in South Carolina, and I just keep thinking of the McDonald murders in North Carolina in 1970, where Jeffrey McDonald killed his wife and two young daughters, and used multiple weapons to make it look like a band of hippies had done a copycat crime from the Manson murders. So, if it's the same region of the country, and that's something that would be in people's minds as, one of the big crimes of the region. So, why wouldn't Alex be likely to have that in the back of his mind, thinking, "Oh, I'll make it look like more than one person committed the crime, and I'll set the second weapon just outside of the door to the feed room so that I can grab that quickly after the first shot to make it look like there's a second gunman." So, to me, that's a big deal. Ao's Galadriel and is growling at her. Let's see. Okay, we have. Let's see. I've got a couple of videos. Let's see. Let's try this one by. Let's see. Let's take another look. Okay. This is breaking down Alex Murdaugh's body language. So over to the end. I'll mute.
When was the last time you saw them, Maggie and Paul?
Right after I took the chicken from Bubba.
And the video we've seen is timestamp 8:44 p.m. Is that correct?
That's right.
So was it shortly after 8:44?
It was.
And
it wasn't long after that, because you can hear when Bubba gets the chicken, and it wasn't long after I took the chicken from him that I left.
Big day. But what about his body language? A lot of things. He's turned to the jury. First of all, he knows how to do that. But there were a lot of moments that we need to analyze here. Let's bring in our expert. Joining us now in Alexandria, Virginia, body language expert, New York Times bestselling author of You Can't Lie to Me, Janine Driver, back with us. You can check her out on TikTok at Body Language Institute. Janine, great to see you.
Nice to see you, Vinny.
What a big day. Let's get right to it. This is the moment, I'm going to play again. This is the moment where Alec Murdaugh gets two of the jurors in tears in the jury box. Let's watch it and then you tell us what you're seeing in this part of the testimony. Let's take a look.
Do you love Paul?
Did I love him? Like no other. He and Buster.
Do you love Maggie?
More than anything. Love Maggie from the first time we went out.
Did you kill Maggie?
No, I did not kill Maggie. I did not kill Paul. I would never hurt Maggie, and I would never hurt Paul. Ever. Under any circumstances.
All right, Janine, what are you seeing there?
Well, I think the obvious thing is we see him shaking his head yes. And I've got to tell you that the world of detecting deception, we're divided on this. Half of us say, you know, that's irrelevant because we have a second dialogue coming into our head where it's like, I can't believe you're even thinking about this, or I'm telling you the truth. So we hear him saying no, but the other half of us, including some people I'm friends with who interviewed the Taliban after 9/11, they swear by this head nodding right here. So he's saying he didn't do it, but he's shaking his head yes. So for me, there's more to the story in there, but it's definitely a hot spot. Now his nose is running. He's got all kinds of saliva coming at us. I personally think he's a good actor. I think it's sad that the jury's crying. And the reason why I think this, Vinny, and you at home, is one of the best ways to detect deception is to stop bringing on the affect that they have. Stop mirroring them. We naturally do it. You yawn, Vinny, your handsome little pink tie, and I yawn seconds later, right? Because it's just innate. It's called mirror neurons. Salespeople do it on purpose. You touch your tie, so I fix my necklace, so you like me better, Vinny. So we do it strategically. The jurors, by crying, it indicates to me they are mirroring him. When we mirror people, we like them. My mom drinks a cup of iced tea when she was alive. I would drink it and put it down at the same exact time. So it's not good news for the defense with regard to the crying. I've got to tell you, though, we don't know what the catalyst is for the crying. Is it fake crying? Potentially. He does a lot of other things that I hope we get time to talk about here, including tongue protrusions. And he's got a dry mouth and this tongue pushing inside his cheek. So let's see what else you throw my way.
All right, we've got him now talking about the 911 call because the timing of it is a big issue in the case. Let's watch.
Did you see them on the ground when you're pulling up in your Suburban?
I did.
And what'd you do when you came to a stop, Alec?
I think I jumped out of my car. I'm not exactly sure what I did, but no, I got out of my car. I know I ran back to my car, called 911. I called 911. I was on the phone with 911. I was trying to tend to Paul. I was trying to tend to Maggie. And I just went back and forth between them.
Okay. Tell me what you're seeing.
Huge hot spot here. Listen, let's go back to Star Wars. There is no such thing as try. You're either tending to both of them or you're not. Try would be okay as I tried to save their life because try indicates fail. The problem here, Vinny, and you at home, is he's saying, I tried to tend to them. That indicates to people like me who train the CIA, the FBI, the Scotland Yard Police, people who are separating fact from fiction for years trained in this category. Tried means failed. It says to me, he didn't try. He failed at attending to them just to try to help. Yes, you could say, I tried to save them, then they were dead. That try makes sense because, in fact, they're dead. The fact he says try here is suspicious. Now, I will say in his defense here, I'm not a big fan of his. I do think, in my expert opinion, he did this. But his inner eyebrows pulled together and up, and this wrinkling of the forehead, something we didn't see with Amber Heard with the Johnny Depp trial. Amber should watch this guy for great acting, is indicative of true, authentic sadness. So now we don't know what the sadness is. What is the catalyst for it? Quite frankly, I'm really good. I could fake cry in seconds and pull my eyebrows together. I'm not going to do it because my makeup's on and I look adorable tonight in this red. I want to talk about, with lying, something in particular. We have this reflexive breathing that happens, this heavy breathing we hear him doing, and he gets dry mouth quite a lot today in the stand. What happens is our membranes are drying out in our mouth because lying is changing our blood flow. It changes our heart rate and our blood flow. He also does a lot of tongue protrusions. You see these tongues coming out. The tongue comes out for a couple of reasons, a lot. It comes out when I'm thinking. right? If you're threading a needle, I want you to think you at home. You thread that needle, you have to stick your tongue out. It's a deep concentration. It often happens with deception. We stick our tongue out with embarrassment, and we stick our tongue out when we are lying. So this is suspicious to me, these tongue protrusions. And then the big one is he pushes his tongue inside his mouth quite a bit. I want to let you know, everybody, actors, they do this. Not a problem when they are demonstrating a sarcastic joke. This is often done with irony, this high stress, this contemptuous stress, where it's like, yeah, I didn't do it. So you'll see that quite a bit. If you knew what to look for, you would walk away saying, wow, this guy should be in Hollywood, not just a lawyer. I think it was really good acting.
I've got one more, the cross-examination. Let's take a look.
I remember stealing from people, I remember lying to people, and I remember misleading people. For me to tell you that I sat down with each one of these people,
I'm asking you to tell me about just one conversation, one time where you recall looking somebody in the eye and convincing them with your lies that nothing was amiss. One conversation.
there were plenty of conversations where I looked people in the eye and I lied to them. There were plenty of times where I took money that I shouldn't have taken. There were plenty of times where I stole money.
All right.
Hey, listen, I hope the cards fall on the right, and on justice side here, and that he ends up being found guilty. I think that this guy is a master manipulator. He's had a lifetime of lying. He just admitted to it right there. And if you look, even when he's admitting to being a liar, we still have that high stress happening. The same kind of stress that he's talking about when his son's brains are blown out. We see that wrinkling of the forehead with something with, hey, I have lied throughout my life. So that same type of forehead activity is happening. I think he's a good actor. I'm transported back, Vinny, with Drew Peterson. Remember him? I'm going to wrap right here. But Drew Peterson in jail for killing his third wife, Kathleen Savio, his fourth wife, Stacey, still never found. Overly charming is alarming. My friend Frank Marshall used to work at the FBI, says overly charming is alarming. And the sad news about these toxic people is that jurors fall for it every time.
Janine Driver, thank you so much.
Not every time. Not every time.
Not every time.
Jurors, they busted Amber Heard as a liar. So not every time. Not every time. I misspoke.
All right.
It's nice. See you, and everyone be safe.
All right.
That it was a part of that.
Your guess is as good as mine, and Jeanette. I think that the evidence is not there for that, or at least that's what the state is in court, that the evidence is showing that it was one shooter, Alec Murdaugh. And so I know that this will be addressed during the closing, but perhaps by drawing more attention to it during cross-examination, they didn't want to do that. And that's the reason why. So I guess we'll have to see.
Yeah, very, very possibly. I mean, it's curious to me. Let's look at our next question. Mark, what is at if found the possibility of life in prison without parole? That's what the Attorney General's office said they would be asking for if Alec Murdaugh is convicted of the murders of Paul and Maggie. Faith Boschman from Facebook: if the jury wanted to go to the scene, wouldn't they have asked the judge to do that weeks ago after seeing the photos of the scene here? Rich comment. So I don't know if the jury asked to go.
We leave it up to the jury. We leave it up to the parties. It's up to either the prosecution or the defense to ask for a jury view. And more often than not, if there's a sensible reason for one, it's granted. And this morning, in the colloquy back and forth about it with the court, the defense sort of hedged and said, we'd like to have a jury view if the jury thinks it would be beneficial. And the judge said, well, do you want one or not? And ultimately, Dick Harpootlian said, yes, we would like a jury view. And the judge said, fine. That's the way we do it. We don't ask the jury what evidence they want to see. That's not the way a trial works.
Right. And the state objected to it. They said Moselle looks different now. So I guess, they didn't want this to happen. They want to go with what's been presented in the courtroom, but these jury views are permitted as long as somebody requests it and the judge approves. Let's go to our next question. Linda P. Dale from Facebook. How important is it what the projected angle of the shot was? Alec was there by his own testimony. No one else was there, and that's why the dogs were not barking. So it could only be Alec. No room for reasonable doubt. Gigi, you've sat through this entire trial. You've been in the courtroom every day. What are your thoughts on that? Is it possible that the dogs didn't bark and there was somebody there who stormed onto the property? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I think really it would have been better if we had a better idea of the time of death. I think not having that leaves little room for it not to be Alec, to where he'd have done a body temperature and we find out the time of death is 9:35, 9:40. Well, then that is a whole other can of worms. That is like we got Dr. Armpit who just estimated. So I think that's the big thing. I mean, I think that as of right now, anything's possible because we don't know that exact time of death.
The state examination of Alec Murdaugh, it seemed to me that they believe, Paul and Maggie, from the cross-examination by Creighton Waters, that they died at 8:50. The phones lock at 8:49 and whatever seconds. So it sounds like they are sticking to that. That's when they believe the time of death was. And that's right. Their theory. So could it have been 5 minutes later, 7 minutes, 8 minutes later? I don't know.
I think the defense can combat that with the signal down at the kennels was terrible. So maybe their phone locked because they didn't have a signal. I'm just playing devil's advocate here. A lot of this stuff is explainable to both sides, I think.
Mm-hmm. Well, it'll be up to the jury. It's all up to the jury. At Ames_Amerson from Twitter, Jim Griffin has repeatedly called blood spatter analysis junk science. Now that it can be used as a defense tool, he believes in it. Sarah, what are your thoughts on that? I don't know if I remember Griffin calling it junk science. I know defense attorneys often do call it junk science, but do you feel like they've been kind of, have they said it's junk and now they're saying, but trust our guy?
Well, I mean, isn't that what everyone's doing, really? I mean, that's what they are trying to do. Whether, whatever case Jim Griffin is trying, he's got to represent his client to the best of his ability and to find experts that can testify and support their theory. And that's what he's doing. I think that sometimes we say things that may serve us in one situation that may not serve us in the other. But I don't think that, to say that it's complete junk science and, would never use it, I don't think that's really realistic for any defense attorney.
Definitely, I can dispute one expert's findings, but I mean, I'm not so sure blood spatter is junk science. I mean, there's been people studying this stuff for decades. Chip Vandalia from YouTube, Rich Schoenstein, this question is for you. Could Alec's others be investigated for crimes relating to hiding or destroying evidence? It seems like the brother may have removed guns from the house. And I think it's quite a weekend, and there's video of their house, decided in September, 3 months after the murders, and you see John Marvin carrying a couple of guns out of the house, putting them in the truck, and then Buster and he go over to the kennels and they put a dog in the white pickup and they leave. They may have been going hunting. I don't know. So is there any possibility of Alec's brothers being investigated for anything?
I assume there's a possibility. I have not seen this Netflix documentary yet. I probably will watch it at some point, but we've been watching enough of the actual trial. I couldn't do it. But assuming somebody carried evidence off, and that's a big problem with this whole crime scene. People were coming on and off the property. They talked about it being a carnival in recent days. It was almost a carnival the night of the murder, and the housekeeper came in to clean up, and the brothers are carrying stuff off. So yeah, I suppose if they conclude that one of the brothers intentionally took things that were possibly evidence, they might investigate that.
It's important to point out this was after the botched suicide attempt, according to this show on Netflix, the docuseries. And SLED had already been to the house. We had that body camera video from Special Agent Croft on June 8th, where they were in the gun room. He was going through everything. It looks like they took the guns they thought were used. So I don't know if the scene's released. I don't know if it's a big deal. Let's go ahead and take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll get to more of your questions. Keep them coming to us on Twitter, Facebook, and in the YouTube chat. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. We'll be right back.
Okay, we've got, looks like, 25 minutes to go. Let's see, do I have anything that's about that length in the playlist? Let's see, I can't remember if I played that one the other day or not. Got somebody who's asking about the Jim Brenner hearing, which is supposed to start sometime around 1:30, but I am streaming this case, which is the defense is getting ready to rest, and since that's such a routine nothing hearing, I didn't think that it was worth a 2-hour round trip drive to go to it for them to say, oh, well, the trial is going to be on the 17th of April, so let's just defer this for kick the can down the road a little bit further. So let's see what she says. I'm just telling her that they want to postpone the Brenner hearings and not resolve that one until after they see what happens with the federal weapons charges on the 17th. So let's see. What else do we have? Any short little clips? Oh, here, this one looks like a good one. Let's go with this. Started buffering.
This is file for
that charges 2 counts of murder and 2 counts of possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. But now there's a brand new charge against him, a misdemeanor charge. It's not exactly clear at this time what that charge is for, but it did come that same day he wrapped his testimony. I want to bring in our panel now, attorney and legal analyst Rachel Fizet, former CIA officer and FBI Special Agent Tracy Walder. Welcome, both of you. And Rachel, I do want to start with you. During this testimony, we heard Alec Murdaugh say for the first time he was, in fact, at those kennels minutes before the murders, but he didn't tell that to police. Let's listen to a clip quickly.
My mom's a late-stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel.
Charges, your experience, is it common for a defendant to face new charges after?
It's always possible, and that's one of the reasons that defendants don't take the stand that often. It's a big decision to take the stand as a defendant. So the issue here may have to do with his lying to investigators. He admitted under oath that he lied to investigators, and they may be charging him with something that is a state charge that relates to perjury or obstruction or some sort of tampering because of the lies that he had to. Now, getting with a misdemeanor when you're on a double homicide trial with such huge charges, I don't know if in actuality it will affect his life in any way. And I know that he weighed that before he got on the stand. But that is my guess, is that they said, okay, you've lied to us. Now that opens you up to other charges, lying to investigators.
Let's turn to you, Tracy. You know, jury could get the case this week, and we know they will get to visit the scene of the murders now. And this is at the defense's request. Can you help me understand as a layperson? I think about the jury going there and just finding the experience to be chilling, quite frankly. Why would the defense want the jury to see the site of where this happened?
So I really think it's actually an excellent idea, quite frankly, to have the jury go there. It's confusing. This is a huge, huge compound. This is a massive hunting compound, acres and acres and acres. And it's confusing. It's confusing to understand the distance between the main house and then where the dog kennels were. And so I think it is that really what the defense wants to do is show how it have been in that, kind of 4-minute time frame that they've really narrowed down Alex Murdaugh into for him to be able to commit those crimes. And so it's not uncommon, particularly in a more complicated like this, and the structures are still intact and taking you through there.
Okay, I do appreciate that perspective. Rachel, Murdaugh said his accident, one that killed 15-year-old Mallory Beach in 2019, was to blame for the murders. Let's listen to this quickly.
The wrong person saw and read that. Fact. Who did what I saw on June the 7th, they hated Paul Murdaugh and they had anger in their heart. And that is the only reason that somebody could be mad at Paul like that and hate him like that.
How feasible do you think the jury is finding this alternative explanation? And do you think the defense has been doing a good job in creating reasonable doubt?
I do think the defense is doing a good job in creating reasonable doubt. The defense's strategy throughout this entire trial has been to poke holes in the prosecution. They have not set forth other motives other than this. They have not set forth any other person that did this, a particular person directly. So they are literally just poking holes in the prosecution's case. And Alec Murdaugh taking the stand, I think on balance, I bet he did himself a favor rather than made the jury dislike him more. He admitted to lying, he fessed up to his crimes, and he almost gained credibility by admitting he was a liar. And I think the jury wanted to hear that.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation, your television provider, and
it's like the benefit not there. Of course, there are benefits, but no life insurance.
Well, I think that that's an excellent question, and I am not sure if forensic accountants have gone through and looked at why that he didn't have life insurance. I mean, I am that Maggie didn't have any. Typically when you're at a certain age, you have that, and if you have kids, you have that, and so that is actually surprising. And you're totally right, Anjanette. This is such age-old, motive for committing murder is it's trying to get that money. But here you're right, it's not as cut and dried, and so I think it's an interesting question to look into, but I'm not sure that it's like the be all end all with this case, because we know that he tried to do that failed suicide attempt himself to get Buster to collect his life insurance policy. So I found that to be very interesting. But it might actually be that it would have been too obvious if they had life insurance and he killed them for that. So I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence about that.
This is a more convoluted, motive that the prosecution is presenting, with the financial pressures and then the boat crash and all the mess that came along with that. I mean, it's convoluted. I mean, they've explained it, but it's just not something like, oh, we say husband killed wife because of life insurance. Like, that's just not there, and it's a little confounding. Pawpaw Tracker from Twitter: the defense witnesses seem to contradict each other. Is this on purpose to help confuse the jury and create reasonable doubt? Gigi, have you felt that the defense witnesses have contradicted one another?
Well, we were just talking about the coroner, with the armpit method. And then this guy today said, I would have done a rectal temperature. I don't know this contradicting like you said. I think it's more to say it wasn't done. Therefore, this time of death is not even close to being certain or fact at all. So maybe it does seem contradicting, but I think there's a purpose to that. Maybe they're going to tie that up in closings. Make it more clear to the juror why the contradictions of their witnesses were so obvious.
I still think that the defense called Coroner Harvey to show that there was no, legitimate time of death determination. That's my opinion as to why they called him. Joanne Guarducci-Pollock from Facebook asks, if Alec did not know when Maggie and Paul were murdered, why did he choose to lie about his presence at the kennels? An innocent person wouldn't lie about his whereabouts. He also lied to Maggie's mother about it. What are your thoughts on that, Rich?
Well, I still think this is Alex Murdaugh's biggest problem in this case, right? He lied about where he was before the murder, and he lied about where he was after the murder, because remember, he had a story about being at his mother's much longer than he actually was there. So he's caught with these lies, and on his examination, he says, well, I was paranoid because of the drugs and I didn't want to tell SLED. Really? And then he tries to walk that back and says, because they press him on, oh, so you're paranoid? Because that sounds like that could be part of the motive. And he says, well, no, I can keep it under control. So he's got this sort of selective paranoia excuse for lying to law enforcement about where he really was before and after the murder. I find it problematic from the defense point of view myself.
I'm surprised he just didn't say, I came home and found, I'm a prosecutor, a volunteer prosecutor. I came home and found my wife and son dead. I was freaked out. And of course I thought that they would look at me, like I was scared. Like I was surprised he didn't say that. Instead, we had the selective opioid paranoia, as you said. Next question I am going to ask. Jackie Lowe from YouTube: why all of a sudden is the defense witness contradicting their own evidence, changing everything such as guns used, position of victims, distance they were shot from, and height/position of shooter? This is interesting because we heard the testimony from the physics guy the other day, Tracy, where he was saying, oh, the shooter is like 5'2", 5'4", and there were two shooters on the animation. Do you feel like they are kind of changing things, or does this jibe, what we heard today with Paul possibly being crumpled over and shot from an upward trajectory. Does that jibe with what we heard the other day from the physics guy?
Well, so I think part of why they're doing that may be to kind of create in a strange way, right, about what was going on, the trajectory of the bullet that hit Paul, was to really, really drive home the fact that whomever did not have been just covered head to toe in bone matter, blood, and tissues, and that that Alex Murdaugh had none of that on him. But again, I'm not sure that that's a winning battle for them, because as I think Rich stated earlier, you have this kind of unaccounted time for him. He wasn't at his mother's as long as we had thought, and he could have easily taken a shower and all of that off. So I do think it is a bit contradictory, but I actually think it's helping the prosecution a bit more than it's helping the defense, that contradictory nature of it.
Well, let's go around the squares and ask everybody one final question. Gigi, when do you think that the jury will finally get the case? What day this week?
I say maybe Wednesday.
Interesting. Tracy, when do you think they'll start deliberating?
I think Thursday.
Thursday. Okay, Rich, how about you?
I think that's right. I mean, I think they've got a couple more witnesses to finish up and a crime scene visit. And then there's going to be a rebuttal case by the prosecution. So I'd say Thursday.
Oh, yeah, I changed my answer.
Thursdays and a Wednesday.
Yeah. I forgot about the field trip. I forgot about the field trip Thursday. I'm with y'all.
Gigi, and they 40 minutes out, 40 minutes back, 3 hours for the visit. They thought. I mean, so it's going to be quite the field trip. All right, so everybody's going with Thursday. I'll say Thursday too. Thanks so much for joining us, everybody. We always love answering your questions. I'm going to sign off, as is Gigi, and we will throw it back to the studio in New York with Michelle Yu after this break. Thanks so much again for joining us. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you've been watching Law and Crime live from Walterboro, South Carolina.
Just an interesting note. I was looking here at the court information on James Brenner today, who's got his hearing in an hour. Well, it's going to be in a block of time, and he could be any time in the afternoon session. So they have introduced a new attorney for Brenner. He still has Stuart Brady, but we've got a Gregory Furbrach. I'm not sure how you pronounce that. Looks French to me. And on the assault charges, the prosecutor is Brian Duncan, but on the weapons charges, it's Blair Wardle who I've seen representing it, I think, all this time. Brian Duncan may have appeared at some point early on, but it's probably 6 months or so ago. Not a big deal. They're kicking the can down the road until after the federal weapons jury trial on the 17th of April. And that's wishing it was not then. I wish it was March 17th, because we've got the Daybell trial starting on the 3rd of April. So that one, I'm not sure what to think. I guess I'm going to play that one by ear. So we've got 10 minutes till the court is supposed to be back in session. So let's see if we've got anything else which has come up on the internet. We've got a live which looks interesting later today from Harvard lawyer Lee on says addiction and or addict and the claims of drug usage by Alex Murdaugh. So I'll take a look at that tonight and see what, if anything, is useful and report back on that tomorrow. Let's see. We've got one video which looks kind of interesting, but it's a little bit longer than the time slot. So I'll add that to my Murdaugh playlist, and we might take a look at that one in a later break.
Hi, everyone. I'm Michelle Yu. If you're just joining us, it is week 6 of the double murder trial for Alec Murdaugh. He is accused of killing his wife, Maggie, and son, Paul, back in June of 2021. The defense case is slated to wrap up by the end of the day. Earlier today, we heard from expert witnesses who testified about a possible two-shooter scenario, as well as some inconsistencies in the autopsy done by Dr. Reimer. While court is still on a lunch recess, let's take a listen back now. Earlier, the defense requested Judge Newman to allow jurors to see the Mazzell property where Paul and Maggie were killed. Let's take a listen.
We believe it would be useful for the jury to visit Moselle, both in the area of the kennels and the house, just to get some understanding of spatial relationships. And so what we would ask is that you ask the jury if they want to do that. I mean, I know I wouldn't, if they don't want to do it, I don't want them to do it. If they want to do it, that'd be fine with me, and it needs to be done in an expeditious way. And obviously, Your Honor dealt with this before. I don't know what, I mean, we're not going with them, but I don't know who does go with them. No one's obviously going to be able to answer questions. They can see it. And that's, I don't know whether that should take any more than, Roselle's about 30 minutes from here. 40 minutes from here. So that's 40 there, 40 back. An hour on the scene, maybe 3 hours. And I just throw that into the mix, not wanting to get this case closed, but we believe they ought to be given the opportunity to ask to see it if they want to see it. And I don't know whether that's done by majority vote. I don't know how all that's done, but we're asking they be allowed to do that if they want to do it.
I don't know that I've heard of just asking the jury and having them take a vote on that. You know, I am not, the state is not asking for there to be a jury view of the scene. And if anything, I think that that would require additional testimony because the scene is different than it existed on the night of June 7th, 2021. And a big factor, which I think is very relevant to some of the issues here, is that the trees that were planted that separate the kennels and the house are markedly taller and they were. So, state view to the jury's hands to take a vote. So,
Your Honor, when they're only there to see the there's no issues that they should be. As we concede that would that change, but the kennels, the spatial, you know, how small the feed room is, the spatial between where, and they've seen the where feed room compared to Maggie's was. There were potential issues without actually seeing them. And if you want to limit it to just the kennels and them not being allowed to in any way deal with the relationship between the house and the and we actually do have some photos from that night and the next day. I mean, I think you can put restrictions on it that would assist the jury if they want it. I just bring this to court's attention. There were literally dozens of people at Moselle last weekend trespassing to get selfies in front of the feed room. I mean, most distasteful kinds of things I've ever seen. So, before they head out there, some of the security could be in place, and so they
We're
don't.
law enforcement security saying ensure no one is there.
Well,
Unless, yeah.
John Marvin, his brother, is maintaining that property. He had to call the sheriff's department to come remove him, and it seems they have they're sort of a carnival attitude about this case than what we have to deal with. So I don't want the jury influenced by, crazy paparazzi. I don't think there's really any.
No one can be there. The scene will be secure. No one will be there during a jury view. Now, do you want to view jury view?
I just want to ensure that it's going to be outside. And they've got the authority to close off the road.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm telling them how to do their job. But I am suggesting these are things that we became aware of over the weekend.
All right. We'll arrange for jury view.
All right, a lot going on again. Courthouse. My little this hour, Rich Schoenstein and Andy Walder are here with me. And Tracy, I'm going to give you your thoughts about your crime scene almost 2 years after the crime.
So that's the hard part, right? Is that 2 years have passed around the area. But I'm not against this. Actually, I do think it might be helpful to the jury. Obviously, even I've been listening to the testimony, and it's confusing. 100 acres. I think be helpful, genuinely helpful for them to understand what it was like and how close the quarters were or were not in the feed room. I think that this could potentially be good for the jury because it sounds like the feed room hasn't changed. However, the foliage around it has changed. So it does also go to show that perhaps the crime scene wasn't properly secured, documented, modeled, 3D modeled when this happened, and it could have been and maybe saved everyone this trip and painted a more accurate picture.
Rich, here's the thing, though. Why now? Should jurors have seen this crime scene earlier?
Oh, that depends, Michelle. I mean, that varies by case. We've seen cases here where the crime scene is one of the first things that the jurors look at, but the prosecution didn't request it in their case. One of the parties has to request a crime scene visit. It's not automatic, and it doesn't happen because the jury wants it, whether or not you even know if the jury wants it. So in this case, the defense requested it. That's why it's coming in the defense case. And the defense is putting it at the end, which I guess is strategic. They want the jury to be able to see the spatial relationships now that they've heard all the testimony, I think to prove, or to at least have the jury think maybe Alec Murdaugh could have been at the house while these murders went on at the kennels, and that the assassins could have gotten on and off the property without encountering him.
Well, Tracy, do you think it's suspicious, or not suspicious, but do you think it's strange that the defense is asking for this visit? Because surely the jurors are not.
I do think it's strange. Typically you see this notes from the jury, right, wanting to go see crime scenes. But I do think it's strange that the defense is asking. But I'm wondering if this will really lend more credence to their theory that all of this really could have happened without Alex Murdaugh knowing about it. And I think that's really what they are trying to drive home. And I think it's one of the last things that they want the jury to see. I think this is very strategic on their part because they could have asked for it earlier and they chose not to. And I really think this is the last sort of picture, if you will, that they want to leave the jury with.
Well, bottom line is the jurors are going to be headed there at some point. It's about 30 minutes away, I believe, from that courthouse. So it'll be interesting to see how they assess that property. Court is expected to come back any moment from their lunch break soon. We are going to take a quick break. We're going to check in on South Carolina when we come back. You're watching Law and Crime.
So it sounds to me like the field trip would probably take a minimum of 3 hours when you consider loading them up into a bus, taking them out to the scene, letting them walk around and see things for maybe up to an hour, and back on the bus and to the court. And I'm not sure if that's going to be today or if that would be tomorrow. They haven't really specified when the field trip will be, but it would be before the defense rests. And so I remember it was a bit of a controversy when they did a field trip to the O.J. Simpson house, and one of the jurors was looking at the Heisman Trophy, and they ended up removing that juror from the jury because of that. The slightest thing could get you kicked off the OJ jury, especially if they thought you were likely to be pro-prosecution. So, we should be getting back to the courtroom any minute now. So, let's see if we've got anything new which has popped up in my feed. Looks like there's a 17-minute piece on the expert witness dropping a bombshell about the two-shooter theory, but that's not exactly a bombshell. We expected them to say that. More videos about them visiting Moselle, but no need to go watch that because we already know about that. No, it looks like we're just kind of biding our time, waiting for the case court to reconvene. Time for everybody get up and get the wiggles out, I guess. Now, not the Manson murders. The McDonald murders were a copycat crime where Jeffrey McDonald killed his wife and daughters and tried to make it look like a crazy band of hippies were doing it, just like with the Manson murders. So, yet it wasn't the Manson murders. Says it will probably make a break for the. Oh yeah, I'm sure that the jury will enjoy.
Hi, everyone. It is week 6 of the double murder trial for Alec Murdaugh. As you may know, he is accused
You bring the jury.
Yeah, I had a drop in my signal for a minute there. It seems to be back again, so hopefully it will hold up. I don't know. It could possibly be to do with the wind because we're having a windy day. Alec looks relaxed, but then the jury isn't here, so there's no reason for him to perform. That judge's chair looks pretty comfy. So I wonder if the news will follow to the crime scene. No, they won't be able to. I expect that they will have a camera along to record it for the court and the appeals, but it won't be. The jury is present. It'd be like a
Very good. Thank you. Madam Floor Lady. How's
They're doing great.
very good. Thank you. Your next witness.
Your Honor, Marvin Murdaugh.
You place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You'll have a seat on the stand. Just that microphone.
John Marvin Murdaugh, Murdaugh.
Mr. Murdaugh, will you tell the jury just briefly some background information? Where are you from? What do you do?
Yes, sir. So I was born in Columbia, grew up in Hampton, attended public schools from first grade through high school, graduated Wade Hampton, went to the University of South Carolina, in criminal justice, and I'm now self-employed. I've opened some companies in the heavy equipment business.
What's the name of your company?
Well, the main company is Murdaugh Rental Center, but I've got Murdaugh Kubota, Murdaugh Equipment LLC. So generally speaking, I'm in the construction equipment, agricultural tractors and implements. I'm in the equipment business.
And do you have offices? Locations, multiple locations?
I have two, one in Hampton and one in Okatee, Bluffton area.
Are you related to the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
I am. I'm his brother.
Do you have any other brothers?
I do. Randy Murdaugh is my brother.
And do you have a sister?
I do. Lynn.
All right.
Both are here.
And your parents are whom?
Randolph and Libby Murdaugh.
Are you the only son of the three that didn't go to law school?
I am, and I'm quite proud of it.
Tell the jury generally about the Murdaugh family, your family in this area.
Well, I mean, obviously, we're probably like most families or a lot of families, we're very close. I mean, the siblings, we stay in touch. We do holidays together. You try to interact and keep your family core together. I mean, we're just, a normal family doing normal family things.
Right. Do your parents, and we've heard about your father, Randolph Murdaugh, who died on June the 10th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then your mother's Miss Libby,
She is.
and she's still alive, correct?
She is. In fact, yesterday was her birthday.
And you went by to see her, I
I
understand.
did, with my kids.
The in the spring 2021, were they both alive, and was your dad alive?
Yes, sir.
And what was his health in the spring of 2021?
Well, for some, he had been battling cancer, and not just cancer. I'll use that term loosely. He had multiple forms of cancer, but he had been battling cancer, had health issues. He had been through heart surgeries. Just was not good. Just in and out of hospitals. Just
right.
Age and the diseases were catching up to him.
And would you check in on your mom and dad any chance you got?
I would. So I didn't tell you all this, but so I don't live in Hampton. My wife and family and we live down in Beaufort, or just outside of Beaufort. And so my drive is about an hour's drive to do it. So I didn't visit as often as Randy and Alec because they were in Hampton. But absolutely, anytime I had the opportunity to work in Hampton at my office, I would always take time to stop by. And then sometimes I would just wanted to go see my mom.
And was it routine for one? So either your brothers who lived in Hampton to stop by and check on them routinely?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I don't know every time they went because I wasn't there, but I feel confident that they visited more just because of the proximity. It's just an easier visit.
So let's talk about proximity. Your brother Randy, where does he live?
He lives in Hampton, in town.
And then your sister Lynn, where does she live?
She lives in Somerville.
Okay. And then Alec, where did he live in spring of 2021?
Well, I think in the spring of 21, he was living in Moselle. I think all of them were.
Okay. And is Moselle close to Almeda?
Well, it's further than Randy's house, but much closer than mine.
Right. And is that in your mother's house? I'm saying Almeda, but is Almeda a town or what?
No, Almeda's correct. That's the location. That's the property name, if you will, the intersection name. I think that's a general.
And just tell the jury where that's located.
It would be just east of Varnville, maybe 2 or 3 miles outside of the town limits.
Is it basically at the intersection of I don't know what's that mean?
Intersection of 278 and Highway 68 that would go to, one goes to Ridgeland and one goes to Yemassee.
Okay. And would Alec visit your mom and dad frequently in the spring of 2021, to your knowledge?
Oh, absolutely.
And we'll get to more of that. How well, I want to talk about Paul. How well did you know Paul?
I knew Paul very well. Excuse me, I'm gonna have a hard time talking about Paul because we had a very special relationship. But I knew him very well. And I'll do my best to answer any questions about him.
Well, did he have a nickname?
He did. They called him Little Rooster.
And did they call him anything else?
Well, I mean, he'd been called Little Rooster, had been called, as you heard, Paw Paw. I mean, that's what my family, my kids called him.
What did you call him?
Well, it depends on where we were and what we were doing. When we were, excuse me, when we were doing something fun at a social event, I would refer to him as Paw Paw. Now, y'all haven't heard this yet, but he worked for me. So when he worked for me, it was Paul, or it was Paul Terry, because I was trying to be, a little more authoritative.
Right. Who else called him Paw Paw?
Most of all the family. And that's not, that's not a name that was said at all times, but when we're having fun, kids would say it. My wife would say it. It was just a name that was used in fun times and in normal times.
And you mentioned Paul worked for you. When did he work for you?
You know, that's, I thought you were going to ask that, and unfortunately, I don't know. He's worked for me maybe prior to June of 21. He was working then. I think he worked the 2 summers prior to that. And it was just summer work. I mean, it lasted a month or so and a half.
And was he working for you in June of 2021?
He was.
And what was he doing for you?
Anything I asked him to do.
Where was he working?
He was working at my Bluff and Okatee store. He would do anything from power wash equipment or deliver new tractors that were being sold, talk to customers, help customers load and unload rental equipment. He did, as you heard someone testify, that boy would work. And so whatever was asked of him, he would do.
Was he on the phone the whole time, or did he actually work?
Not at work, he was not. Well, not while I was there.
Oh, right. Was he a good worker?
He was an excellent worker.
Did you spend time with Paul? Well, do you have a place where you hunt? You have a property?
I do.
Do you have a name for that property?
We call it Greenfield.
And would Paul and Buster come out to Greenfield to hunt?
They would.
Would
Absolutely.
Let me just back up. What was the relationship between Alec, Paul, and Buster?
Oh, it was a great relationship. You know, anything that the boys were doing, Alec wanted to do, and the boys always came first to him. And some of y'all may have been on dove hunts before, but I have a very small field, and you know, I've got 10 stands in the field, and before the hunt, I have it organized where I know who's sitting where. Well, I have Alec. He says, well, can the boys come? Well, of course they can come. So now I've got to rearrange for that. Or if they said they were coming and the boys backed out, Alec always backed out. I was thinking about this. To this day, I don't believe he has ever come hunting with me since his boys have been old enough to hunt without his boys. It's always with the boys.
Did he do other things with them?
He did sporting events, you know, football games, baseball games.
Was he close with his sons?
Very close.
Right. And how about Maggie? What did you observe of his relationship with Maggie?
It was a great relationship. I mean, all marriages, I'm sure, have hiccups here and there, but I'm telling you, it was a good marriage. In coming here, I was trying to think of ways to describe it. My wife and I and Alec and Maggie, we went to a concert together. It was the Darius Rucker concert. And of course, we're sitting there, Alec and Maggie are sitting just, I hope I can say this in court. I'd just gone to those $15 beer back in the seat, and Alec holding hands and swaying. It's like, aren't you holding my hand? And so my $15 bill down. They have. That's just one of many. At football games, they would put out a tailgate spread. They would welcome the kids, family, friends. It was wonderful.
And did they do a lot of family things together with Paul and Buster and Paul and Buster's friends?
Yes, they did. You know, I knew of trips that they would take, family trips, you know, vacations. They had a house at Edisto that y'all have heard about, and they would have, you know, they'd always have friends come over, particularly boys' friends.
There's been some discussion during this case during this trial about pleasant stuff. Experienced that.
I did.
And Tell us a little bit about your experience.
Well, I've heard the testimony about it, and it's accurate. I mean, I could tell you all 100 stories of him leaving things, but he was notorious. He would come stay with us at our house. He would leave. Liz would have all of his clothes washed, and he just left and didn't care about where his clothes were. In fact, Paul came duck hunting with me one time, and at Greenfield, and I smile fondly on this when I think back on all this. So we had a great duck hunt. I think there were 3 of us in the blind. Great duck hunt. We picked up all the birds, decoys, and we left, and we go back up and have a nice breakfast. Doing all the post hunt, all the fun things that you do. Well, I went back hunting. I don't know, it was probably a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks later, and his hunting gear is still in the blind. I mean, I had to smile when I saw it. I was like, that's Paul.
Right. Did I want to ask you a little bit about riding property. I mean, you ride your property down at Greenfield?
I do.
And have you
riding in
what like checking on the property? Do you?
Oh, you mean like just riding around, joyriding, or checking feeders, or?
Right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And do you always carry a gun when you're doing that?
I don't.
And have you ridden property like at your dad's place with your dad and maybe Alec or others? I mean, is that a frequent occurrence?
I would say almost never when I rode the property with my dad.
Almost never carry a gun.
Almost never would we carry a gun. We would just joyride. Now, if it were late in the afternoon and we were considering maybe getting in a deer stand, at the last minute, possibly. But typically with my dad and us, we didn't carry a gun then.
Right. Speaking of your dad, what was, you recall what was going on with his health the weekend, the Saturday, Sunday, before June the 7th? So I guess would start, Friday would be the 4th, Saturday would be the 5th, Sunday would be
right. So he was hospital, I believe, in Columbia that weekend. And I think he got out of the hospital on Sunday.
Okay. And did you pick him up? Your brother picked him up? You know who picked him up?
I did not. I didn't. I may have been out of town. I can't recall. I've heard the testimony about it. I did not pick him up.
Did you end up taking your father to the doctor on that Monday, June the 7th?
I did.
And where did you take him?
I took him to Savannah, to his what I would call. Columbia was maybe he had to go up there for some different things or another. I'm not sure.
And was he having some breathing issues on
He was having major breathing issues.
When you went to the doctor on Monday, June the 7th, was there a decision made to him at the hospital?
It was. When I took him, we were only going to a doctor's appointment. We were not going to the hospital. It was just me taking him to a doctor's appointment to try to find out what the breathing issues were, maybe some type of a treatment or medication or something to help him. While we were there, as soon as that he was not getting the oxygen that he needed.
And when was he admitted on that Monday?
He was.
And what was Monday the 8th? I mean the 7th.
Oh, Monday the 7th. Yes. So my understanding was the doctor that we were seeing, or that he was seeing, had some really strong beliefs that the cancer that he had was not causing the breathing obstructions, that it very likely could be pneumonia. And he told us, he said, if it's the cancer, that's the worst. But if it's pneumonia, like I think we've got some
the 7th.
Absolutely. When he told me that, I mean, well, first of all, when he said he had to go in the hospital, it scared me. You know, obviously it scares you when a doctor tells you immediately have to check in. But yes, him explaining that he was optimistic that it was going to be pneumonia and that there would be a breathing treatment to help it. I felt pretty good.
Now, in evidence, and I'm not going to read it again, but did you and your brother send, text messages to family members giving them an update?
We did.
And that was on the 7th?
That was on the 7th.
And in the update, did you explain the doctor believed it was pneumonia?
Yes, I gave a basic summary of what I was told by the doctor, what I believed it to be. I think Randy and I had a few minutes to talk, and he typed up another email just to make sure that everybody was in the loop.
Okay. And
I'm sorry, not an email, a text message.
Text message.
Sorry.
Okay. And did the diagnosis and the prognosis subsequently change on your dad?
It did. It did.
When was that?
Well, so on Tuesday afternoon, we're back out at we're back at Zell, and you know, we still hadn't heard much. I mean, all this other stuff going on, it just, as you can imagine, it's just so much going on. Randy called me and told me they had done everything that they could do and that he would be coming home in an ambulance under hospice care.
And did he die on June the 10th?
He died, I think, 2 days later.
Take your time.
That's all right. That's all right.
Going back to taking your dad to the doctor and then checking the hospital, there's some vehicles being switched around a little bit, and we get to, you know, that. But can you explain to the jury how all that transportation went to get to your dad to the hospital? Well, doctor.
You're talking about on that Monday for me to get him?
On June, June the 7th.
It's a little bit complicated, but I'll do my best to explain it. So Randy, on Monday morning, Dad had been in the hospital Sunday, got out Sunday, knew that he needed to be seen by his regular doctor, but did not have an appointment. And so Randy was doing everything he could to get him in as early as he could on that Monday, and just asked me, he says, if I get the appointment, can you take him? And I said, absolutely, I'd be delighted to. A little while later, an hour or two, I don't know, it was still that morning, Randy calls me and says, okay, they have an opening for him, but he has to get there right away. So Hampton is, an hour and a half from Savannah, hour and a half. He said, you don't have time to drive to Hampton to get him. I will meet you in Ridgeland about halfway, which is not far from my house. You just take him and I'll go back. He had some time sensitive things to work on. So we met at Palmetto Co-op in Ridgeland. I got in my mom's.
We help you through divorce by maximizing time for kids and maximizing your. Give us a call.
And then got in my truck and drove it to Mosaic.
Okay. And farm was at your house. Do you remember where Paul's truck was?
Paul's normal truck was in the shop being worked on.
Was that Jimmy Butler's?
It was a shop in Barnville, Jimmy Butler's, yes, sir.
Now, when you last saw Paul, was he just as you see him every day, or was?
Oh, absolutely. He was playing with my kids in the yard, waiting on me to get there. In fact, that particular day, he was pretty dirty. So whatever he had been doing back at work had him pretty dirty, but he was playing with the kids in the yard. Paul.
Is that the last time you saw him?
That is the last time I saw him.
When did you learn that, and how did you learn that Maggie and Paul were murdered on the night of June the 7th?
Well, Alec called me, and Liz and I, we have 3 younger kids. I mean, our youngest is 8 now, so it would have been 6 at the time. And so we don't have a lot of free time to ourselves. But that night we were watching television.
Well, let me back up. Had Alec called you earlier in the night when he was on his way to?
Oh, yes, sir.
His mom?
Yes, sir.
And we got phone records of that. What do you recall of that conversation?
He called, just checking on me, just said, I saw the news about Dad. Things look good. It was a brief conversation, and I hate to say it, but I kind of said, listen, man, I finally have a few minutes. Can we talk tomorrow? We're watching.
What was you spoke with him on the evening of the? And then later on that night, you got another phone call from him?
And I got when you asked the question, how did I learn? Yes, Alec called me and just absolutely hysterical. As soon as I heard his voice, I knew something bad was going on. Didn't know what. And I'm in my pajamas. He said, something bad is really happening. I don't know what his exact words, but I think he said, Maggie and Paul have been hurt really badly. Please get here as fast as you can. And, I drop what I'm doing and I go get dressed and I'm hurrying. I'm, just so many things are going through your mind. You don't know what to do. So I get dressed and I run outside and realize I don't have a car. Paul's car's out there and it is a hunk of junk. And I mean,
this was the farm truck.
This was a farm truck. And so I knew I couldn't take my wife's car because she was taking the kids to school. And at this point, I knew something bad. I just didn't know how bad it was.
And so did you then get in the farm truck and head to Moselle?
I did.
And what happened along the way?
Well, so along the way, I'd spoken to Randy. He asked me to try to get in touch with a close family friend and one of their law partners, Danny Henderson. I was just constantly trying to call him. I'm driving fast. I'm trying to get to Moselle. And, once I got Danny and told him that he needed to get up there, I had just a few minutes to myself and I was crying. And somebody called me shortly after that. I don't know who it was. I can't remember, but I remember it was either Alec or Randy, I believe. And they said the sheets were being pulled over them.
Did the farm truck break down?
It did.
How'd you end up getting to Moselle?
Well, so let me back up and tell you. So the route that from my house down in Okatee, Beaufort, takes me to Coosawhatchee, and I get on 95 to go to Yemassee and getting off and coming up that way. Well, another close family friend, his name is Greg Alexander. He is the chief of Yemassee. I reached to him and I just say, Greg, I gave him said something bad had happened, or again, I don't know what's told about the sheets, but I told him, I said, listen, something bad's happened. We got to get up there. When I get to Yemassee, can you please help make sure I get to Moselle? Because this truck's sputtering and I knew it wasn't good. And he met me at Yemassee and he fell in behind me and we started driving until he finally passed me in Varnville. Well, go ahead.
And did he end up driving you the rest of the way?
Well, he did. So he passed me shortly before Varnville. He took a right on 63 and he was a little ways ahead of me when the truck quit on me. I called him and said, Greg, I said, come back and get me. The truck has broken down. And of course, he picked me up and took me straight on to Moselle.
Were there any guns in the farm truck that Paul had left when you got in it?
I have no idea. It was dark when I got in it. As y'all can imagine, I was frantic. I jumped in it and I took off.
Did you ever see any guns in it?
That night, never. I mean, I didn't look. I mean, it just,
right.
I wasn't looking in the backseat. I wasn't worried about anything except getting to Moselle.
Okay. Do you remember about the time you you got to Moselle, what was it roughly? Or better yet, who was there when you got there?
Well, there were, well before I got to Moselle, you could see the lights flashing. It was just, there were tons of people. Mostly what I would describe is first responders of some sort.
And when you pulled up, where did you go?
So we came in the main gate and came around and they had created a small crime scene. And when we pulled up, I saw Alec, and I think before Greg even stopped the car, I went out and ran to him.
And what was his condition, Alex?
Oh, he was just broken. I mean, distraught. I mean, everybody was. There were a few other people there, but he just, all we did is hugged and cried. I mean, I don't even know that we talked.
How long did you stay down adjacent to the crime scene? Do you recall?
Quite some time. I have to assume that I probably was there at the 11 o'clock-ish. I don't know what time I got there, but I don't think we went back up to the house, until well after midnight, maybe 2, 3.
And when you went to the house, do you recall if any SLED agents came up there?
Well, I did not see any. I heard some testimony of some came and got some clothes, but I did not see any SLED agents at the house. The last officer that I remember seeing that night, or officers, were the ones that told us that we needed to leave that area, that they were going to be I knew some of Alec's partners, Randy's partners, family members, Lynn.
Was there food out? What was it?
Well, I didn't see any food, but I saw pots and pans, and I saw folks that were cleaning up. They were removing pots and pans, but I never opened it and looked in it, so I presumed that it was food. They cleaned dishes. They put the pots and pans away or in the refrigerator.
Was a TV on in the house? Do you remember?
Based on what I know, I would say it is, but I can't tell you 100% that it was on. But I'd be willing to bet it was.
What do you mean when you say based on what you know?
Well, I don't think I'd ever been in that house without the TV being on if Alec and Maggie were there.
After well, did you ultimately go to Alameda that evening with Alec, Buster, and his girlfriend, Brooklyn?
We did.
Do you remember what Alec was wearing when he went to Alameda?
Not precise. I mean, he was wearing a T-shirt. I can't tell you details, but it was shorts and a T-shirt, like relaxed shorts.
Do you know whether he had a shower or not?
It appeared he had. I mean, his hair was not. I didn't see him in the shower, but I can tell you, I think he had a shower.
I understand. So then let's move forward to the morning of the June 8th. I guess, did you get any sleep the night of June the 7th?
Very little. I don't know that I fell asleep. I've certainly laid in the bed. It just, as you can imagine, just the thoughts and things. I don't know if I slept. When I got up and started moving the next day, I certainly didn't feel like I'd slept.
What did you do the next day when you got up?
You talking about precisely or generally?
Just generally.
I got up and Alec was up. I don't think Buster and Buckman were. I told Alec that I was going over to Greenfield. My farm that I told you all about is 2 or 3 miles away, so it's very close. And I have plenty of clothes over there. So I told him I was going over there to shower and put on fresh clothes, and that I would meet him at Moselle.
And did you go to Moselle?
I did after I left Greenfield. Yes, sir.
And you remember who was there when you got to Moselle?
I was the first one there.
And what did you do?
I just went to stay there until I knew Buster, Brooklyn, and Alec were coming. I suspected that other family members and partners, and I knew others were coming, so I just kind of sat there, just just in disbelief. Still, it's just moments of just.
Was the door to the house unlocked? Do you remember?
That's a good question. I thought about that. I don't remember. It either was unlocked or I had the code, because there's a keypad on a side door, but I can't tell you which door I went in. I don't know.
Did you eventually go down to the kennels?
I did. Once everyone got there, there was a fair amount of activity in the house with family and law partners, Alec's law partners, Randy's law partners. I just felt like I needed to go down. I needed to see for myself what had gone on and just kind of take it in. I mean, just maybe for some type of understanding.
How long did you stay down there at the kennels?
Well, I can't. I don't know. But I will say this: before I went, I was unsure whether I was allowed to go, because I knew it was a crime scene, and so I reached out to a friend of mine in law enforcement, and said, "Listen, I don't know who's handling the crime scene. I don't know whatever." He said, "Well, I'll find out and make sure that it's clear for you to go." And he said, "Don't go until I tell you." And he called me back a few minutes later and said he had spoken to I believe it was Captain Ryan Neal, and had given the okay that everything was released and it was okay to go there.
And was it cleaned up?
No, Jim, it was not cleaned up.
Were there skull fragments?
Yeah, so excuse me, this is going to be really difficult. So I could easily see where Maggie had been. I saw the night before where the sheets were, and somebody had told me that who was who, and so I could see where Maggie had been, and it was grass, and they had covered it up with dirt, so there really was nothing to see where Maggie was. I walked over to the feed room, and y'all have heard the descriptions. Y'all saw it. I've never seen pictures, and I've told them before coming to this court that I was not going to see pictures. But y'all can imagine what I experienced. It had not been cleaned up. I saw blood. I saw brains. I saw pieces of skull. And when I say brains, it could just be tissue. I don't know what I was seeing. It was terrible. And for some reason, I thought it was something that I needed to do for Paul to clean it up. Felt like it was the right thing to do. I felt like I owed him, and I started cleaning. And I can promise you, no mother or father or aunt or uncle should ever have to see and do what I did that day. I don't know. I'm not blaming anybody, but it's just, I was just overwhelmed. I did everything I could, and I would have moments where I would stop crying for a moment, and just in disbelief. At one point, I called my brother Randy and told him what I was doing, trying to describe what I was doing, and he immediately told me to stop doing it. It was not good for me. It was not healthy for me to be there. And I couldn't stop. I just what I had to. Probably 15, 20 minutes later, Mark Ball shows up. Y'all heard Mark Ball testify. And he came and hugged and told me it was okay to leave. Okay to leave what was left of Paul. They would clean it up. It's the hardest thing I've ever been through in my life.
Yes, sir. What'd you do next?
Mark basically got me. I'm sure I was just a basket case, but he got me back to the house and, got me back around family and, just got back to, the support of others that were there. And there were a lot of people at the house at that point.
Do you remember when you got back to the house at some point in time, people raising questions or bringing up the fact that Maggie's phone had not been located?
Yeah, so that was, particular the lawyers, they were all, being lawyers, they were, questioning things amongst themselves and, how could this happen, trying to figure things out. But it was brought to my attention that Maggie's phone was not there and that law enforcement had not found it. And I can't say that, in fact, I can probably say that I didn't think of it because I'm not a big phone user or a big app user or whatnot. But somebody brought to my attention and says, listen, if Buster or Alec, if they have an app on their phone, like find my phone or find my friends or an app like that, they said you very likely can find out where the phone is if the battery's not dead. And so I went to Buster and sure enough, I said, Buster, do you have this one of these apps like they're talking about? And he said, yeah, sure I do. I said, well, open it up. He opened it up and he handed me the phone and I see Maggie's name and I press it where, to activate it. And it pings Maggie's phone just out front of the property. And I was like, I hate to say it, but I said, holy shit, there it is. And I said, Buster, I'm taking your phone. I'm going to go back down to the shed and show it to law enforcement.
And who did you approach first about the phone?
Well, I don't know who it was. Presumably it was SLED agents because keep in mind, I didn't know any of these guys with SLED. I mean, there were a couple of faces that I'd seen before, but I don't know these guys. I've come to know them, but I don't know them or didn't know them then. So I went up to a SLED agent or two SLED agents and said, presumably SLED agents, and said, hey, I've got Buster's phone here and it's got an app on it that can find the phone and it's showing Maggie's phone's right out here. Let's go get it. And he said, no need. We have technology coming later today that we should be able to find it. And it blew me away that I'm sitting here showing them where Maggie's phone is, but they won't take the time to walk with me or take this phone itself. I mean, I'd give them the phone to go find it. So I walk over, I knew Duffy Stone. He was the solicitor. I knew one of his investigators. I walked over to them, said the exact same thing, and they immediately said, absolutely, let's go find this thing before the battery goes dead.
And what happened?
That we did that. We started walking down the back entrance or the kennel entrance, if you will. And as we were, and at that time, the agent was holding the phone. I'm looking at it with him. And when it pings, it creates a dot or location. And that dot jumped from right at the end of that road down the road, I don't know, maybe a half a mile, 3/4 of a mile. And so we walked back, got into a car, and drove down to where it was showing the phone.
And was the phone?
And I rode with those agents, the solicitor's office agents.
Was the phone ultimately located on the side of the road?
Absolutely. We found it in a matter of minutes.
Okay. Do you remember how it was collected? I mean, were you present when it was collected?
I was. So I was on there's a cow pasture on one side and it's wooded on the other side. And I was on the side that the cow pasture zone, if you will. And I heard him say, I got it. And so, of course, I walked back beside his car and I'm good ways from it, but I see him over there. And I think he took either some ribbon or some flagging or flagging tape and marked the phone. And I don't think he touched it. I think he left it right where it was, called SLED. And maybe at that time, maybe they had been communicating, but SLED had blocked off the road at this point. and one of the agents came up and picked the phone up. And I don't know which agent. Again, I didn't know him.
Did any law enforcement officer ask you if you knew the password?
Yes. So once they, and I'll say this, so they did take pictures of it while it was on the ground before they touched it. They picked it up. I think they had gloves on. They picked it up, brought it back to the trunk of the car, and opened it up in power zone. And they then asked, what's the password? And of course, I didn't know it.
Did you find out the password?
I did. I called Alec, and he gave me the password. I repeated it to the agent. They put the password in and said, "It's open."
So Alec provided you the password that you passed to the agents, and it opened the phone? Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir. That's correct.
John Marvin, were you aware of a news release that was issued that morning, Tuesday, June 8th, that the public had no need to be alarmed or concerned for their safety?
Yes, sir.
Well, what was your reaction to that?
I mean, it's quite baffling. It still is. 2 people have been killed, and they're telling me that everybody's safe. That tells me that whoever's done this is in jail, and they are 100% positive. And because if they're not in jail, nobody's safe.
Right. Did you go back to the residence at Moselle after finding the phone? Did you go back up to the house?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did SLED agents come through and search it while you were present?
They did. I don't know how they came, and we kind of talked in the playroom, or I think some have described it as the gun room. Yeah, they talked about that they needed to come in the house and search for things.
And did you escort, I think it was Agent McAllister, throughout the house?
Yeah, Katie McAllister.
And did she tell you what she was looking for?
Initially, she says, there were so many people in the house. He said, "Listen, I don't want to just go barging in and make everybody run out of the house, but I'm going to take my badge off, my gun off, and if you would, just walk me through each room. And, particularly I'm looking for 12-gauge shotgun guns and 300 blackout and the ammunition for those calibers."
And as you're walking through the house with her, it appeared she was looking for other things besides just guns.
Well, yeah, you could tell she's looking, because she looked in spaces that guns wouldn't fit. So it makes sense that she could be looking for something else.
Such as what?
Well, I don't know.
Well, I understand, but you said spaces. Did she look in the
bathrooms? I opened up up in the upstairs area. There's some cabinets that, a couple of them are pretty small that, she could find ammunition in there, but I don't know how you would get a gun in there.
Did she search bathrooms?
She did. Well, I took her through every room in the house. Right. Every single room.
Did you observe her looking in sinks and toilets? And
so yes, sir. What I observed is, like the shower, for example, it's a door. It's not an open shower. She opened the door, she looked around, and she was looking at. She easily would have known there was no gun in it when she opened it, but it was obvious that she was looking a little deeper.
Right. What kind of guns were there at Moselle?
Well, it sounds like the guns of all kinds. Rifles, shotguns. I've seen bow and arrows. I've seen crossbows. Most anything that you would hunt with.
Right. And were guns mostly in the gun room, to your knowledge, when you were over there?
Well, when I went through the house, we identified, I remember one gun in particular that was in the bedroom, a shotgun. I picked it up and said, you need to take this one. And we looked at it and it was a 20 gauge. And she said, no, put that one back. So I put it back. So predominantly all the guns were in the gun room or playroom.
Right. I sort of an aside briefly. Do you hunt with Alec over the years?
I have.
And did he have a go-to gun, to your knowledge, that he would use?
Not to my knowledge.
When's the last time you ever seen him hunt with a 12 gauge?
You know, I'd say that when he bird hunt, he's either shooting a 20 gauge or a 28. You know, there was a time, and please don't ask me when, but I would say it was a few years prior to this that we were turkey hunting on another piece of property down on the Savannah River. And I know he was hunting with a 12 gauge then, but I don't know whether it was his gun or somebody else's.
Did that gun have a sticker on it? Do you remember?
It did. And
you remember what the sticker said?
No, I don't remember what the sticker said, but I do remember teasing Alec that when you're turkey hunting, you don't want to be seen, and, you know, big sticker on the side of your barrel is kind of like waving a white flag to a turkey.
Did you serve as somewhat of a liaison or the point person with SLED and the family initially?
I don't know that I'd call it a liaison or point person, but I absolutely, I'd become to know Agent David Owens, and I absolutely told David, I said, listen, if you need anything from me or anybody and you can't get in touch with them, you reach out to me. I will either see to it that they call you back, I will see to it that you get the answers that you're looking for, or I will put you in touch with the person you're trying to reach. So I did make myself available.
And did Alec give, to your knowledge, carte blanche to law enforcement to search anywhere that they wish?
Oh, he did. In fact, before I was going to just do something, you know, I knew that to be the case, but yes, he confirmed it with me. Anything they needed, anytime they needed it.
And you provided consent to search the house the afternoon on the 8th on his behalf, did you not?
I did. And I've consented every time they've ever asked.
We'll get to that. Were you ever asked to provide consent or see if you could obtain consent for any law enforcement to search your mom's house where Alec had been the night before?
Say that to me one more time.
Did any law enforcement ask you to consent or obtain consent so that law enforcement could search Almeda? And I'm talking about on the 8th, because Alec had just been there the night before.
Right.
Did anybody ask you, hey, can we go search Almeda?
No one asked anything.
Okay. If asked, would you have obtained consent for law enforcement?
I would have given them consent, and I would have taken them over there just like I did at Alec's house, and I would have helped facilitate the search to show them areas that they may not know about.
Did you remember law enforcement SLED agents coming to your Greenfield property on June the 10th?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what was that about?
I assume they coordinated it with Alec or Randy. You know what? I'm not sure who they coordinated it with, but yes, my understanding is they were coming to interview me, Randy, Alec, Buster. I think that's it, but they wanted to do interviews with all of us.
Okay. And did everyone congregate there at Greenfield?
Yes, sir. We were at Greenfield. Of course, you know, that's where we're staying there because of all this. And so it keeps me close to Hampton. So, but yes, we all congregated there.
And when the agents arrived, come inside and sit down and talk with each other of you, or how did that work?
No, sir. I offered them to come inside. It was, as you can imagine, it was hot. I said, come in and, you know, offer them a drink of water, whatever, just being polite. And they said, no, you know, we would like to go ahead and start our interviews.
And where did the interviews take place?
In their cars.
And were they all done it simultaneously?
Yes, sir.
And how many sled agent cars were out there? Do you remember?
Well, there was one for each person they were interviewing, and I would go ahead and guess that there were probably 2 or 3 more.
And not sure that we need to actually play this, but have you been in the courtroom and you've heard this audio tape of Alec being interviewed on that June the 10th, where he states something, either I did him so bad or they did him so bad? Have you heard that?
I have.
And you know Alec's voice?
I know his voice very well.
And what is he saying on that tape?
Crystal clear, they did him so bad. I mean,
And
there's-
had you heard him say that before his interview that day?
You know, I think I heard him say it either the night of or the day after, but I've also heard him say it many times after.
Well before this trial started or anything?
Well before any of this, that's right. When he was staying and living with us, or between my brother and us.
After Maggie and Paul were murdered on that night of June 7th, were you or other family members with Alec for the most part, you know, for the week and the week after that?
You talking about the days following?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I was. I made a conscious effort to be with him. I mean, as devastating as it was for me, it was 1,000 times worse for him. So I knew as a brother I needed to be there for him, and I was. You know, of course, I didn't sleep with him, but when we were awake, he was. You know, I may not be standing beside him, but we would be in the room together. Or if we needed to go to the gas station, if he wanted dip, I'd ride with him. I just knew I just thought that's what I needed to do.
What was his demeanor that was in the immediate aftermath of these murders?
Oh, Jimmy, that night or days or
that night, the next day, the day after?
Like I just said, he is when you can use words that he was destroyed. I heard somebody say he was broken. You can use any word you want to use to describe, but I can promise you words don't do it justice. I would have to create a new word to describe how distraught he was. It's terrible.
And to carry it forward all through the summer, did he, how was he coping afterwards, say later June and July and going forward?
You know, it's hard to tell. I thought at times I thought he was doing okay. Other times it would just be sheer grief. I mean, just uncontrollably crying and just, of course it makes me cry. As y'all can tell, I'm a pretty emotional guy, but we would cry together. And there's no answers. And there's nothing I could say to make it better other than just hugging.
Did he start losing weight?
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely.
Was he eating, sleeping?
He was pretty heavy going into this.
Right.
And he lost a good bit of weight. I don't know how many pounds, but it became very obvious in a fairly short period of time he lost weight.
Right. I skipped over something in my outline. I apologize, but going back on the evening of June 7th, or early morning hours, did folks who were there at Alameda raise questions about perhaps the murder? Maggie and Paul were somehow associated with the
You mean in Moselle?
Yeah, the Moselle. Going back to on the evening of June 7th and June 8th, did folks at Moselle raise issues or associate the potential motive for the murder to be related to the boating accident in some form?
Well, I heard it numerous times that night. I heard it at Moselle, and I actually heard it by, Chief Alexander mentioned it. Once I got over the chaotic part of describing what we were doing, why I needed to get to Moselle, he asked me he's driving in front of me, and he asked me, do you think it's related to the boat accident? Of course, Greg, I don't know. I don't know anything about what's happened.
Were you were aware of the boating accident and Paul's charges?
Yes, sir.
Weren't you aware? And was there a backlash in the community over that?
Well, it was a lot of backlash. I would not say quite as much in the community, but as on social media and media inflamed rumors is the way I would describe it.
Right.
That it was just totally blown out of proportion. And I don't want to downplay the accident, but what they were saying about the stuff about Paul and Alec, it was just totally inflamed.
Okay.
And you asked about the boating accident. So I told y'all that I called Michael Paul, my friend, to make sure I could go to the crime scene the next morning. Well, Michael Paul is one of my best friends, if not my best friend. I called him that night while we were still down at the crime scene, not because he's in law enforcement, not because of anything, because he's my friend. And I actually told him on the phone, I said, MP is what I said, MP, I don't even know why I called you. I just needed to talk to somebody. And we talked and, cried a little bit after I described. He didn't know what had happened. So I told him and, I cried and you could tell he was upset. But in that conversation, he asked me also, do you think it could be related to the boating accident?
Switching gears a little bit, John Marvin, when talking about visiting at your mom's house, mom and dad's house, there's let's talk. Where do you routinely park, or where do you park sometimes when going over to your mom and dad's house?
Me, you asking where I park?
You and others, in the family.
Well, there's a couple of places you can park, depending on who's there, whether there's other cars there. You can either park at what you call the carport, and there's a big dirt area beside it. You can park there, walk up to the side door, or you can pull around to the back corner, park there. We all use both spots.
I'm going to pull up and look at it on your screen.
As a matter of fact, I told you it's my mom's birthday. I went there yesterday. I pulled right into the back of the house, but I didn't turn around. I circled the house. Okay. So there's.
So I'm going to pull up State's Exhibit 524. It's an evidence, Doug, and go to slide 38. And this is the GPS OnStar data. And Doug, if you'll blow up around the house, please, sir. Thank you. Mr. Murdaugh, this is your mom's house, and this is GPS data from the night of June the 7th. Do you see that the red line there?
It's pretty blurry on my screen. I don't know about y'all's.
Well, you want back it out a little bit, Doug? All right, just. Is that better?
Well, yes, it's still blurry, but I can see.
Where is that in relation to your mom's house?
You're talking about the right there where the arrow's pointing?
Yes, sir.
That is at the back corner of the house.
Okay.
That would be exactly where I parked yesterday.
All right. And if you'll pull up, Doug, Exhibit 136. And this will be Defendant's Exhibit 136 in evidence. And tell me where that is.
That's the same area. That's what I'm talking about.
Is that the same area that we just saw on the last exhibit with the red dots?
Yes.
Okay.
Generally speaking, I mean, it's such a wide open area. So when you pull up, you're not like pulling into the exact same spot each time to where you're creating a road or whatnot. It's just a nice grassy area. You pull up, go up to the back door, and you're right there at the back of the house.
And why do you go to the back of the house?
That's when my dad was alive. There's a little breakfast room there with a recliner in it. He was either in that recliner, at the table eating, in the bed, or not at home. I mean, that literally was his.
Right. So Doug, if you pull up defendants 135.
So everything's at the back of the house.
Right.
I mean, it's just, they don't use this. It's a large home, and they just don't, as old as they are, well, my mom can't get out of bed, but as old as they are, they don't go to the front.
I'm sorry, just skip that. 131, defendants 131 in evidence, please. Again, is this sort of the same area, photographed from a different direction?
Yes, sir.
Now, what's that structure that we see in the background past that big oak tree?
That was my dad's cookhouse, or man cave, as some people would call it. That's
okay.
Yeah.
And how far is that from the house, roughly?
I would guess 60 to 80 yards.
Okay. And that's and is it open around there? I mean, from the photo, is that accurate?
Oh, it's absolutely.
Right.
That whole area is a grassy area with oak trees and pecan trees.
So Marvin, I want to go to Labor Day weekend of 2021. Where were you that weekend? Do you remember?
Labor Day weekend 21.
When Alec went to the hospital?
Okay, yeah. Oh, yes. So I'd been out west fishing, and I came in on Saturday night.
And did you, prior to Labor Day weekend 2021, were you aware as to whether or not Alec had a opioid addiction?
No, sir.
Did you transport Alec, drive Alec from the hospital in Savannah to a detox facility in Atlanta on that weekend, or?
Well, I believe it would have been on that Monday.
Right.
I was not driving. Randy and I took him. Randy was driving, and I was in the back. But yes, sir, we did take him to a detox facility.
And where was the facility located?
Just outside of Atlanta.
Okay. And can you describe for the jury Alec's condition, like physical condition in the car?
Yes, sir. So when I met Randy over in Savannah, he had Alec, and I got in the car or Randy's truck with him. I'd never seen anything like it. I've seen television shows of talking about the leg twitching and the squirminess, if you will. And that's the first thing. I mean, you could just tell he was sweating. He was thrashing about. Jim,
Did he turn
I don't know
around?
how much detail you want me to go into.
What, did he turn around on the seat of the car, and what was he doing?
Yeah, so maybe halfway there, at one point, he had taken his seatbelt off, and he had his head down where your fanny would be in the seat, and is trying to stretch his legs and just kind of steady, just like thrashing them and kicking them. It's just, again, I've seen TV, but I've never seen something like this in real life.
And was he able to control himself?
No, sir. I said about detail. So he messed himself. He had diarrhea. He just couldn't control it.
And then,
and I say diarrhea, I'm not talking about at a restroom. I'm talking about in the car, in his pants.
okay. And after he spent some time in the facility in Atlanta, did you and your brother go pick him up and take him to another facility in Orlando, Florida?
Yes, sir, we did.
Do you remember that?
Yes, sir, I did.
On the drive to Orlando, do you remember anything happened that stands out to you?
You know, so that drive, he was much different. He was more subdued. It was not the thrashiness, not the twitching, not the jerkiness, if you will. I don't know the words that you would use for that, but that's what I'm saying. The only thing that really stood out for me is he slept a lot of the time, but he woke up from sleeping. And when he woke up, I mean, he jerked forward, and you could just tell that. I mean, it was sheer terror. He just woke up out of a horrible dream, and I believe it was him dreaming about what he found with Paul and Maggie.
Keep going a little further, Mr. Murdaugh. And sometime in September, did SLED actually come and search the house at Alameda?
Yes, sir.
And were you present?
I was.
Okay, were you informed as to what items were seized during that search?
I was informed of one item that was seized.
And what item was that?
It was described as a coat.
What kind of coat?
Well, they didn't tell me what kind of coat.
Okay. And did they tell you where the coat was found?
Yes, sir. So I would assume that the searching of the house, all that was winding down. So Agent David Owens and I believe Randy was outside near us, but he may have been talking to somebody else. I'm not sure. May have been talking to another agent. I'm not sure. But David Owens, or Agent Owens, came up to me and said, we found a coat back on the property. Do you know anything about it? And I said, well, David, I said, if you found it back on the property, I said, it's a large piece of property, some 400 something acres. I said, my dad rides this Kubota side by side. It's probably his. And I said, and if you show it to me, I can try to identify it. And of course, he said he couldn't show it to him or wouldn't show it to me. I'm not sure what it was.
Were you sometime later asked to view a photo of Blue Road?
I was asked to view and listen to an audio tape.
Of the kennel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On the blue raincoat, were you informed where it was seized from?
Well, I knew where it was seized from because he had already told me. But I was, in this instance, I was told that they wanted us to, when I say us, they asked Randy, Lynn, and I to go view the coat and the tape. At this point, I knew where it had been recovered, but they said, we want you to view a coat that had been recovered out of a closet.
And was that different from what you were led to believe when you?
Oh, absolutely.
Had you ever, did they ever anybody provide an explanation about why you were giving two different locations where a coat was found?
To this day, no one's told me that.
The photo of the coat that they showed you, had you ever seen that raincoat before?
No, sir.
Was it the blue raincoat that?
Well, it certainly looked similar to the one, I saw a picture. I didn't see the coat itself. But it certainly looked to be similar or the same.
Had you ever seen it before?
No, sir.
Did you recognize what closet it came out of from photos during this trial?
Well, I saw that. And I think I know what closet they're referring to.
Well,
There's only two.
I'm sorry. The closet as you go up on the first flight of stairs before you go at the landing right there. Is what's kept there?
Clothing, not everyday clothing that's more or less in storage. Junk.
Right.
Okay. It's not a club. First of all, my dad wouldn't climb stairs even if he could, but he couldn't.
Right. There's some testimony that there's GSR on that raincoat. Got any idea how there could be GSR on clothing in your dad's closet at Almeda?
No idea.
Same.
Did your dad carry guns around with him?
No, not in the sense that you're saying. So he was not like Paul that always had guns with him. He would keep a gun if he went dove hunting, for example, and he went on one dove hunt. That gun may ride with him for 2 months. He just would stay. He just would. Same with golf gloves. If he went back when he would play golf, he just
During
a bunch of junk in his truck.
During hunting season, was there normally a gun in the back seat?
During hunting season, I would say that there usually would be.
And did he
In
have?
fact, during hunting season, because he always loved to go on a bird hunt.
And did he have a specific gun that he used frequently?
Oh, he had one gun.
And did that gun have a name?
It did. It was called Bo Whoop.
And did he clean it often?
I've never seen him clean it. He got that gun in 1957 for his high school graduation, and he used it for every game that he chased. But I'm sure it got cleaned somewhere along the way, but I'd never seen him clean it, and I still haven't seen him clean it.
Got it.
I don't know how the thing still works.
Along the way, have you been receiving updates from SLED on their investigation in the Maggie and Paul's murder?
Usually when I call, I would call Agent Owens and ask for updates, and he would try to provide some updates. It almost always seemed like there was stuff that he really, I don't know whether he didn't know or just it wasn't at liberty to say at the time. I'm not sure, but yeah, I think he would try to give updates as best as possible.
And you provided information on evidence that they had against your brother?
I have been, yes, sir.
Has
some of it.
And some of the information that you've been provided turned out not to be accurate information?
Yes, sir.
What type of information?
Well, I was told at one point that there was a T-shirt that he was wearing. And can I back up and tell you how we got into this conversation?
Sure.
So I'm having a meeting with SLED.
Yes, sir. Nature of the joke.
Pause for your second.
Statement of an opponent, Your Honor, agent of it. It's a statement of a party opponent.
Party opponent.
Agent of the party opponent.
Agent of the party opponent.
Yes, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have you take a break now. Please do not discuss the case. All right, everybody be seated. Hear this objection again.
Objecting calls for hearsay.
In your response to the Mr.
Yes, Your Honor.
This month, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Conrad's response to Mr. Griffin.
Your Honor, I think his argument was it's an admission by a party opponent. I don't think we're talking about
Party opponent.
right. And the subsection 801D2, I think, is what we're referencing, and it talks about admission by a party opponent. It doesn't necessarily talk about
the statement. And I think what we're getting into are some statements by particular law enforcement officers who've already been on the stand. And I don't think those are admissions to any issue that's of relevance in this case.
Mr. Griffin?
Your Honor, they're directly relevant. The statements relate to evidence that they've told the family they have a
Relief Factor helps you move forward with life the way you want to live it.
party opponent is non-hearsay under the definition of hearsay. Your Honor, it's, I don't have the rule in front of me, but under
The state of South Carolina is a party opponent in this case?
and SLED is the investigative agency. Yes, sir. If otherwise, the rule would not apply in a criminal case. I mean, it has to be the investigative agency. I'm not asking for Colleton County statements or just the.
No, you've gotten those in already, the newspaper statements, Colleton County's call to the newspaper or whatever.
Yes.
What else, Mr. Conrad?
I'd also object for the relevance as well, because the state has not offered the shirt and evidence, and the defense is attempting to kind of backdoor here, and it simply doesn't go to any issue, anything that's issued in this.
He's already testified to the shirt.
Sure, but he's trying to get evidence, and maybe we need to proffer it to see exactly what he would say. But my assumption was that he was going to start talking about a report by Mr. Bevel, which we've talked about several times in this case, and I'd object to the relevance and to, particularly with Mr. Murdaugh bringing it up.
All right. Well, tell me again what you're asking the witness. Or
yes,
proffer it to the witness.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
So, Mr. Murdaugh, what information were you provided by, was it a SLED agent that provided you the information?
Yes.
You were asking him about Agent Owens. He's a SLED agent. Yes.
And what information were you provided that leading up to this that turns out to be inaccurate?
Right, and it was okay for me to speak for you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So what I was asking, I was saying, I wanted to back up to get to where I was getting this information. So I'd been called to SLED, not headquarters, but their office in Walterboro to view the Blue Coat and to listen to an audio. After my interview with them, Captain Ryan Neal, I believe we were in his office, is the one that, and I'm going to use my terminology here, but described the white T-shirt covered in blood, even went so far as to describe that Alec took the bottom of it and wiped his face with it, and that's how they knew he was involved. That's how they knew he was there. And I don't know where the question goes after that.
Answer your question, or are you trying to dig more out of him?
That's it.
All right, and what's your objection?
I renew my objection to the relevance. Nothing has been put, this jury hasn't heard any evidence of any blood being on this T-shirt. And the state has not offered any reports to suggest as such.
The objection is overruled. We're going to take 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, 10-minute break. So
going on there. If this one doesn't work, how about this one? Overruled. So this conversation that the witness had apparently with a SLED agent at some point about the T-shirt, you'll remember the T-shirt allegedly had some blood spatter on it, and now the way it's described by this witness, he was told it had blood all over it, and in fact, Alec Murdaugh used the T-shirt to wipe his face, and with all of that on the T-shirt, that led SLED to find him somehow connected. And of course, then we learned later that T-shirt maybe wasn't quite as affected as it appears. Jeffrey Wolf is here, Bernardo Villalona. Jeffrey, what do you think? Obviously the right decision by the judge, but this could be powerful for the defense. This comes in.
Yeah, because this is them getting their second point of SLED either
saying that they had more evidence than they had, or just lying about what evidence says. This goes to the same as the blood splatter. This is the same type of evidence. And so if this is what they've done to the family to try and turn them on Alec during the process of a grieving family, jury's going to hate that. They hate when cops act like that.
Yeah, and we know that's been a theme with the defense. Not uncommon, right, Bernard? You dirty up the cops, but in this case, it seems there's been a lot to work with. Is it enough to carry the day, in your opinion, to either get a hung jury or acquit this guy?
Well, all they need is one reasonable doubt just to get one juror to be adamant in their decision that they can't reach a verdict in the sense of whether it's guilty or not guilty, or I just can't reach a verdict as to either one of those. So all they need is just one, but you got to think that the theme from the very beginning is the lack of investigation, the lack of looking at other people, and the focus on the Murdaugh family. That is what the defense has been banking on since opening statements. So if every witness that they've been able to bring forward in their own case now, and also through the cross-examination in the prosecution's case, I think they've laid enough seeds that it's going to be either a long deliberation and hopefully a verdict, or actually a long deliberation and it's going to be a mistrial, and we're going to be doing this all over again.
Yeah, the thing that I've always thought was odd about this case is, first you have the deference that this family is given during the investigation, which may or may not have led to the mistakes or the inefficiency. And then it seemed to switch immediately to a confirmation bias and investigation where, hey, now we got the guy and we're not looking at anybody else. And it's just an odd flipping of the switch, in my opinion, as to what SLED did when they were investigating this case. Okay, guys, good stuff. Let's take a quick break here. They're on a break in the courtroom. We will join them live when they return. We'll be right back.
Okay, well, I think that we are, at this rate, are we even going to get cross-examination of this witness today? Because direct examination seems to be taking a lot longer than they indicated, that it was just going to be quick. You catch mice in shoe boxes. So like the cliche stick in the box landing on top when like in the cartoons. Grab a pick. Oh. Wisconsin. Yeah, and Badger's in Nevada, over towards the Sierras. And I'm here in sunny Salt Lake. At least it's sunny today. It is 41 degrees. And it's been windy because we're expecting the storm that is supposed to be coming. Let's see. Check the weather. Snow at 11 p.m., 30% chance. I don't think it's going to be a big one. Maybe 1.6 inches in the next 24 hours, and I think that's a big if from how it looks right now. Oh, the winds are down to 16. They're from the south. Yeah, that's what it happens before a storm. Oh well, I can dream about shirt sleeve weather. Wisconsin the badger is a state animal. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know what the state animal is for Utah. I know the state bird is the California seagull. Let's see. Have we got anything new? Videos come up. Let's take a look. Okay, let's see if anybody has posted anything interesting. I mean, there's that video which is saying Murdaugh expert drops bombshell theory about 2 shooters in family murders. Yeah, like that's a bombshell. We already knew about that argument. Crazy paparazzi.
Welcome back to Law and Crime. Michael Bryant here. We are on a break in South Carolina in the case against Alec Murdaugh. Luckily, we have our own Anjanette Levy. She's out there, and I want to find out from her, among other things, how the folks in the courtroom, especially the jury members, are reacting to the brother who's on the stand now, John Murdaugh. What do you think, Anjanette? First, welcome. Glad to have you along here. Glad you're down there checking this out for us. This guy is very friendly. He's happy he's the only brother not to be an attorney. How are they receptive to him and some of the emotional testimony at times?
It has been emotional testimony. And I have to tell you, I'm getting a lot of comments from people on Twitter who are saying, what is wrong with this guy? He's smiling and he's laughing and all of this stuff. I can tell you, I've seen John Marvin in the courtroom and he's always smiling when people speak to him. He seems very gracious. He's always smiling when he, says, hey, how are you doing? People approach him and his siblings. So I think that's just the kind of person he is. I think he's a person that smiles quite a bit, except when he's listening to this horrific testimony. He's been in court every day, as has his sister Lynn and their oldest brother, Randy. He's been in court here and there, but not every day. So the jury seems to be engaged with him. They seem to be listening to him. I mean, he's a compelling witness. This is the final defense witness, and he's able to talk about this from a spectator or a bystander's point of view and his relationship with Paul. And he's able to talk about Alec and Maggie's relationship as far as he knows anything about it. So it's been interesting. And Gigi was telling me that she saw one of the women on the jury appear to get emotional. She said, look, I couldn't see tears. Maybe it's allergies. I don't know. But she saw kind of one of these. So she didn't know if that was wiping away a tear or what. But the jury seems to really be interested in what he's saying.
Yeah, well, you can imagine, no matter what Alec Murdaugh did or didn't do, this is the brother who had a rough week. He lost his niece. He lost his sister-in-law. He's mopping up what remains of his nephew because he feels like somehow that's the right thing to do, that he, he's caring for Paul in the only way he can after Paul is dead. And then, oh, by the way, 3 days later, his dad dies. So, yeah, he's a very...
Keep in mind, Michael, that he said, it seems like he was really close to Paul. Paul would stay with him sometimes, and Paul worked with him. And he talked, worked for him at his company. So he also called him Paul, he said. So it seems like a very close nephew-uncle relationship. And he also talked about Paul out in the yard playing with his young children and getting dirty. That's just who Paul was. So it seems like they were very close.
Yeah, and what he felt he had to do for him was just gut-wrenching. So there's going to be a trip. Has that been announced to the jury yet? Has that been scheduled? When is that happening?
Well, it's interesting that you ask that, because I was under the impression from everything that happened this morning that the judge was okay with this and that he would arrange it and that the defense wanted it. But then I was kind of hearing some people talk over here. We were chit-chatting with some people who said, yeah, the judge is going to let the sheriff's office know, because think about it. They have to go into Moselle, a 1,700-acre property. They have to clear the property. They have to make sure that it's safe, that people aren't out there. They have to make sure that the jury, the judge, the defense attorneys, maybe even Alec Murdaugh, all of the lawyers for the state, I'm sure members of the media, such as me, will want to go along to observe the process. So there's a lot to be done to arrange that. It's not happening today, I can tell you that. So it's unclear as to when and if that will happen, but I was under the impression from what the judge said this morning that he was going to be arranging that.
Yeah, and it leads me to believe they may want a little mystery surrounding it, just to keep the circus from having a head start and camping out around the perimeter. 1,770 acres.
Yeah.
That's a massive property, and I'm assuming they're going to limit any view to the kennels and maybe the distance between the kennel and the house. I think that perspective is super important. I'm just kind of surprised they didn't do it earlier. Okay, so if this John Marvin is in fact the last defense witness, what's happening on rebuttal, if you know?
Well, the lead prosecutor, Creighton Waters, said this morning that he was thinking maybe 5 witnesses. We know that Dr. Kinsey, who was the crime scene reconstruction expert for the state, has been in court not only last week, but he was there this morning, too. I saw him sitting up there during the testimony of the defense experts when they were talking about how they believed Paul Murdaugh was shot and from which angle and things like that. So we expect that he will at least be called. We don't know who else will be called, but at least 5 witnesses, it sounds like. And who knows how long that will take. Sometimes rebuttal's really quick. You can just bing, bang, boom, you get to your points and you're out of there. But nothing seems quick with this trial.
Yeah. And by nature, they're supposed to be. It's almost like a redirect or recross. You're supposed to be limited to the things that were brought up in the defense case. It is rebutting the defense case. So as you suggest, we'll see. Things don't happen to always go as they should with this case. But thank you so much.
Sometimes they have a hard time letting go, right? They have a hard time letting go. They just want to keep piling it on. So
Well,
we'll see, right?
attorneys, you just can't shut us up. That's part of the problem. So. Okay, Jeanette, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Right.
Get back in there and pick up the end of this testimony. It's been fascinating. Thanks again. We'll talk to you soon. Okay, let's take a quick break here. Come back before they get live in the courtroom. This is Law and Crime.
Okay, we have another break. Let's see. Where's one of these videos there was one that looked intriguing from...
Find a rental car that's the right price,
Oh.
location, size, and more. Search Kayak now.
Let's see, what was I looking for? Not sure that there's time to play this in full today, but let's pull it up and see.
For generations, the Murdaugh family dominated the rural swath of South Carolina. Then Alex Murdaugh was accused of the brutal murders of his wife and son. What followed was the stunning unraveling of a life of power and privilege, exposing embezzlement, drug abuse, and a failed hitman suicide plot. You may find some language offensive. In the 5th week of his murder trial, Alex Murdaugh took the stand. Over nearly 10 hours testifying in his own defense, the crowded courtroom in Walterboro, South Carolina, would see 2 versions of Mr. Murdaugh. One seemed tired, his voice lilting and thin. His clothes hung loose. Months in prison had whittled down his formerly heavy frame. He rocked back and forth, shook his head from side to side, and wept. The other seemed much more like the man that other witnesses had described, savvy and charming, once a formidable player in the state's clubby legal circuit. This Mr. Murdaugh addressed the jury directly, was relaxed and in control. What a tangled web we weave, he told them. Directly ahead of him, on the rear wall of the courtroom, there was a rectangular-shaped sun stain where a painting used to be a portrait of his namesake, his great-grandfather Rudolph Buster Murdaugh, which had been taken down for the trial. For nearly a century, the Murdaugh family reigned in the southern corner of South Carolina, a flat expanse of marshlands, palm trees and porch-ringed houses, presiding over the local prosecutor's office, and the private law firm that made them rich. But since the brutal killings of his wife, Maggie, and son, Paul, in June...
Okay, I'm going to pull that one. That one's just not very compelling. This one from True Crime Rocket Science was a lot better. Let's see. Let's get
Is that the narrator?
and then they come up with a storyline, basically. When I tell you it was like you snap your fingers and it was gone, that's how it was.
Hello and welcome to True Crime Rocket Science, the most authentic voice in true crime. In this episode, we're going to look at 9 sparkling new insights from the Netflix docuseries. The star of the series is undoubtedly Morgan Doughty, Paul Murdaugh's first and I think only girlfriend. You heard her voice at the beginning of this clip. Now, Morgan,
looks like we're going back to court, so I thought we had a few more minutes.
Jury is present, sir. All right, thank you. The objection is overruled.
Thank you, Mr. Murdaugh. When we broke, the question on the table was about a conversation that you had with a SLED agent regarding some matter of evidence. Can you provide your answer, please, sir?
Yes. So, as I was about to say, what led me to this conversation was SLED asked my brother, my sister, and I to come over to identify or attempt to identify a coat and a recording. And we did that. And so I did my interview with them. And then after the interview, we went into Captain Ryan Neal's, I think he's captain, but Agent Ryan Neal's office at the same SLED office. And in that office, or in his office, we were all in there. They made reference to the shirt that they said Alec was wearing. They told us that it was covered in blood. They went so far as to tell me on the police body cam that he takes his shirt and wipes his face, and that's how they knew that Alec was at the scene, that he was the one.
So Marvin, just finishing up, what was Alec's relationship with Maggie and Paul's parents? Grandma and Papa T, as we've heard.
Grandma and Papa T, that's great. They had a great relationship. Alec and Papa T played golf together regularly. I mean, it's just a really good father-in-law, son-in-law relationship, and mother-in-law.
And have you?
They would travel together, vacation together with different places.
And have you stayed in contact with them as best you could?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We communicate.
And just.
Now, Papa T has taken ill and is homebound now.
I was going to ask you.
He's had a stroke and is basically homebound. Okay. And Miss Kennedy stays at home and takes care of him. But they are wonderful people. Let me just go a little bit further. Wonderful people in and of themselves, but their relationship was absolutely great.
So, Mara, I want to go back to that morning of June the 8th when you were down at the kennel cleaning up. Do you remember making a promise that morning?
Well, Jim, as I've told y'all, that y'all know what I saw, y'all know what I was doing. It was difficult. It was nearly impossible. In my mind and out loud, I told Paul I loved him. I told him I don't know. I loved him and I promised him that I'd find out who did this to him. It's just, you just don't know what to do, but it was tough.
And you promised him you would find out who did this to him.
Yes, sir, I did.
Have you found out?
I have not.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. That's all the questions I have.
Good afternoon, Mr. Murdaugh.
Good afternoon.
I think you'd agree with me that no matter which way you cut it, your family suffered a great tragedy, hasn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
And
including the death of my dad and the sickness of my mom. I mean, it's tough.
And I'm sorry you and your family's been through this.
Well, thank you.
All right. Yeah, I think you testified a little while ago about the cooperation you and particularly your brother provided SLED. Is that correct?
Did I provide cooperation with SLED?
Yes.
Absolutely.
And to your knowledge,
I have and will continue to.
And to your knowledge, your brother was providing cooperation to SLED as well, correct?
I believe everyone in my family was. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And would you consider that cooperation full cooperation? Not only for yourself, but your brother as well, from what you have observed?
I mean, to me, full cooperation, yeah. I mean, it's wide open. You tell us what you need from me, and I'll provide it. And I told him I would provide it.
And from what you've observed, your brother was providing the same full cooperation as well, correct?
Yeah. So I believe anytime that they ask to search something, anytime they ask to do something, they ask for information. It typically came to me, and yes, I would provide it.
Okay, I'm asking about your brother right now. I understand you have, but to your knowledge, did your brother provide full cooperation, or did he tell you he was providing full cooperation?
Well, he didn't tell me, but it appeared to be obvious that by him giving them access to anything they asked for, that he was.
Okay. So when did you first learn that your brother was down at the kennels just before the murders? 2 days ago with the rest of us?
No. So obviously I went for an interview with SLED, the one I told you about, where we talked about the shirt, talked about the blood, all that. That was the reason for me being there, was to hear that audio. And I saw the kennel, and of course, at that point, I heard his voice, and I knew that was him.
Okay. You knew that was him when you saw that video, correct?
That's correct.
Or listened to the video.
When I listened to it.
Right. And do you recall the date of that interview when you first listened to that video?
I do not.
All right. Would you disagree with me if I said it was August 12th of 2022?
I have no way to agree or disagree.
Or at least during the month of August of 2022?
Again, I'm sure they have my interview recorded for that date, but.
All right. Before August of 2022, at that interview, when you heard your brother's voice at the kennels, had he ever told you that he was down there just prior to the murders?
No, sir.
Did he ever tell you that afterwards, after you listened to that video?
No, sir. And I'm trying to think if we've been able to have an opportunity to even speak.
Okay. All right. So you'd agree that if he had not told SLED that was not full cooperation, correct? If he had not told SLED that he was at the kennels just before the murders, he had not actually been fully cooperative.
What's your question?
Would you agree that is not full cooperation?
By him not telling SLED that he was at the kennel?
Correct.
I would say that yes, he lied.
Okay. All right. So I don't want to go through the whole kind of vehicle shell game that we talked about earlier. It's confusing, probably to me most of all, but let's just focus on, what was Paul's normal daily driver? What vehicle did he drive on a daily basis?
On a normal basis, he drove a white F-150 Platinum.
Okay.
And let me confuse you a little bit more, as I drive the identical truck.
Okay. All right. So you testified that Paul's F-150 Platinum was at Jimmy Butler's over the weekend, correct?
It was being worked on at Jimmy Butler's. That's correct.
And then Monday, there's a series of car swaps. I don't want to go through them, but at the end of the day, you end up in the F-250 farm truck, correct?
That's correct.
And Paul ends up in your F-150 Platinum.
Ultimately, he does. He drives a mom's car back to Alameda. gets
I know
my
there's
truck.
several swaps.
Yes, sir.
there.
That's correct.
I'm just kind of talking at the end of the day. And he drove your F-150 back to Moselle, that night, correct?
To Moselle, yes, sir.
And you testified that you came over later that night after Alex had called you about the murders, correct?
That's correct.
Where was your truck parked when you first got there? And we'll talk about how you got there in a minute, but where was Paul's truck?
Well, so first of all, that night.
Your truck, I'm sorry.
That's right. I know what you're saying. So when I got there, we didn't go anywhere near the house. I went straight to where everything was happening.
Okay.
As we went to the house later that night, I saw my truck. So it's probably 4 a.m, whatever time we were, 3 or 4 a.m. It was parked in front of the house, normally where you would park cars.
Okay. So just kind of straight out the front door?
That's correct.
And the keys that Paul had been using, do you recall were they left in the truck or have any recollection of where those keys might have ended up?
Well, they were sitting in the ignition. I mean, same place I always leave them.
Okay.
Because I drove it to Alameda that night.
And meanwhile, you were in that F-250 farm truck, right?
For a short period of time.
And that, refresh my memory, is that white as well? Or is that a different?
It's white as well, yes, sir.
And it's broke down on you on the way to Moselle, correct?
That is correct, on
And you
Highway
left-
63.
All right. And you left it on the side of the road, correct?
I did.
Okay. And I think, did you call Chief Alexander at that point or?
Well, we were riding, we were driving separate cars, but together.
Okay.
And so at that point, he had gotten in front of me, and I had to call him to tell him to turn around.
Okay. And he came back and picked you up?
Came back, and I jumped in his car.
You
Or
left the
truck
truck
or
there?
whatever, it was Suburban.
I'm sorry, I'm trying not to talk over you, my apologies. And you left the F-250 there on the side of the road?
I did.
Okay. All right. And rode with Chief Alexander to the property?
That's correct.
And were you aware that your brother Alex had loaned Chief Alexander money at several points over the past couple of years?
I was not.
All right. And you testified that you learned of your brother's opioid addiction the weekend of Labor Day of 2021. Is that correct?
Well, that's when it started coming out, yes, sir.
Okay. So did you have any idea that he had a opioid or drug problem prior to that?
Prior to that, I did not.
Okay. So from your observations of him on a daily basis, he seemed to be sober at most times or not under the influence of any? Did you ever observe him under the?
Well, keep in mind now, so again, I'm not a lawyer in the firm. I live in Beaufort, so I don't see him daily.
Okay.
But our encounters usually would be during non-working hours. But even then, yes, I had no reason to think he was on pills.
Okay. All right. He's able to function pretty normally on a daily basis to your observations?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. So let's talk about the morning of June 8th. You said that you were the first person over to the house at Moselle that morning. Did I understand that
That's
correctly?
correct.
And you were the first person inside the house at that point?
That's correct.
And so do you recall when Blanca Simpson got there?
I don't. What I can tell you is I was the last to leave the house and the first to come back in.
So she would have gotten there some point after you?
Yes, sir.
That morning?
And I've heard in testimony that instead of going to Moselle, she went to Alameda.
But when she came to Moselle, it would have been after you, correct?
I think the other folks were there as well. Yeah, but well after me.
Well, okay. And you testified about being in that, I guess some folks call it the gun room, when SLED came in and started looking at some of those guns in the gun room, correct?
That's correct. Well, I wasn't in the gun room. I was in the main part of the house.
Okay. Did you ever go into the gun room while SLED was in
I
there?
did.
Okay. Because I think there's a video and evidence, and we're not going to go dig it up, but of SLED with body camera footage, and I think you do appear a bit.
I think so. I think probably what best recollection I have is I was in the main part of the house with Alec and family, and someone came and told me they were there and that they wanted to look around.
Okay.
And of course, I went to make sure that they had full access.
When you were in there, do you recall who was in there with you other than the SLED agents? Because there are several other people, correct?
Well, I don't recall without seeing the video. I saw the video. I saw Mark Ball. I saw Lee Cope. I saw the Agent McAllister, but I don't think I would have remembered that.
Okay, but there are several attorneys in there, though, at a minimum, correct?
Friends and attorneys. Friends. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Was Chris Wilson in there at that time?
You know, I don't remember. Okay. I don't have any recollection of him being there.
Okay. All right, and then let's go to June 10th when SLED came over to, I believe it was Greenfield where they came.
That's correct.
To interview. It was you, Buster, Randy, Alex. I guess that's 4, right? Is that all who were interviewed that day, to your recollection?
Randy, me, Alec, and Buster. That's correct.
Okay. I think you testified that they didn't want to come inside. Is that what you testified to?
Well, I don't think they didn't not want to come inside because of any particular reason. I just think they wanted to get about their business.
So you don't recall?
I offered for them. I offered to come in, use the restroom, anything of that nature, drink water, anything like that. But they did not.
You don't recall Lieutenant Gint coming in and introduce himself?
Inside the lodge? Mm-hmm. I do not.
Okay. All right. And you've either been interviewed or sat in several interviews by SLED over the last few years, correct?
I've been in a few, yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm going to direct your attention to October 12th of 2010. Let me make sure I have that date correct. Or excuse me, not 2010. That would have been 2021. And I believe SLED came to your house that day. Do you recall that?
I do recall SLED coming to my house.
Okay.
Now, I can't tell you that's the date, but they certainly came.
This would have been the day that they interviewed both Buster and your wife that day. Does that help you out?
It does. I remember them coming. It was Agent Croft, and I believe Agent Ryan Kelly.
Okay. And you sat in both those interviews, correct? With both Buster and your wife?
Well, I think the interview with one was an interview for Buster, okay, and one was an interview with me and my wife.
Okay. All right. So you
that's the way I thought it was. Okay. I didn't think it was 3 interviews.
All right. And you recall during that October 12th interview, the subject of this blue jacket coming up with Buster. Specifically, I'm talking about the one with Buster.
The conversation at my house?
Yes.
I do not recall it coming up.
So you don't recall SLED bringing up, asking Buster about a blue jacket on October 12th?
I do not recall that.
So you don't recall his response?
I don't recall him bringing up a jacket.
Okay. Do you recall Buster responding that he did not recognize the blue jacket that was presented to him?
I don't recall a blue jacket being discussed.
Okay. And I think you also looked at it and you don't recall?
They did not show me a blue jacket. There was no blue jacket discussion in that interview, to my knowledge.
Okay. Let's see. Big courts again. Do you recall what Buster's response in that interview to being asked if that could be Randolph's jacket, to him saying if it's over $15, no, it wasn't?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay what Buster said. He's asking to recall what Buster said.
I sustain the objection.
And then you agreed with what Buster said right afterwards. You don't recall that?
No, Mr. Conner. What I'm telling you is I don't recall any discussions of a blue jacket in that interview. I just don't recall that. So you asking me that, I'm just telling you, I don't know of any discussions about a jacket in that interview.
Okay. All right. You testified about driving up to rehab, I think that Monday after Labor Day, or excuse me, detox, correct?
It was detox, that's correct.
And you said your brother kind of woke up startling as if from a dream. Is that what you testified to?
No, sir.
Okay.
I said that when I was driving, or Randy and I were driving him from detox to the rehab facility down, and that was down in Orlando, Florida, is when that happened.
All right. And you said, and again, I want to make this as clear as we can. You said you thought that he was waking up in response to a dream about the night of June 7th. Did I understand that correctly?
That is the way that's what it appeared to be to me. And that's, of course, I can't tell you what he was dreaming, but that's certainly what it appeared to me.
So you're not saying that because he said that, right?
That's right. He didn't wake up and say that. It's just, it was just such a startling, just the way he woke up out of his sleep. It was just so startling. It was fear. And it took him several seconds to realize that whatever he just saw was not real, or he was not living it.
Okay. You testified about the day of June 7th and the taking your dad to the hospital, him getting admitted, correct?
I did.
And that you and your brother Randy were sending out multiple group texts about your dad's status. Is that correct?
Well, I sent a text, and I believe Randy sent one as well.
Okay. And
along with phone calls. I know Randy and I discussed it on the phone as well.
And if I understood your testimony correctly, and you said that June 7th was actually kind of a hopeful day. Is that based off of what the doctors were saying?
Well, yes, based on all the bad news that he's been receiving, it was one little piece of hope that, certainly if the doctor would have said at that point, you're going home on hospice tomorrow, it would have been, that would be the worst case. But him saying that there was hope, that it was pneumonia and not the cancer, that there was some breathing treatments that may help, it gave us some hope.
And you sent out at least one group text with this information, correct, to your family members, right?
I know I sent one. I could have sent another, but I know there was one.
Okay. And do you recall if your brother was included in that? Alex specifically was included?
I saw the record showing it, and so yes, I believe it was my family, and I think it was just our family actually.
And so there was hope, at least on the afternoon of June 7th, that your dad who had pneumonia, which could potentially be treated, and there was a little bit of hope about that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if your brother had told Janine Seckinger during that day that your dad was taking a major turn to the worse, that would not be truthful, correct?
That would be correct. And the testimony I heard is he didn't say that.
He didn't say what?
He didn't say it was terminal or dire or whatever you're saying.
Are you based off of Alex's testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if Janine Seckinger...
well, I can tell you this. If somebody said that day that it was terminal, one of two people was wrong, or both.
Okay. All right. So if Janine Seckinger was told that...
If Jeannie Seckinger said that, she was wrong.
Well, were you present for any conversations between your brother and Janine Seckinger on June 7th?
I wasn't.
One last thing, Mr. Murdaugh. Would you say that the Murdaugh name and legacy is something that's important to you and your brothers?
Yes, I think any family's name and legacy is important to them. Right. Do I think my family's name is more important than yours or any of y'all's? No, I don't.
Okay. But it's important to your brother as well, correct?
I think he would feel the exact same way as what I just said, that all families are important.
Okay. No problem. No.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Defense rests, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is the defense's case. And we will excuse you for this day and have you come back at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Have a good evening.
Okay. um, that was kind of ending on an anticlimactic note, if you ask me. I really would have preferred that we had got into somebody from the state, because there really wasn't that much to do on cross-examination, because he really didn't have that much to contribute. Other than, oh, Alex is a good guy. Alex was in shock. Alex was startled.
If everyone will be seated.
Almost over.
The defense has rested any matters of law at this time.
Your Honor, we would, defense would just renew our motion for directed verdict on the grounds previously argued at the close of the state's case.
Mr.
I think you
Waters.
Your Honor, again, we would rely on our arguments previously made that the motion should be denied. Be happy to answer any specific issues Your Honor may have, but I would rely on our previous arguments.
The motion is denied based on all the reasons stated at the close of the state's case. Now, with regard to reply, what do you have, Mr. Waters?
Yes, sir. We have maybe 4 witnesses, maybe 5 at this point in time. I'm hopeful that we could accomplish that in a day. Obviously, as is the nature of reply, we will, assess that tonight. But right now, I have 4 definite witnesses and perhaps a 5th that, as it stands right now, that we would have. I don't think many of them, except for one, would be very lengthy. And by lengthy, I don't mean exceptionally so.
When is the field trip going to be?
Any comment, Mr. Harpootlian or Mr.
Your Honor, no way critical of Mr. Waters, but his estimate of time has been a little mushy, I think is a good way to put it. I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying this was going to be a 3-week trial, and now it's a 6-week trial. I'm just a little skeptical that we'll get it all done tomorrow. I'm just saying I'll be happy. I'll be ecstatic if it happens. But for planning purposes, perhaps maybe midday Wednesday would be a better.
I kind of agree with.
And somewhere in this process, Your Honor's indicated you'd allow the jury to visit the site. So
Close of the reply.
Okay, so we're at, I guess, Mr. Waters' mercy to.
Mr. Waters, are these witnesses who you anticipate will contradict issues presented by the defense or address the credibility of matters raised by the defense?
It will be focused on issues that were raised during the defense case. Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Well, 9:30 tomorrow morning. Have a good evening.
Okay. Didn't really get an idea of when the jury field trip is going to be, if it's going to be. I'm hoping that they have a full day of testimony from the state, and that they go to Moselle with that in mind before doing the viewing, because then that gives the jury food for thought from the state before they go. So that would be my ideal. So another full day of testimony, and the defense is rested. So tomorrow we will start with the rebuttal, and I expect some forensic people and the coroner, and I'm not sure who. I think it'll mainly be that. So it'll be good tomorrow. So I like to see Alec get taken out in handcuffs. So let's see that before we tune out today. So come on. Okay, let's go outside. Let's go outside. Come on. You're not going to do it? Okay, well, I guess that's kind of anticlimactic. We'll see you in the morning, and it should be interesting. We'll catch you. We'll catch you tomorrow. Good evening, everybody. Bye bye.